Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Su Lang glanced sideways at Wang Yajai and noticed her expression remained normal, as if she was resting with her eyes closed. A slight smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of his mouth. 200 Su Lang, after the game ends. They live on the ninth floor, so they should be able to survive. 200 Wang Yajai, okay. Next, Su Lang meditated for a while, then took out a skill scroll. Battle Cry. Type active skill. Level 3. Effect. Consume stamina or mental energy to unleash a battle cry that terrifies enemies. Upgrade condition 300 nightmare coins. Introductions Roar. This was the skill scroll dropped by the squad leader. Su Lang casually learned it, thinking it might come in handy sometime. Do any of you want to learn this skill? Su Lang took out a second battle cry skill scroll and offered it to Cao Yakshuan and the others. The women looked at each other and all declined. Cao Yakshuan and Sherry had no use for it, while Tong Chi and Wang Yajai felt it didn't match their combat styles and might cause confusion in the heat of battle. Su Lang didn't insist, instead listing the skill scroll on the trading network. 3 hours later, the Frost Ghost army attacked again. The weather outside was too cold, and both Cao Yakshuan and Sherry were being lazy about earning points, but after Su Lang gave them a couple of spanks on their bottoms, they straightened up. Whoosh tilde. A short spear shot through the air, piercing through a Frost Ghost spear thrower's head. Su Lang hung from the corridor's ceiling, steadily picking off the more threatening Frost Ghost spear throwers. When the Frost Ghosts spotted him, they went completely berserk, hurling short spears one after another. Su Lang released a ball of dragon flame, disrupting the spear's trajectories, then leaped and bounded like a giant spider back to the entrance hall. Bang, 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 Cao Yakshuan and the others were still firing their guns. The regularly stocked bullets at home had already been nearly half depleted. Fortunately, they all had the aiming skill, so with careful shooting, bullet consumption wasn't as severe as it could have been. Otherwise, if they'd held down the triggers on both Colts, they would have exhausted their bullet stockpile in just 1 minute. In what felt like no time at all, despite the Frost Ghost army's large numbers, the Frost Ghosts on the 10th, 9th, and 8th floors didn't even last 10 minutes before all falling dead outside Dorm 200's door. Phew tilde, we earned plenty of points this time. We should be able to rest tomorrow. Cao Yakshuan breathed a sigh of relief, her face showing happiness. This time they had deliberately earned more points, widening the gap between themselves and others on the leaderboard. This secured their positions. They wouldn't be overtaken if someone else killed a major monster. And it also stimulated others' desire to compete for the top 3 spots, which was good. Worth mentioning was that after the previous ambush incident, neither Zheng Kai nor Wu Huihui and her group lingered on the 10th floor this time, instead quickly going to support other floors. The Frost Ghosts on other floors found themselves attacked from both front and rear, dying quickly and cleanly. Su Lang and the 4 women tallied their gains, various supplies, and the total copper coins increased to 270,000, 10,000 less than the previous round. This was unavoidable. Monster drop rates fluctuate and can't be completely quantified. My soldiers are all gone again. The Frost Ghost King heard the fighting sounds inside the building, gradually fading, and saw players beginning to appear in the corridors, finding it utterly bewildering. The building assault hadn't even lasted half an hour before all the Frost Ghost soldiers were dead. Unlike usual, the Frost Ghost King didn't leave immediately. Instead, he remained with a dark expression, deep in thought. After a long while, he waved his hand and left with his personal guards. The guards didn't forget to carry away the Frost Throne. They'd need to bring it back tomorrow, so no point wasting it. That monster seems quite intelligent. Li Xuan, wrapped in wolf fur, watched the Frost Ghost King's retreating figure with a deeply furrowed brow. Li Wenwen stood beside him, her small face pale from the cold, quietly asking, will that Frost Ghost King eventually attack the building too? I saw players who got close to him getting instantly killed. His strength is terrifying. Probably, Li Xuan gave a non-committal answer. Just then 2 players approached. Uncle Wen, are you recruiting people here? Yes, tell me your basic information. Our skills include... You don't meet the requirements. Li Xuan shook his head, and the 2 players left disappointed. Watching the players gradually gathering in the corridor, Li Xuan's brow furrowed again, feeling like the player's survival rate is too high. A man with sharp, square eyebrows and a powerful build walked over. This was 5th floor leader Tang Zi, accompanied by 5 tenants. Li Xuan said gravely, high, unusually high. I've never seen any game round where, with the game time nearly half over, so few people have died. Probably the survival game is going to ramp up the difficulty for us later, Tang Zi said helplessly. Li Xuan nodded in agreement, then looked at the people with Tang Zi and asked, where are you all heading? You've only been scavenging for half an hour and the outside supplies haven't respawned yet, right? Of course we're going to gather wood, Tang Zi smiled. Cold protection supplies are skyrocketing in price now. Better to prepare more, who knows how cold it'll get later. Old Li, do you want to come along? I'll pass, too lazy to run around. I'd rather go back and practice my skills. Li Xuan shook his head. Wood wasn't easy to find in modern schools. Most desks and chairs weren't solid wood anymore. There was plenty of wood in the forests, but it was all green timber that couldn't be used. Tang Zi immediately said, then you don't need your wolf fur anymore, right? Sell me the extra. Whatever the highest price for wolf fur becomes later, I'll make up the difference to you. The players following Tang Zi all brightened up. Wrapping yourself in 2 layers of wolf fur was most comfortable, and some of them didn't even have one piece yet. I knew you didn't come here just to chat. Li Xuan smiled and shook his head, then sold the wolf fur to Tang Zi. Although they weren't close neighbors, they often chatted and looked out for each other. Having obtained what he wanted, Tang Zi laughed heartily and took his leave. In the vast, heavy snowfall, players entering it looked like worker ants disappearing into a white world. Midnight struck and the dormitory broadcast sounded right on time. The blood servants began their nightly visits to the dorms. Zhang Dahai hid inside a shipping container waiting for good news. Due to certain reasons, he could block monsters' perception, so he could move freely outdoors even during rest periods. After this game round ends, I should be able to upgrade all my turrets. Sigh, if only I could make it into the top 10. Otherwise, I can't increase the number of turrets and Zyre often won't be safe. Speaking of which, what will it be like later when all the players on every floor are high-level players, with 4 or 5 turrets per dorm room? Won't monsters just die as soon as they arrive? He was mentally calculating various things when Su Lang's private message popped up. 200 Su Lang, all 10 mysterious creatures are dead. 33 Zhang Dahai received. Zhang Dahai's heart jumped. He immediately left the shipping container, quickly searched the surrounding area, then headed to the supply point. The nearest quality supply point is the gymnasium. And the best places for supplies in the gymnasium are the martial arts area, tennis area, and equipment room. Familiar with the route, Zhang Dahai moved stealthily, even putting away his frost torch to avoid detection by people in the dorm building. Only after entering the gymnasium did he relight the frost flame torch. 3 frost flame torches gathered together created a bright flame that illuminated a figure that made Zhang Dahai's hair stand on end. It's you, Dahai, Li Xuan stepped down from the practice platform. The firelight illuminated his face, but his body remained in darkness, like a painting divided into light and shadow by the flames. A long spear suddenly appeared in his right hand, its tip scraping the ground and drawing sparks. With a sway of his left hand, all 3 torches ignited simultaneously. Uncle Wen, why are you out here? Zhang Dahai's heart pounded as he slowly stepped backward. He had never known that Li Xuan's scholarly, gentle face could appear so sinister and frightening when he wasn't smiling. The torches gathered together won't go out easily, so I think I can kill those monsters. That's why I came out. Li Xuan continued approaching, his brow lowered, his gaze appearing both vague and focused. Zhang Dahai took a light breath. You're truly insane. No choice, for my daughter's sake, I have to risk my life. Li Xuan gave a hollow smile, then suddenly asked, are you also a sequence holder? Zhang Dahai's expression stiffened. Seems you are too. Correct, Li Xuan nodded, asking again, what's your sequence level? D. Zhang Dahai replied. Li Xuan nodded, yet his footsteps didn't stop. Zhang Dahai's psychological pressure instantly maxed out. Damn. This old ghost's sequence level must be either C rank or at the forefront of D rank. Zhang Dahai glanced sideways at the terrain behind him, realizing there was no more room to retreat, and prepared to take action. But at that moment, Li Xuan's figure stopped, his gaze still appearing both vague and focused as he looked at Zhang Dahai, but instead asking, the torch in your hand, you probably bought it from Su Lang, right? Yes, Zhang Dahai had a sudden inspiration, his confidence suddenly growing a bit, nodding. I'm cooperating with Lang Ji. Li Xuan nodded, figured as much. Su Lang must have killed all the monsters, then notified you, otherwise you wouldn't have come out to search for supplies so early. Heh, even faster than me. Zhang Dahai felt Li Xuan's oppressive aura diminish, knowing the borrowed authority had taken effect, and quickly added, Uncle Wen, all the supplies I found earlier at the gymnasium can be returned to you. About this matter, I'm truly sorry. As it should be, Li Xuan nodded, then suddenly asked unexpectedly, By the way, do you know what Su Lang's sequence is? Zhang Dahai smiled bitterly. How would I know that? Trying to trick him was useless because he genuinely didn't know. Li Xuan put away his long spear, suddenly sighing with admiration, truly remarkable. What are you referring to? Zhang Dahai asked cautiously. This is only the third round of games in this building, yet two sequences have already appeared consecutively, and neither are the lowest E-rank sequences. For one dormitory building to produce so many sequences. That's why I say this Mad King dormitory building is truly remarkable. Heh, yes indeed, Zhang Dahai forced a smile. Although he also had a sequence, he never considered confronting Li Xuan head-on. Everyone in the entire dormitory building knew how fierce this old guy was. And after his daughter entered the survival game, he became like a completely different person. While most others relied on attack facilities for points, he earned all his points through manual combat. Over 20,000 points, having killed at least over 100 monsters. Moreover, Zhang Dahai had no doubt that Li Xuan had genuinely intended to eliminate him at first. Bringing out the long spear was one thing, but also taking out the torch. Wasn't that precisely to prevent him from escaping in the dark? By the way, since you have a good relationship with Su Lang, let's ask together what Su Lang's sequence is. Let's all lay our cards on the table. Okay, this guy got caught by Li Xuan. Seeing the series of messages Zhang Dahai sent, Su Lang raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling somewhat surprised. He wasn't surprised that someone dared to enter the polar night. After all, the frost flame torches were prepared precisely for that purpose. But Zhang Dahai just happening to get caught by Li Xuan really felt like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. 33 Zhang Dahai. Lang Ji, my sequence is D12 Edgewalker. Uncle Wen's sequence is C39 Martial Master. What's yours? 200 Su Lang, I don't have a sequence. Zhang Dahai. Bro, do you even believe that yourself? 200 Su Lang, my girlfriend has a sequence. Tong Chi has a C-rank sequence, ranking in the top 50 ghost controller. Since she controls ghosts, isn't it reasonable that she knows some 5 ghosts transporting wealth? This is the reason our progress has been so fast. Money, Tong Chi is actually the hidden powerhouse. Zhang Dahai exclaimed, feeling deeply shocked inside. What's wrong? Li Xuan turned and asked. The two of them floor-sweeping together had significantly increased their speed, and nearly half of the gymnasium area had already been cleared. Tong Chi's sequence is C-rank ghost controller. She knows 5 ghosts transporting wealth, so Lang Ji's facilities have been upgrading quickly because he's not short on money. Zhang Dahai explained, recalling the rumors about Tong Chi summoning little ghosts. Actually a C-rank sequence. A flash of shock appeared in Li Xuan's eyes, then he frowned thoughtfully. But if it's just money, how do you explain those facilities of his that aren't sold in the supermarket? That 5 ghosts transporting wealth ability definitely isn't limited to just delivering copper coins to him. Zhang Dahai nodded repeatedly, I think so too. Dahai, Li Xuan stared at Zhang Dahai, his expression turning solemn. What's wrong? Zhang Dahai instinctively stepped back. Do you know why I left my original dormitory building? Li Xuan continued without waiting for Zhang Dahai's answer. Because I obtained this sequence by snatching it from a powerhouse, and sequences possess indestructible characteristics, meaning they can be dropped as loot. If he hadn't left his original dormitory building, that powerhouse would have eliminated him by now. Zhang Dahai processed this information, then suddenly retreated 7 or 8 meters in shock. Uncle Wen, what are you planning? To kill me or Tong Chi? Li Xuan remained standing in place. You're overthinking it. I don't want to provoke Su Lang, and as for you, the ranger sequence is too dangerous. It wouldn't be good for my daughter to have it. Moreover, sequences can conflict with each other, so you don't need to worry about me coveting your sequence. What I want to say is, since there were sequences in the previous 2 rounds, maybe this round has one too. I want you to assist me in obtaining it. Zhang Dahai breathed a sigh of relief. So that's what it is, you scared me to death. But about this sequence you mentioned, I have no information at all. How can I help you? Li Xuan smiled mysteriously, pulling out an information slip and waving it. I have the information here. After we succeed, I'll definitely reward you handsomely. When the polar night faded, players swarmed out of the dormitory building to search for supplies. They discovered that the probability of supplies appearing this time was even smaller. Many people began to speculate. Perhaps the polar night wasn't within the refresh time, so supplies wouldn't refresh, or maybe there really were looting frost ghosts that didn't leave, taking everything during the polar night environment. This was the dormitory's blatant open scheme. In any case, opinions varied, and some were even shouting about forming teams to go out during tomorrow's polar night. As one of the biggest beneficiaries of the item disappearance incident, Su Lang naturally profited immensely. At this moment, he was in the study, ignoring the turbulent changes in the chat room and focusing on practicing the dragon-elephant combat method. His fist techniques roared through the air with vigor. As he practiced to the later stages, one of his elbows sliced through the air creating a sonic whistle, then he withdrew his energy. Constitution attribute +1. Keeping up this kind of training is a bit exhausting too. I need to balance work and rest, Su Lang murmured to himself. Feeling he still had a bit of stamina left, he inexplicably opened his chat history with Yifan, whom, 1 against 4, gotta say there's still some pressure. During the last few times near the end, I felt my heart beating a bit fast. Should I give it a try? With this thought, Su Lang began working out, click tilde. The more he did, the more energetic he became. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a door opening nearby. Cao Yaxuan's exquisitely beautiful face peeked in, her expression instantly turning peculiar. What was Su Lang doing? Interrogating an invisible female agent. Is there something you need? Su Lang stood up unhurriedly and said calmly. Cao Yaxuan studied Su Lang for a moment. Seeing his expression was normal, she spoke. Hui found Haagen-Dazs in the cafeteria and gave us some. Would you like some? Eating ice cream in such cold weather, Su Lang wiped his sweat and said casually. It's delicious, Cao Yaxuan pouted. Su Lang nodded and walked out of the study. His eyes fell upon several women sitting around a small table. Next to them was a small fire pit built from bricks, with wood burning fiercely inside. Lang Ji, try it quickly. Tong Chi pattered over to Su Lang and handed an ice cream cone covered in chocolate crumbs to his mouth. Su Lang bit off the chocolate ball on top in one bite and his face immediately contorted. So damn cold, how is it? Isn't it delicious? Tong Chi said happily. We made this ourselves. Su Lang kept puffing out cold air. It's delicious but just too cold. Who told you to eat so much at once? Cao Yaxuan snorted. You made these yourselves. Su Lang's gaze swept over the small table, seeing cones, ice cream, mint leaves, and chocolate. Yes, Tong Chi nodded. Cao Yaxuan smiled. Tong Chi's ghost pet helped too. During their usual free time, Tong Chi would summon her ghost pet to handle small tasks. This made controlling it later feel more natural and effortless, like using her own arm. This awful weather, who knows when it will return to normal? Sherry suddenly sighed. Even while warming herself by the fire, she still felt threads of cold. Of course, when the game ends. Cao Yaxuan gave the answer everyone knew. She sat on the stool, her palms absorbing the fire's warmth, her eyes flickering between light and shadow. She inexplicably thought of many distant memories and suddenly sighed. I wonder how Father and the others are doing. I miss them so much. These words left the other women somewhat silent, except for Sherry. She always maintained extremely high enthusiasm for the dorm survival game. Don't be sad, Yaxuan. As long as we survive, we will definitely find a way to leave this game. Shirley smiled faintly to comfort her. But I'm just sad. I don't know what meaning there is in living like this. People live just to live. There's no inherent meaning, just like ocean waves and sunlight, they are part of nature, Su Lang said, wagging his finger. Saying something like that is like claiming your previous life had meaning. Cao Yaxuan was immediately left speechless, but she also felt there was some truth to what Su Lang said. People are going to die anyway. Basic Nightmare Coins 80, conversion rate 474%, 8-hour total production. 459 Nightmare Coins. Total Nightmare Coins, 3168. Nightmare Coins have finally broken 3,000. A glint of light flashed in Su Lang's eyes. He quietly got up to wash up. By the time he returned to the living room, he saw Sherry and the others were still asleep, so he started cooking. There was still 1 hour until the game started. After eating, he could elevate himself to peak condition. Su Lang felt this life rhythm was just right. Not long after, Sherry and the others woke up one after another. Only Cao Yaxuan was still sleeping. Still minus 30 degrees. I wonder if there will be any announcement at 6 o'clock. The first thing Wang Yajai did after getting out of bed was check the thermometer. If the temperature drops further, people will really freeze to death. The price of cold-proof supplies on the trading network has already quadrupled. Tong Chi was slightly worried. Food's ready, there's chicken soup today. Go wash up quickly. Su Lang carried a small clay pot to the dining table and said to the women. While Tong Chi and the others went to wash up, Su Lang saw Cao Yaxuan was still sleeping, so he walked over and pinched her butt. Ouch, Cao Yaxuan turned over and woke up. I want to sleep today, I don't want to move. In idol groups, there's a center position. She usually filled that role, so it was normal for her to be more tired. Suit yourself. Seeing this, Su Lang didn't insist. He turned around to light the small fire pit, raising the room's temperature. Even though dry wood was quite expensive now, Su Lang's household could definitely afford it. Put it this way, as long as Su Lang didn't intentionally create a blood grudge to attract monsters, no player could outlast him. During the meal, footsteps and conversations came from the corridor. Wu Huihui and the others were returning to their dorm rooms one after another. Hiss tilde so cold, Sister Huihui. I hope it doesn't get any colder, I really can't take it. Let's get home quickly. I have 2 sets of cotton quilts at my place. Wo Zio Yan, you've struck it rich. Money doesn't matter, being able to survive is more important than anything. Hee hee, that's true. But Zio Yan, if I get too cold, can I hide at your place for an hour? Sure. Later. 10 minutes before the game started, Su Lang entered a meditation state until the dormitory broadcast woke him up. Dormitory broadcast. The Frost Ghost Army has gathered once again. Learning from their 3 previous defeats, the Frost Ghost King has summoned powerful warriors from his tribe, deciding to take things slow this time. Game countdown 3 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. The corridor was sparsely populated with players. It was just too cold outside, so everyone was huddled indoors gathering information through the chat room. Su Lang stood firm in the wind and snow, his gaze once again meeting the Frost Ghost Kings, while his peripheral vision took in the changes in the Frost Ghost Army. The Frost Ghost Army's formation was nearly half the size of yesterday's, but carried a much more elite aura, even including level 5 elite monsters. Frost Ghost Centurion. Type monster. Level 5. Skills. Command Frenzy Battle-Axe Mastery Super Individual. Introduction, the super elite of the Frost Ghost Clan who can fight 1 against 100. In Frenzy state, their aggressiveness increases dramatically and they fear no pain. They are beings feared by all creatures on the Frost Plains. Aside from 10 such elite monsters, there were no other changes in the Frost Ghost Army. But with these 10 elite monsters leading the front, the pressure of guarding the doors would definitely be much greater than yesterday. This was Su Lang's first time seeing a level 5 monster. He saw that it had a pair of frost-covered bull horns, a robust upper body, leather armor around its waist, and feet that resembled hooves. It looked extremely formidable just from appearance. Noticing Su Lang's shifting gaze, the Frost Ghost King narrowed his eyes, suddenly waved his hand, and a 10-member squad led by a Frost Ghost Centurion began advancing toward the dormitory building. At the same time, he spread his arms, and a blizzard spontaneously generated. Instantly, the temperature between heaven and earth dropped sharply. Seeing only one squad coming upstairs, Su Lang deliberately made a provocative gesture toward the Frost Ghost King, then opened the chat room with a distracted expression. 49 Li Xuan. Everyone be careful, monsters with super individual are extremely powerful and possess the strength to break down doors single-handedly. 44 Wang Gao. At Li Xuan Uncle Wen has the temperature outside dropped. 77 Zhou Daha, yeah, the weather is our biggest threat. 44 Wang Gao, it dropped, I feel even colder inside my room. 49 Li Xuan. The Frost Ghost King sent soldiers over, first floor be careful image. Among the people on the lower floors, aside from Li Xuan who was bold due to his skills, no one else dared to stick their heads out, afraid of being attacked by Frost Ghost guards. 186 Wu Huihui. Seems like only this one squad is coming, forget it, I won't throw gas cylinders image. Dorm rooms 1 and 2 on the first floor had already been breached. Once the monster squad reached the first floor, Dorm 3 would face the greatest danger. However, the player in Dorm 3 adopted a very bold strategy at this moment. He turned off the turret's automatic attack mode. He was gambling, betting that this so-called Centurion had greater intelligence. Because Dorm 4 had weaker defenses. If the Frost Ghost Centurion preferred picking on easier targets, he would bypass Dorm 3 and directly attack Dorm 4. The Dorm 3 owner led his tenants to hide in the corner of the room, trying to minimize their presence and aura. After what felt like an eternity of nerve-wracking waiting, sounds of monsters attacking a door came from next door. Hello. The Dorm 3 owner showed a relieved smile, and all the tenants also revealed comforting smiles. In the first floor corridor, the Frost Ghost Centurion raised his giant axe and fiercely chopped at Dorm 4's door, while other Frost Ghosts violently attacked the turret. Damn, what do we do? One axe chop takes over 10 durability points. Su Rulin felt his scalp go numb as he continuously repaired the door, while saying to the tenants repairing the turret beside him. Quick, go to the chat room and ask for help. For Wu Sui, brothers, help. Our door's about to break, send some steel materials, please. 38 Liu Yu, who's still hoarding steel materials now. Everyone's stockpiling cold protection supplies. You'd be better off asking people on your floor to help you. 5 Zhu Yan, bro, pay attention to my movements. Just as the Frost Ghost Centurion was enthusiastically attacking, 2 crossbow bolts shot over from Dorm 5. Immediately after, Dorm 5's door opened and a Molotov cocktail flew over, exploding on the Frost Ghost Centurion. Zhu Yan wanted to check the burning effect, but when he saw the flames extinguished almost instantly by the cold air, he quickly closed the door. Roar, the Frost Ghost Centurion roared toward Dorm 5, raised his giant axe high, and with one chop completely shattered the steel door. The Dorm 4 owner frantically stumbled backward, watching the Frost Ghost soldiers pouring in, let out a scream, and tried to slip through the door gap to escape certain death. However, the Frost Ghost Centurion deftly twisted his giant axe and sliced off half of the owner's body. Battle Axe Mastery. A mastery-level skill might not be considered divine, but it was at least equivalent to 4 or 5 years of training for ordinary humans. The gap between players and monsters was still too large. With the Frost Ghost Centurion's terrifying physique, forget fighting players with slightly stronger constitutions, even killing lions and tigers wouldn't be particularly difficult. Everyone in the chat room was watching the Dorm 4 players, and when they saw all their names turn dim, they knew what had happened. In Dorm 5, Zhu Yan didn't say a word and directly rushed out of his dorm, leaping and flipping his way directly to the second floor. Damn, it's really cold. Zhu Yan cursed under his breath, peeked over, noticed the Frost Ghost Centurion was smashing his dorm and became even more distraught. You motherfucking beast, damn smashed up animal. Although he had invested half his resources in himself, the dorm facilities had also consumed considerable effort. Moreover, once the dorm door was broken, if he didn't return within a short time, his dorm level would drop to 0 and he would become a wanderer. Whoosh! The Frost Ghost guards drew their bows and several cold arrow shafts shot over. Zhu Yan reacted quickly, only getting his arm grazed by one arrow, the pain making him gasp sharply as he shouted, "Second floor brothers, turn off your attack facilities. I need to pass through." He didn't dare climb walls anymore since the Frost Ghost guards had already noticed him. Now he could only use the stairs. After the Frost Ghost squad broke through 2 dorms in succession, the other players could no longer remain seated. 49 Li Xuan. Brothers, the monsters have abandoned their strategy of blocking doors with large forces, which also gives us an opportunity. Players with strong personal strength, come with me to the first floor to kill monsters. Be careful not to climb walls, there are Frost Ghost guards. 21 Zhang Liang, count me in. 24 Sun Tian, if Brother Liang is going, then I'm going too. The group marched grandly to the first floor and launched a decisive ambush, while the Frost Ghost Centurion was attacking a dorm. A large number of items and skills were all directed at him, instantly reducing the Frost Ghost Centurion to half health. That's right, only half health. The strength of level 5 elite monsters was still too formidable. Seeing Li Xuan's group show themselves, the Centurion roared and charged forward. The other monsters also bared their claws and followed behind. Li Xuan's seemingly unfocused gaze suddenly sharpened. Instead of retreating, he advanced, stabilizing the group's morale while simultaneously thrusting his spear toward the Centurion's neck. The moment the Frost Ghost Centurion raised his axe to block, Li Xuan retracted his spear and lightning fast stabbed the former's abdomen, managing 3 thrusts in an instant. Roar, seeking death, the Frost Ghost Centurion instantly entered frenzy mode, his giant axe whirling into a snowstorm vortex, forcing Li Xuan to retreat step by step. Bang, bang. Other players were either firing guns or shooting arrows, filling in the damage. Eventually, the group was forced back to the stairwell. Bomb time. Just then, a short bomb monster jumped out, holding a crystal bomb covering its furry ears when throwing it. However, that middle-aged female tenant from Dorm 49 had long been watching this monster. She formed hand seals and chanted incantations. Wind. A whirlwind spontaneously arose, altering the crystal bomb's flight path. Boom. The crystal bomb exploded amidst the monster group, simultaneously detonating other bombs carried by the bomb monster, creating a chain explosion effect. The Frost Ghost Centurion's back was instantly blown apart, sending it flying forward. Amid the deafening explosion, Li Xuan let out a low shout, sinking his stance and dropping his elbows as his spear suddenly thrust out, accurately piercing through the Frost Ghost Centurion's throat. The Frost Ghost Centurion collapsed to the ground, twitched once and died, scattering several shiny drops. Li Xuan casually stepped forward, taking the opportunity to stab several more injured monsters to death. Just then, a volley of arrows came flying over. The Frost Ghost guards had launched their attack. Li Xuan quickly crouched to dodge, and after the arrow volley passed, swiftly collected the items before darting back into the corridor. Uncle Wen's. Several players looked at him with slightly strange expressions. They hadn't gotten any loot, nor had they earned any points. This felt somewhat wasteful. Li Xuan understood their meaning and showed a gentle smile. Report all your consumption to Xiao Hong, he'll reimburse you later. Great. Thanks, Uncle Wen. Much appreciated, Uncle Wen is so generous. Cheers erupted among the players. Although the players who could come out weren't weak, when there's free benefits to take, only fools would refuse, they definitely had to grab whatever they could. On the 10th floor, Su Lang learned through the chat room that Li Xuan and his group had already succeeded and couldn't help but frown. He had been standing here for so long, yet that Frost Ghost King remained completely unmoved. He pulled out his gun, about to shoot the Frost Ghost King a couple times to raise its blood pressure, when he saw the Frost Ghost King's face alternating between green and red, suddenly shouting an order for all monsters to attack the building together. Originally thinking that slowly besieging the city would gradually break down this damned building, he never expected it would backfire and cost him an entire squad, which made him extremely furious. Perfect. Finally didn't have to watch others play anymore. Su Lang happily fired 2 shots, the bullets cutting through the wind and snow toward the Frost Ghost King, only to be blocked by a layer of ice blue protective shield. The Frost Ghost King's icy gaze shot directly at Su Lang, like 2 frozen blades. The killing intent between them grew increasingly intense. Seeing the Frost Ghost King still sitting steadily among the Frost Ghost guards, Su Lang gave a thumbs-down gesture as a taunt. If this guy didn't come, he didn't dare use his 3,000 nightmare coins. There was no choice, all its information showed question marks, and Su Lang didn't dare gamble. If he lost the bet, his entire family would die. Listening to the commotion downstairs, Su Lang took a deep look at the Frost Ghost King before unhurriedly returning to his dorm. This time, the main force of the Frost Ghost Army's building attack was directly placed on the 10th floor. 1 Frost Ghost Centurion leading 3 squad leaders, 30 soldiers, 30 Frost Wolves, and 3 bomb monsters swarmed forward. Generally, when monsters attack buildings under command, they deploy their main forces at the bottom. But now it was completely reversed. The Frost Ghost King looked toward the 10th floor corridor, his expression gradually darkening. The monster distribution on other floors was orderly, but only on the 10th floor were the monsters forming a continuous line, and this line was constantly shortening. This Frost Ghost King is such an idiot. Why did he send all the Frost Wolves to the 10th floor? In Dorm 77, Joe Daha looked at the photos shared by 10th floor players in the chat room, his eyebrows furrowing behind his gold-rimmed glasses. Damn it, those golden dog monsters are all going to be cleaned up by that kid again, one tenant cursed. Joe Daha shook his head helplessly, mentally calculating how many wolf pelts Su Lang now possessed. The drop rate for wolf pelts from Frost Wolves wasn't low. On average, 1 pelt dropped every 3 wolves. After this wave, Su Lang would get at least 10 wolf pelts. Thinking about this gave him a headache. Brother Ha, should we still take those cold-proof supplies? Take them? Why wouldn't we? The temperature is already minus 40 degrees and it'll only get colder. By the way, tell other investors to transfer more funds. We're running short. Got it. The turret's attack power is too weak, can't earn many points. In Dorm 180, Su Ruyan looked at the long line of monsters outside and sighed with some regret. Sister, I think we can learn from Sister Huey Huey and mainly upgrade turrets from now on. Su Xiaomeng pursed her lips and said quietly, that would be too risky. Su Ruyan's eyes flickered, about to reject the idea, but thinking of Su Lang's uniqueness, she changed her words. We can try. We might develop into a fully offensive floor in the future. Su Xiaomeng's small face showed confusion. Su Ruyan patiently explained. After 3 rounds of games, all unupgraded dorms in a building will be collectively upgraded once. That means after this round ends, all our dorms will have turrets. By then, the relationships between players on different floors will become closer. The real game only begins after the 3rd round. Ha, I'm going to kill a big monster. In Dorm 186, Wu Huey pressed against the peephole, her face full of excitement. Outside the corridor, the Frost Ghost Centurion was punched against the wall by a spring fist, and just as it tried to get up, the spring gauntlet launched its next attack, smashing it against the wall again. After several repetitions, the Frost Ghost Centurion was actually cheesed to death. When Wu Huey saw the drops, her pupils contracted, almost making her open the door to collect them. The Frost Ghost Centurion had dropped nothing less than a blueprint, and judging by the pattern, it was a door blueprint. We hit the jackpot, we hit the jackpot, we hit the jackpot. Ting Ting Zio Zhu, we've struck gold. The Frost Ghost Centurion dropped a door design blueprint. Wu Huey shouted excitedly. The 2 girls cheered joyfully. A design blueprint dropped by a level 5 monster must be at least level 4, right? Huey, we absolutely cannot let this information get out, otherwise others who have the raw materials might hold us hostage. Nai Xiaozhu celebrated for a moment before thinking of another issue. Currently in Dorm 186's trio, Wu Huey was the core, Wang Tingting was gradually becoming Wu Huey's assistant, and Nai Xiaozhu was the strategist, forming something of an iron triangle. Right, we must keep this absolutely secret. Wu Huihui held her breath in excitement. Since it was a blueprint dropped by the Frost Ghost Centurion, the materials required for the blueprint were likely related to the raw materials dropped by the Frost Ghosts. What an exhilarating defensive battle this has been, Su Lang exclaimed with emotion. On the surveillance screen, all the Frost Ghosts had fallen to the ground, unable to rise again. Haha, yes, the Golden Eagle wing crossbow was practically smoking from all the shooting, it worked so hard. Cao Yakshuan said cheerfully. Like farmers celebrating a bountiful harvest, the group surged out of the dorm door. Learning from the last ambush experience, Su Lang didn't bend down to collect items, but remained fully alert to any potential dangers. Although the monsters in this building attack were of higher quality, their numbers were greatly reduced, so they only dropped a small amount of copper coins. The items could make up for some monetary loss, though selling them would take time. Wu Huihui and the other players quickly finished collecting the loot, then went to support the players on the lower floors. The level 5 elite monster was particularly difficult to deal with. Other floors were still locked in fierce battles, and some names in the chat room had already turned dim. Su Lang's expression remained calm, showing no intention of going to help. If the players below couldn't withstand this little bit of pressure, they would have difficulty surviving later on. Plus, if he went, he might be accused of kill stealing. Of course, the most important reason was that he didn't want to take risks. Forget about being ambushed, he wasn't even sure he could defeat Li Xuan alone. Although he could urgently upgrade the Jade Burial Suit or something similar, that would disrupt his own development rhythm and it wasn't necessary. Just as he was about to turn back to his dorm, a figure vaulted up the stairwell and rushed toward Su Lang, saying, Langji, are you still accepting tenants here? This hurried player was none other than Zhu Yan, who had become a wanderer. At this moment, he couldn't access either the chat room or the trading network, and he was panicking badly. What do you think? Su Lang raised an eyebrow in response. Zhu Yan gave an embarrassed laugh. Although he had once been Su Lang's classmate, they didn't have any personal relationship. And as for classmates, Su Lang had already killed who knows how many of them. Try going to Li Xuan's place. At least you have a wall-hanging skill, which is pretty good, Su Lang said calmly. When dealing with outsiders, he didn't want to appear too friendly, just like how he initially treated Cao Yakshuan. Okay, thank you for the advice, Lang Ji. Zhu Yan responded, then couldn't help but complain. Back then, I was bewitched and kept feeling like someone was out to get me, insisting on becoming a dorm owner. I wasted so many resources and now it's all ruined. Many highly educated talents want to start their own ventures, only to discover later that their proud advanced degrees are merely the entry threshold for junior positions at major companies. Zhu Yan was in exactly that situation now. Ultimately, it came down to insufficient gaming experience. Zhu Yan quickly left, mentally prepared to put on a good performance in front of Li Xuan. What a shame none of the 3 Frost Ghost Centurions dropped skill scrolls. It's fine, his skills don't seem very suitable for us anyway. Ouch, so cold, so cold. Light the fire quickly, light the fires. Inside dorm 200, the women hurriedly lit the fire. Don't you want to wrap yourselves in a few more wolf pelts? Su Lang asked. Wearing too many layers is uncomfortable. Cao Yakshuan shook her head in refusal. If other players heard this, they'd grind their teeth in frustration. With only a few days left until the game ended, Su Lang sat by the fire pit and discussed with the women, unanimously deciding to sell the wolf pelts in batches. These items had extremely strong timeliness. Once this round of the game passed, their value would plummet straight to the bottom. He currently had nearly 60 wolf pelts in hand, and the market price for wolf pelts had already broken through 2,000 copper coins, with the resistance level at 3,000 copper coins. Su Lang hadn't studied finance, but his position was much higher than Zhou Dahe's. That was, you couldn't harvest the retail investors too harshly, or it would affect the ecological environment. Selling all 60 wolf pelts would still net him 180,000. While this certainly wouldn't exhaust several hundred players, it could still cause market liquidity to wither for a while. Moreover, if he didn't sell the wolf pelts, others wouldn't be able to go out and create value for him. Then who would he sell his blood crystals to? Plus, he still had the blood flame lantern to sell. While they were discussing, the price of wolf pelts suddenly broke through 3,000 copper coins. The monsters had all been killed, and the Frost Ghost Guards had carried the throne away. At this moment, the first thing everyone needed to do was go out for floor sweeping. And the most important item for floor sweeping was wolf pelts. Seeing that the wolf pelts on the trading network had been snapped up, Su Lang began offloading his stock, listing 10 wolf pelts at once. 49 Zhu Yan, haha, Langji is generous. Please list more wolf pelts quickly. 43 Hu Zhui, Langji, how many more wolf pelts do you have there? 186 Wu Hui Hui. Lang, give me one too. 200 Su Lang, at Wu Hui Hui, didn't I already trade you several? 186 Wu Hui Hui, not enough. In the icy, snowy wilderness, Wu Hui Hui shivered as she ran into the cafeteria. Only those like them who were outside truly knew how cold the weather was. Just then, a trade notification popped up. Zhu Lang has initiated a trade with you. Accept reject. Wu Hui Hui's eyes lit up and she immediately clicked accept. Then the other party sent an inquiry. 200 Su Lang, how many do you want? 186 Wu Hui Hui, 3. Xiao Zhu Tingting and I all need them. After saying this, she entered 9,000 copper coins, and the other side listed 3 wolf pelts. Both parties completed the trade. In less than 3 minutes, Su Lang earned 39,000 copper coins. This was faster than robbery. The corners of Su Lang's mouth curled up in pleasure as he opened the chat room to continue observing market sentiment, while having Tong Chi monitor the wolf pelt prices on the trading network. 77 Joe Daha, at Su Lang, brother, do you still have wolf pelts? Sell them all, don't hoard. If everyone can't go out, many places won't get swept and resources will be wasted. 98 Wang Hands. At Su Lang, yeah, big shot, please stop hoarding. I want to go out for floor sweeping. 77 Yu Bao. At Su Lang, I also want to go out scavenging, but I'm out of money. Could you give me the wolf pelts first, big shot? I'll give you half of the supplies I sweep. 168 Li Li, seconded. Without wolf pelts, none of us can go out. Those with wolf pelts will swallow up all the natural resources. 22 Zhao Liang. I know some brothers are hoarding, but everyone's out of money and can't buy your goods. Please list the wolf pelts quickly. Just then Tong Chi shouted, Lang Ji, someone listed a frost wolf pelt for 4,000 copper coins. They actually raised the price by 1,000 copper coins directly. Su Lang was shocked internally and was about to open the trading network to check when Tong Chi added, it was instantly bought. Hahaha, wolf pelts hit 4,000. Joe Daha clapped his hands and laughed heartily. It was him who had just ordered his subordinate to list the wolf pelt, aiming to ignite market sentiment. And now, everything was developing according to his predictions. After discovering that one wolf pelt sold for 4,000 copper coins, many people exclaimed in disbelief, and other retail investors also began listing their wolf pelts. Buy, buy, buy. Take all the goods available, Joe Daha shouted loudly. Haji, people in the chat room are already saying this price is unreasonable, a subordinate quickly said. If it goes any higher, people might switch to buying firewood instead and just stay home, no longer going out for floor sweeping. Joe Daha loudly scolded, how many times have I told you all? Trading goes against human nature. When others are greedy, I fear. When others are fearful, I'm greedy. Don't you understand this basic principle? Additionally, I want you to flame all those players spreading negative comments. These are all troublemakers trying to drive the price down. Mere retail investors dare to oppose the market makers. Midnight arrived and the polar night descended. No more pleasant cooperation with Dahai, Su Lang sighed. At this moment he held a silver bullet in his hand. Holy silver bullet. Type consumable. Level 4. Effect. Silver bullet soaked in holy water deals massive damage and burning effects to vampires. Compatible with most firearm types. Upgrade condition, 120 nightmare coins. Description. A masterpiece from a vampire hunter. Zhang Dahai had found 3 such bullets last night, all collected by Su Lang. Unfortunately, such opportunities probably wouldn't come again. Some clever players, after learning he had eliminated all the vampires, had started exploring outside. The dorm survival game never lacked bold, action-oriented people, making someone like Su Lang who preferred lying low quite the anomaly. You couldn't exactly expect a multimillionaire to go do manual labor, could you? Su Lang, maybe we should go out and scavenge for supplies too. Cao Yaxuan licked her lips and spoke up. Su Lang glanced sideways at her. You really are restless. First, you're not going out, so there's no we. Second, it's too dangerous outside. Floor sweeping isn't as productive as my cultivation. Cao Yaxuan looked blank for a moment, then a flicker of recollection passed through her eyes. She remembered everything now. There was a time when Su Lang had spoken to her like this, back before Tong Chi and the others were around. Was the cautious, low-key version of Su Lang about to make a comeback? Then I'm going to lie down. Cao Yaxuan scurried over to the large bed and obediently laid down. I'm coming too. I've been sleeping so much these past few days I feel completely numb from it. Sherry ambled closely behind, using rather formal language. Tong Chi jingled her bell, commanding 10 little ghosts to carry her to the bed. Theoretically, when the little ghosts touched a target, they would apply the maiming skill, but Tong Chi could now freely control when these ghost pets used their skills. On the path of the ghost controller, Tong Chi had remarkable talent. Cao Yaxuan watched with envy, muttering under her breath, I want a sequence too. Su Lang, when are you going to get one for me? You think sequences are as common as cabbage? Su Lang retorted irritably. But I really want one tilde. Cao Yaxuan immediately started wriggling like a caterpillar, whining and grumbling. Su Lang ignored her and began cultivating with Wang Yazhai. Wang Yazhai's green lotus chi cultivation technique wasn't rigid about form, it could even be practiced lying down. But she didn't go to the bed, as that would distract her. Instead, she wrapped herself in 2 wolf pelts and sat upright on the sofa. Meanwhile, Su Lang went to the study to practice the dragon-elephant combat method, 2 workaholic grinders. Cao Yaxuan gritted her teeth, then grabbed Tong Chi in a hug. Don't, Sister Ya. Let me take a look. After completing a set of fist techniques, Su Lang began meditation. Feeling a slight headache, he drank some water to rest, then continued practicing his fist techniques. He repeated this cycle until 7 a.m., spirit +1, physique +1. In total, the dragon-elephant combat method had already increased his physique by 7 points, which was quite excellent. Finally broke through 20 spirit points. Su Lang casually conjured a 2-meter-long fire dragon that coiled around his body. Whoosh! He finally felt a bit warmer. Su Lang rubbed his hands together, breathed out a puff of warm mist, and stepped out of the study. Su Lang, why do you have special effects on? Cao Yaxuan, who had just woken up from her sleep, happened to see Su Lang surrounded by the dragon flames. My spirit attribute broke through 20 points. I'm testing how long the dragon flames can last. Su Lang replied. Spirit-based spells were quite peculiar, like the fire dragon technique. The farther the fire dragon was, the harder it was to maintain. The closer it was, the easier to control. Its form wasn't as rigid as skills in online games either. It could be altered in many ways according to the user's will. I see. I'm not jealous at all. Cao Yaxuan turned her back to Su Lang, her entire body radiating laziness, like a college student returning home for the new year. Seeing this, Su Lang shook his head, feeling that Cao Yaxuan was becoming more and more like a little pig. He should find a cultivation method for Cao Yaxuan to practice someday, otherwise he felt she might develop a little belly. What would he do if she got fattened up? Su Lang, the radio is turned on. Wang Yazhai sat by the tea table, her gaze directed at Su Lang. Connect to the channel, Su Lang nodded. 0 number accessing radio signal. Rainy Night Blade is continuously speaking. Users, Rainy Night Blade, Midnight Fierce 0, 100-ton King 0 number. Rainy Night Blade, only you few this morning. Anyone else, anyone else, anyone else. The rapid-fire speech in that mature male voice was particularly headache-inducing. Midnight Fierce 0, no one else, Brother Blade. Rainy Night Blade, looks like it's my teaching session today. You'll drain me dry sooner or later, Tusk. If you have questions, ask away. Midnight Fierce 0, first who is 100-ton King. Su Lang listened quietly. Even Midnight Fierce 0 didn't know this 100-ton King, likely a newcomer. Su Lang, bring the radio over here, we want to listen too. Cao Yaxuan called out. Su Lang felt somewhat speechless. Seeing all 3 women looking eagerly in his direction, he carried the radio over. Wang Yazhai followed as well, and the 5 of them sat circled on the bed. According to Rainy Night Blade, 100-ton King was a second-cycle player who had just accessed the radio station last night, a complete newbie among newbies. 100-ton King was currently introducing himself. His voice had a somewhat comical quality, fast and energetic with a bit of cadence like a vigorous young man. 100-ton King, greetings, esteemed experts. I'm a National Highway trainee with 2.5 years of practice, skilled at fatigued driving, drifting, and traffic jams. My favorite thing is sending others to another world. Thank you, everyone. 100-ton King. Just a newbie, please look after me. Midnight Fierce 0, your name and introduction are both pretty bizarre. 100-ton King. Because I was killed by a 100-ton truck, that's why I came to the dorm survival game. Midnight Fierce 0. Oh, is this a new recruitment method for the survival game? 100-ton King, not sure, but I'm quite grateful to the survival game. Otherwise, I'd be dead. Midnight Fierce 0. Damn, you're the only person I've seen, besides those maniacs, who actually thanks the survival game. Su Lang stroked his chin, thinking 100-ton King really came out ahead, getting a life for free. Who wouldn't like that? Rainy Night Blade, alright, I don't have much time today. If you have questions, ask them quickly. 0 number, expert, I've encountered an extreme cold environment instance here. First day was -5 degrees, second day -10 degrees, third day -30 degrees. I've stockpiled some cold-proof supplies. Do you have any good financial advice? Rainy Night Blades. First, tell me why it suddenly dropped to -30 degrees on the third day. 0 number, there's one with an unknown level. Rainy Night Blade, oh that overpowered monster you mentioned before, right? Environmental instance plus an overpowered monster, interesting. Midnight Fierce 0 interjected, and it's a dual environment instance. The other environment is Polar Night. Rainy Night Blade hiss tilde really. 0 number. Oh yes. Rainy Night Blade, you asked me before about dorm building unsealing, so your dorm building must have opened recently, and you probably haven't changed dorm buildings. 0 number run. Your dorm building is haunted. Sulang was covered in question marks, but before he could ask, 100-Ton King started questioning. 100-Ton King, what do you mean by that, Blade bro? Rainy Night Blades. Usually the first few rounds in dormitory buildings are simple defensive battles. They don't pull fancy environmental dungeon tricks like this, let alone double environments plus overpowered monsters. So his dormitory building has some danger. 100-Ton King, wait, Blade bro, you mean there are differences between dormitory buildings? Rainy Night Blade, of course some dormitory buildings are super dangerous like they're cursed. Players who enter just die. 100-Ton King, hiss tilde then I'd better not change dormitory buildings. I got top player last round, I'm like a fish in water in this dormitory building. Rainy Night Blades. Hahaha, that works, looking forward to you winning top player consecutively. Midnight Fierce 0, 0 number, I'm really curious about your experience level. 0 number. Don't want to say headache. Changing buildings was a large-scale event. According to what Li Xuan and others said, every time they passed a round of the game, the dorm survival game would ask if they wanted to change buildings. However, the Mad King dormitory building seemed like this hadn't happened yet, giving a feeling of born as people of the Mad King dormitory building, die as ghosts of the Mad King dormitory building. Rainy Night Blades. Don't overthink it too much. If you can get top player in your original dormitory building, it means you're doing all right. Plus, dangerous dormitory buildings aren't without benefits. They tend to produce high-rarity items and will have advantages in future building wars. 0 number. Building wars. Rainy Night Blade. Hee, this is an ultra-exciting game that might only appear after 10 cycles. I'm not very clear about it either. Midnight Fierce 0. Blade bro tilde just tell us a bit tilde. Blade bro just tell us a bit tilde. 100-Ton King copied the style, making people's scalps tingle with his cutesy tone. Rainy Night Blade just laughed, becoming a riddle speaker, but he didn't mute himself either, instead starting to talk about Su Lang's situation. Rainy Night Blade. Generally, the more dangerous a dormitory building is, the stronger its characteristics are. Whether to transfer dormitory buildings or not is up to you to decide. Also, 0 number regarding your dungeon situation. I suggest you sell all your cold protection supplies one day early. This way other players can go out to find things, improving the overall strength of players. Moreover, the sudden temperature drop in your dormitory building is probably because that overpowered monster is casting spells. If that overpowered monster dies or leaves, the temperature might just bounce back, and you could suffer huge losses by then. A flash of inspiration struck Su Lang's mind, his eyes gleaming brightly. Rainy Night Blade had hit the key point. Perhaps the natural temperature of the day and night Ghost March dungeon was only -10 degrees Celsius, and the later temperature drop was entirely because of the Frost Ghost King. Veteran players were indeed veterans. Just one suggestion from an experience perspective was immensely beneficial. Su Lang, thank you, big shot. Rainy Night Blades. No need for thanks. Next, 100-Ton King and Midnight Fierce 0 also started asking questions. Tong Chi was listening attentively when a big hand reached over from behind, making her shrink into the blanket, bite her lips tightly, her gaze watery. After a moment, the other girls also noticed the movement over here. Don't press the voice chat button, Su Lang warned. Basic Nightmare Coins 80, conversion rate 474%, 8-hour total production 459 Nightmare Coins. Total Nightmare Coins, 3627. Game countdown 3 days 0 hours 53 minutes. Somehow feels like something's missing when getting up now. Su Lang sat up, looked around, then took out a small mirror. So it's because I'm not getting handsomer anymore. Has handsome cultivation reached its peak with no further progress possible? Damn it. Su Lang put on his clothes, then wrapped himself in 2 more wolf pelts before getting out of bed. Opening the door, heavy snow came roaring in. Su Lang took a breath of fresh air, casually brushed off the thick accumulated snow on the corridor guardrail. His palm felt icy cold, making his brain a bit more alert. Coincidentally, Wu Hui and the others were returning at this time and ran into Su Lang. Lang Ji, good morning. Wu Huihui blurted out inexplicably. Su Lang was silent for a moment, then said, "Good mornings." It was already past 5 p.m. in the afternoon, so Wu Huihui saying good morning probably meant she had figured out his family's sleep schedule. Whatever, this wasn't really secret information anyway. Cao Yaxuan and the others would also chat with girls on the same floor, so information getting leaked back and forth was normal. Huihui sis, it's afternoon now. Wang Tingting bumped Wu Huihui. Oh right, haha, Wu Huihui scratched her head and laughed. How was your harvest? Su Lang asked casually. Wu Huihui replied, not bad, dug up a few good items and 2 big gold jars. Big gold jars were the nickname for copper coin piles. Some places in the dormitory building hid many copper coins. In the first 2 rounds, big gold jars only had a few thousand copper coins, but by now the minimum was 10,000 copper coins. However, the refresh locations of these big gold jars were completely random. For Wu Huihui to dig up 2, her luck was genuinely good. That's pretty good, Su Lang nodded. After chatting a bit more, Wu Huihui returned to her dormitory. Su Lang took a deep breath and was about to turn back to his dormitory. Staying in the dormitory too long made it stuffy. He had just come out for some fresh air. At this moment, Tong Chi was also coming out of the dormitory. Lang Ji, I got little Tong a wolf pelt so he doesn't get frostbite. Tong Chi said cheerfully, holding a half piece of trimmed wolf pelt in her hand. Su Lang glanced at Ghost Child and noticed there was a layer of drifting snow on his head, feeling slightly ashamed. Because Ghost Child's role this round was almost 0, he had neglected paying attention to him. This really shouldn't have happened. After all, he was the big contributor last round. Tong Chi stepped forward, wiped the snow off Ghost Child's shrine and body, then wrapped the wolf pelt tightly around his shrine. Ghost Child sat upright in the shrine, only 2 dark, round eyes visible through a slit. Are you cold? Little Tong Chi extended her index finger through the slit and rubbed Ghost Child's round head. Ghost Child stared fixedly at Tong Chi and shook his head. Come back quickly for dinner. Cao Yaxuan's voice came from inside the dormitory. Tong Chi went inside first. Su Lang paused for a moment, then also imitated Tong Chi's action, extending his index finger to rub Ghost Child's head. Ghost Child was still well behaved. After both of them entered the room, Ghost Child closed the wolf pelt slit, blocking the wind and snow that came roaring in from outside. Dormitory broadcast. The Frost Ghost Army has gathered once again. After several days of fierce battles, the Frost Ghost Army has suffered heavy losses. The Frost Ghost King's anger toward the dormitory building continues to intensify. Right on time, the Frost Ghost Army arrived punctually. Su Lang wasn't standing in the corridor observing anymore. Like everyone else, he stayed holed up in his room, checking information through the chat room. This time, the Frost Ghost Army had even fewer regular soldiers, while Frost Ghost squad leaders and centurions became more numerous. Su Lang raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling that something wasn't quite right. Judging from the defensive battles of the past few days, the Twin Dragon Marble Launcher had limited effectiveness against high-level monsters. And this was his only level 5 turret. If its effectiveness dropped, the overall killing power of the entire dormitory would be greatly affected. Sure enough, when numerous big monsters filled the 10th floor corridor, the current configuration could no longer achieve thorough clearing. For other dormitory floors, today's difficulty only increased somewhat. Although the monster quality was higher, they were also more dispersed. However, for me, the difficulty coefficient doubled because the 10th floor corridor was constantly full. While repairing the durability of his super alloy steel door, Su Lang contemplated which turret to upgrade. In this round of the game, it was impossible to safely pass through relying solely on the Twin Dragon Marble Launcher, Golden Eagle Wing Crossbow, and Army Breaker Heavy Crossbow. Upgrading was inevitable sooner or later. Su Lang just hadn't expected this day to come so quickly. Lang Ji, Huihui, and the others are in danger. Just then, Tong Chi called out anxiously. Since Su Lang couldn't quickly clear the monsters here, the crowded monsters would attack other dormitories. And if Tong Chi said Wu Huihui and the others were all in danger, then the situation in other, weaker dormitories was unimaginable. Su Lang's expression turned serious. Having player casualties on the 10th floor was something he really didn't want to see. The atmosphere on the 10th floor was quite good now, with at least the vast majority of people harboring no ill will toward them. But once vacancies appeared on the 10th floor, more experienced players might transfer over in the next round, causing trouble. If they were a team of powerful, malicious veteran dormitory players, that would be no different from planting a time bomb. Considering this, Su Lang made a decisive decision to upgrade the turret. He didn't upgrade the somewhat outdated Army Breaker Heavy Crossbow, because if they survived this round, he could directly scrap and replace it in the next round. Similarly, he didn't upgrade the Golden Eagle Wing crossbow either, as that might not necessarily solve the current problem of being blocked at the door. Nightmare coins minus 840. Please choose from the following upgrade directions and make your selection within 1 minute. 1. Flaming Twin Dragon Marble Launcher. Original attributes unchanged. Marbles carry flame characteristic. Each marble requires 1500 copper coins. 2. Ice Soul Twin Dragon Marble Launcher. Original attributes unchanged. Marbles carry frost characteristic. Each marble requires 1500 copper coins. 3. Void Splitter. Slow attack speed, killing power 300 points. Projectiles carry a trace of void power. After firing, they split into 3 ricochet projectiles with 100-point killing power and 100-point durability. Each time a projectile hits a new enemy, it automatically splits into 3 new projectiles with halved durability. Each attack requires 500 copper coins. The Twin Dragon Marble Launcher was directly upgraded to level 6. The highest level turret among all other players on the entire floor was at most a level 4 turret, while Su Lang directly surpassed them by 2 levels. Keep in mind that the main door of Dorm 200 was only level 4. Unless under special circumstances, such an example as Dorm 200 would absolutely never appear in the game. Su Lang briefly scanned the attributes of the 3 turrets and chose the Void Splitter. A brilliant light flashed as the half of the Twin Dragon Marble Launcher remaining in the dormitory building turned pale purple, with its form undergoing some exquisite changes. Void Splitter. Type Attack Facility. Level 6. Killing Power 300. Attack Speed Slow. Durability 200. Effect 1 Scatter Shot. When firing, projectiles automatically split into 3 projectiles with 100 killing power and 100 durability, 500 copper coins per attack. Effect 2 Void Echo. After projectiles hit enemies, they automatically split into 3 projectiles with halved durability. Decomposition Yields. Void Power Device X1, Void Paint Film X5. Upgrade Conditions. 1500 Nightmare Coins. Introduction Void. The Frost Ghost Centurion raised its giant axe and fiercely chopped at the marble launcher, only to see the marble launcher suddenly turn purple and fire a projectile that carried pale purple turbid energy, seemingly condensed from liquid. These 3 projectiles with 100-point killing power and 100-point durability instantly tore him apart. Immediately after, this projectile split into 3 smaller projectiles with 100-point killing power and 50-point durability. How terrifying would a level 6 turret be in the 3rd round of the game? This was no different from an overpowered monster versus players. One shot cleared the area. That's right, just one shot cleared the area. The Void Splitter's effect was extremely explosive, instantly sweeping all monsters within 5 meters to the left to the ground. And all these cleared monsters showed one characteristic. The further forward the monster was, the more intact their corpses remained. The further back the monsters were positioned, the more gruesome their corpses became, with those at the very end instantly exploding into blood mist. With dozens or even hundreds of projectiles firing over, who could withstand that? Moreover, the projectile's killing power wasn't weak at all being 100 points. Inside the dormitory, Su Lang watched this scene through the monitoring screen and was equally astonished. He couldn't even count how many projectiles were at the end just now. Almost all monsters fell to the ground instantly. Even with his excellent eyesight, he couldn't clearly see how many times the projectiles had split. Later on, the projectile's durability became too low, with some disappearing upon hitting walls. If only the durability wouldn't decrease indefinitely. Perhaps if the Void Splitter continued upgrading, such an effect might truly appear. Dare not imagine, dare not imagine. Langji, what is this? Cao Yaxuan was replenishing the Golden Eagle Wing crossbow's durability when she saw the monsters being cleared with one shot, leaving her dumbfounded. What just happened? A flash of shock passed through Wang Yajai's clear, handsome eyes. She had just been browsing the trading network moments ago. How did so many monsters fall in the blink of an eye? What happened? Tong Chi's gaze focused as she exited the chat room. See for yourselves. Su Lang took a deep breath, shared the Void Splitter's information, then controlled the turret to fire one shot toward the right side. Similarly, one shot cleared the area, killing both level 5 and level 4 monsters alike. 2 explosive, defensive battles are so fun. Corridor defensive battles are even more fun among fun. What's going on? Wu Huihui saw the monsters that were breaking down the door rapidly charging forward and couldn't help but look confused. It should be Su Lang's side having new developments again, Wang Tingting guessed. Let me ask Yajai. Nizaya Aju quickly opened a private message to Wang Yajai. However, a long time passed with no reply from the other party. Wang Yajai saw the message, but she really didn't know how to respond. She couldn't exactly reveal that Su Lang had special skills, and if she lied, she'd need other lies to cover it up. So, although this approach might hurt their relationship somewhat, Wang Yajai still went through with it. There was no other way. While her relationship with Nizai Aju was decent, there was still a distinction between close and distant connections. Holy crap, what's going on? How is Lang Ji's points increasing like this? Yi Fan, hiding in his room, frequently checked the points leaderboard and noticed Su Lang's points would suddenly jump by nearly 10,000 points, then jump again by nearly 10,000 points, leaving him utterly shocked with his mouth agape. 33 Yi Fan, brother Dahai, quickly check Lang Ji's points. 33 Zhang Dahai, okay. Somewhere in an underground tunnel, a blood flame lantern hung on the wall, providing both illumination and warmth. Zhang Dahai put down his high-quality pickaxe, opened the points leaderboard, and immediately showed an expression of surprise. What super monster did Su Lang kill? How is his points increasing like this? Forget it, no point worrying about dormitory building matters anyway. Zhang Dahai shook his head, picked up his pickaxe, and continued digging. The tunnel stretched straight forward, already nearly 20 meters long. The further forward he went, the more ice fragments were in the earth, and it was getting progressively colder. Although Uncle Wen only paid me 100,000 copper coins for one sequence, he promised to help me get ranking next round and even boosted my constitution by 3 points. It's still quite worthwhile. Well, anyway, I just need to help out occasionally, don't need to be involved the whole time. Sister, all the monsters are gone, Su Zio Meng said softly in dorm 180. MHM, Su Ruyan nodded firmly, a flash of determination in her eyes. When the corridor monsters weren't being cleared out earlier, her heart had sunk considerably. Would Su Lang not be able to hold on? Being on the same floor as Su Lang made it easy to coast along, but once Su Lang fell, they'd have to declare GG too. She had started seriously doubting whether her previous thinking was correct. Was sending Su Zio Meng to Su Lang's dorm really a good choice? Actually, if she were alone, she wouldn't have felt such intense anxiety. If Su Lang fell, she was confident she could escape alone. All these changes stemmed from Su Zio Meng. One life could be as light as a feather, but 2 lives would be as heavy as Mount Tai. The Frost Ghost King saw his elite forces falling in droves in the 10th floor corridor and angrily slammed his frost throne. Outrageous, absolutely outrageous. It wasn't that he couldn't accept losses, but he couldn't accept losing so many soldiers without achieving any results. Just touching the door a couple times and then dying, what kind of trash are you? I must kill that man, I must kill him. The Frost Ghost King gritted his teeth until they creaked, red light flashing violently in his pupils. The Frost Ghost guards trembled in fear. Shoot, 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 what are you doing? Can't you see those people have come out of their dorms? The Frost Ghost King suddenly roared at the Frost Ghost guards, spraying saliva. On other floors where monsters were more scattered, players often peeked out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Frost Ghost guards hurriedly drew their bows and fired arrows toward the dormitory building. Bastards, no one has even come out, why are you shooting randomly? The Frost Ghost King was nearly exploding with rage. After being pressured again, the Frost Ghost guards were almost crying. Being a monster wasn't easy either. Less than 3 minutes after the Void Splitter appeared, all the monsters in front of Dorm 200 had been eliminated. Hugh, what an exhilarating defensive battle. Cao Yaxuan shook her head and sighed, putting on an exhausted expression. Su Lang glanced sideways at Cao Yaxuan, stealing my line on purpose, huh? He noted this grievance in his little book and would get revenge promptly tomorrow morning. Let's go out and collect the loot quickly, I see quite a few good items, Wang Yajai said with a light smile. With so much experience sorting through supplies, the girls had developed sharp eyes. Many items looked extraordinary just from their appearance. Su Lang and the 5 women went out to collect items, with Tong Chi releasing 5 little ghost guardians. Other players on the 10th floor didn't dare approach when they saw this from afar. Moreover, compared to previous days, most players now just peeked out, collected some supplies and went back inside, unwilling to stay out even 1 second longer. It was just too cold outside. Today the Frost Ghost King had come and cast some spells, causing the temperature to drop again, eventually stabilizing at -50 degrees Celsius. With the temperature dropping again, undoubtedly, cold protection supplies on the trading network had risen in price again. Also, because there were no Frost Wolves in the Frost Ghost army during this defensive battle, Frost Wolf pelts had become even more precious. Even though the monster attack on the building was still ongoing, players in all dormitories were monitoring the trading network, so market reactions were very quick. Su Ruyan came out of her room but didn't go to support the lower floors. Instead, she looked toward Su Lang's group. When she saw the wolf pelt wrapped around the shrine, her expression immediately became strained. What the hell, even your guardian spirit is wearing clothes now. Su Ruyan quickly approached, finally stopping in front of dorm 190 and not going further. Pretty good harvest this round, huh? Su Ruyan said, making conversation without having anything to say. Su Lang gave her a strange look and said, "They're still fighting downstairs and you're here to chat with me." The implication was, if you have something to say it, don't waste time. Su Ruyan's brow twitched, feeling quite nostalgic for the Su Lang who used to pay her for information. That guy who showed some potential back then had now left her so far behind in just one game round that she couldn't even see his taillights. "What have you thought about what I discussed with you last time?" Su Ruyan asked. Reserving a tenant spot, Su Lang raised an eyebrow. Hearing this, Cao Yakshuan and the others slowed their item collection and all looked at Su Ruyan simultaneously. "MHM," Su Ruyan nodded. "I already told you your sister doesn't qualify." Su Lang shook his head in refusal, his expression showing no fluctuation. Actually, he had some thoughts about it. If he really couldn't find other suitable candidates by the end of this game round, Su Xiaomeng wouldn't be a bad choice. After all, getting another point farming pal one day earlier would mean starting the snowball effect sooner. Plus, Su Xiaomeng herself didn't seem like the type of girl with many schemes. She should be able to integrate into dorm 200 quickly. "What if it's me then?" Su Ruyan said something shocking. "You?" Su Lang was somewhat surprised. "Aren't you going to take care of your sister?" As he spoke, he checked Su Ruyan's information. Name, Su Ruyan. Experience, 4 cycles in progress. Room numbers, 180 dorm owners. Comfort level, 98. Can increase nightmare coin conversion rate by 98%. Holy crap, the true goddess has descended. Starting with 98 comfort level, that's practically maxed out already. When Su Ruyan expressed her intention to become a tenant, Su Lang's perception of her immediately shifted from venomous snake to venomous beauty girlfriend, curvaceous figure, powerful strength, absolutely usable top-tier pal. This wasn't some venomous snake, this was clearly my exceptional tenant. "I'll move into your dorm and little Meng will move to dorm 199. I hope you can look after little Meng when the time comes," Su Ruyan said calmly. Cao Yakshuan asked, "When that time comes, will you also give your own resources to her? Wouldn't we be raising a sister-obsessed monster?" All the women stared at Su Ruyan, each having different thoughts about her intention to move into dorm 200. Cao Yakshuan uniformly doesn't want other women coming. "Wang Yazhai, it's good that Su Ruyan is coming, she can boost our combat power. Tong Chi, whatever Lang Ji says, Sherry, ba. Don't worry, I'll create my own value and won't hold you back." Su Ruyan's tone remained calm. "I'm having little Meng come over just to take advantage of your turrets. But if that's the case, why don't you just move directly to dorm 199? Cao Yakshuan's mind was working quickly now. After all, when it comes to finding fault, if she's not good at anything else, hasn't she been an internet keyboard warrior before? "I have my considerations," Su Ruyan paused and sighed. "If we did that, our development would almost stagnate." Hearing this, Cao Yakshuan and the others instantly understood. Following Su Lang guaranteed at least a top 10 finish, while being neighbors with Su Lang might be safe, but the rewards would be greatly reduced. Besides this reason, Su Ruyan had more considerations she didn't voice. The dorm next to a big shot is called the Golden Spot. Not only is the survival probability higher, but the big shot will also invest in nearby dorms or directly take them over. Some players might appear to have only one dorm, but actually control several dorms with their firepower forming cross-networks. Plus, collaboration becomes much more convenient, the benefits are just too many. And are there really kind-hearted big shots who won't take you over but let you ride their coattails? Too naive. If they just put up a little obstacle, your dorm would be finished. Who would really gamble their life on someone else's character? That would be idiotic. Considering all these factors, Su Ruyan decided to join dorm 200 and become one of its core members. "So that's how it is. Then after this round ends, you can come be my tenant," Su Lang agreed immediately. He had been puzzled about this point earlier, but now that his confusion was resolved, there was no reason to hesitate. Anyway, with super intuition, he wasn't afraid of any tricks. "Good, I'll come after the game ends." Su Ruyan nodded, gave Su Lang a deep look and turned to leave. This visit had brought another new discovery, the changes in Su Lang's turrets. That small purple cannon, could it be a higher-level turret after upgrading? This further strengthened her determination to move into dorm 200. "Wait," Su Lang suddenly called out to her. "What is it?" Su Ruyan's eyebrows, more handsome than those of normal women, furrowed slightly. "Let me see what you look like under that mask," Su Lang said seriously. Many women look beautiful with masks on but turn out ugly when they take them off. If Su Ruyan had a major flaw under that mask, the comfort level would definitely plummet, and he didn't want to be fooled. Su Ruyan felt somewhat speechless, silently cursing him as a pervert, then took off her mask. Her nose bridge was high and well-shaped, her skin fair with full red lips that were exceptionally alluring and an almost perfect jawline. She was a classic beauty with strong features, perfectly matching Su Lang's mental image. Your teeth, Su Lang was as cautious as an old dog. Su Ruyan opened her mouth, even sticking out her bright red tongue, her eyes naturally misting over with a hint of moisture. So lecherous, Su Lang's heart stirred as he checked Su Ruyan's information, finding it hadn't increased. Feeling slightly disappointed, he nodded and said, "Go ahead, remember to come on the first day after the game ends." Su Ruyan gritted her teeth, her eyes flashing with shame and anger, then turned and walked away, swaying her curvaceous hips. Had enough looking, Cao Yaxuan pinched Su Lang's waist. Su Lang pinched back, though he pinched her butt instead, saying, "Still have time for this, hurry up and get to work." The women had been too busy watching the drama and hadn't finished collecting the supplies. Cao Yaxuan was somewhat unhappy but obediently went to gather supplies. There was no other way, Dorm 200 was entirely Su Lang's domain. Besides the dorm owner's absolute authority over tenants, Su Lang himself was convincing enough. This needed to be traced back to when he injected the Golden Revolution. Physically conquering a woman actually means you've already conquered most of her. Many couples divorce due to incompatibility in that area. Don't underestimate the theories summarized by Zhang Ailing. Time flew by and the second wave of frost ghosts attacked again. Many merchants immediately went out to check and finding no trace of frost wolves knew that wolf skin prices would rise again. Aside from Li Daha, many people held faith in wolf skins. While wood could make fire, it also produced smoke that would harm players over time, so only wolf skins were the real premium goods. What made people uneasy was that wolf skin prices had skyrocketed to 6,000 copper coins. Yes, 6,000 copper coins. If you didn't have a wolf skin at this point, you'd lose all opportunity to go floor sweeping for the entire game. Many people began selling their possessions at low prices just to get money to buy wolf skins. Su Lang took the opportunity to acquire many strange and unusual items. The only pity was that there were no items that increased attributes. "This thing is quite interesting," Su Lang said with a light laugh, tossing a frog wallet in his hand. Croak croak wallet. Type Curio. Level 3. Effect Magnet. When stored in backpack, increases automatic pickup range for copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins by 30 centimeters. Upgrade condition, 200 nightmare coins. Introduction. Money's money, all my monies. This was a wallet Su Lang had directly exchanged for 3 wolf skins. Now whenever he announced in the chat room, many players would show him their treasured items, just hoping to exchange them for wolf skins. This was much more comprehensive than directly purchasing from the trading network. "Lang, if you could use your skill to upgrade this, maybe we could play the entire game lying down from now on," Sherry said, her eyes shining. Su Lang had mentioned that sometimes during battles, he needed to open the door to collect money. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough for turret expenses. With an upgraded Croak Croak wallet, money would automatically fly to them while they lay at home. "Yes, maybe we can achieve true laid-back gaming," Wang Yajai said with a faint smile. The thought of lying in bed throughout the entire game time sounded quite nice. Su Lang also felt upgrading the Croak Croak wallet was necessary, because he always feared one scenario. The turrets couldn't clear the field, monsters blocked the doorway, and by then the money would be gone too, leaving them waiting for death. While the 5 of them chatted, the monsters outside had already been eliminated, and it was time to go out and collect the spoils again. This time the material gains were abundant, including 2 high-level design blueprints. Frost Door Design Blueprint. Type Facility. Level 4. Defense 65. Durability 120. Effect Frigid Counterattack. Releases freezing air every 3 seconds to freeze enemies in front. Crafting Requirements. Frost Iron X20, Supreme Cold Energy X3. Upgrade cost 500 Nightmare Coins. Description: freeze the enemies before your eyes. Ice Maker Design Blueprint. Type Facility. Level 3. Effect: pour in pure water to produce ice cubes. Produces 10 ice cubes every 3 minutes. Cost 30 copper coins. Crafting Requirements. Plastic X10, Circuit Board X1, Frost Ghost Centurion's Heart X1. Upgrade cost 180 Nightmare Coins. Description: doot 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 tilde your frozen brain matter is ready. Please enjoy. Langji, we have 56 pieces of frost iron in our inventory, but we don't know what Supreme Cold Energy is yet. Should we try to purchase some? Tongqi said, holding the Frost Door Design Blueprint in her hand. We can try, but I doubt anyone else has it either, Su Lang shook his head. Although he wouldn't use this design blueprint himself, if he sold it as a package deal, the price would be higher. After all, a level 4 door was still quite rare for other players. He only had one level 4 door himself right now. Maybe someone else found it while floor sweeping. Let me ask around. Tong Chi opened the chat room. Now whenever anyone from dorm 200 spoke, it immediately drew high attention, and someone quickly responded that they didn't know what supreme cold energy was. Su Lang, should we make an ice maker? Cao Yaxuan waved the ice maker blueprint and said, the ice maker can be used daily, and it might even have special effects in certain environments. She remembered very clearly that Su Lang's first bucket of gold came from selling water, which kickstarted his economy in one go. All right, Su Lang agreed. They had all the materials needed for the ice maker. Cao Yaxuan gathered them together and manufactured the ice maker. The blueprint in her hand flashed with light and then disappeared, while a small ice maker appeared on the coffee table. Cao Yaxuan began using it with animated excitement. Several girls gathered around, watching the ice maker doot as it produced ice cubes, all feeling quite fascinated by this new family member. With it, they could make more dishes, and even drinking cola would be more enjoyable. Time flew by and soon it was midnight. Polar night descended once again. 33 Yi Fan got a trouble Lang Ji to kill monsters again. 49 Zhu Yan, what do you think those mysterious monsters really are? Really curious, can Lang Ji tell us? 84 Li Wang, I want to know too. We tried confronting the mysterious creatures head-on, but they're too fast. They hide as soon as they see light, can't even see their shadows. 181 Lei Yus. I'm not that curious, just want to survive safely. Anyone have extra wood to trade me some? 44 Wang Gao at Li Yu, come to me. 9 Sun Heng, brothers going out to kill monsters again today. 47 Zhou Bowen. At Sun Heng, brother Sun has the skills. In this environment, you need at least 2 wolf pelts to dare go out right. 9 Sun Heng, haha, I have a down jacket, found it while floor sweeping recently. Su Lang glanced at the chat room, then walked behind the door. Outside was polar night state. The turrets lost their attack targets, so he had to operate them manually. Hearing scratching sounds at the door, Su Lang mentally communicated with Ghost Child, activated Eyewitness, then fired a split shot to kill the vampire outside. When killing these dark creatures, the Golden Eagle Wing crossbow had advantages, but being only a level 4 turret, it couldn't one-shot level 3 monsters. So even though the Void Splitter was more expensive, using it was still more convenient. Su Lang routinely killed 3 low-level blood servants, then went outside to shout and draw aggro. Worth mentioning, under normal circumstances, shouting to attract monsters had limited effect. This trick only worked on non-canon fodder monsters like low-level blood servants that had some intelligence. Otherwise, with Su Lang's current blood grudge, he could only attract aggro from third-floor monsters. After routinely killing all the blood servants and collecting 10 low-level blood crystals, Su Lang planned to go practice martial arts in the study. But this time, Tong Chi stopped him, saying, Lang Ji, many people are at Ingyu in the chat room, all asking for wolf pelts. Smart players had been monitoring Su Lang's point changes, and after noticing it changed 10 times, they knew all monsters were dead. The floor sweeping opportunity had arrived. Most players wanted to sweep floors but lacked cold protection gear. What to do? They had to come find Su Lang again, because only he had sufficient wolf pelts. This was Su Lang's current status in the Mad King dormitory building, the top of the tops. What price is appropriate? Su Lang asked casually. His energy was limited, he couldn't constantly monitor market changes. 6,000 copper coins, and if liquidity is sufficient, we can raise the price. Tong Chi had already prepared her answer. For today, we can sell 15 wolf pelts first. All right, Su Lang nodded without criticizing anything, directly trading the wolf pelts to Tong Chi, then went to the study to practice. If there were really big problems, Wang Yazhai and the other girls would point them out. He only needed to approve documents now. Su Lang is selling goods again. A tenant in dorm 77 reported to Zhou Daha, then added, should we sell some too now to consolidate funds and reduce risk? Zhou Daha frowned upon hearing this, muttering, consolidating funds presupposes you can buy back later. Cold protection gear has never seen a price correction before. Everyone looked at Zhou Daha, waiting for his decision. After a long while, Zhou Daha said, fine, let's sell a portion first to control risk. How much should we sell? A tenant asked with relief. He had traded stocks before, but his investment philosophy was relatively conservative and somewhat unable to adapt to Zhou Daha's methods. Zhou Daha replied, 1/10. Everyone's. Damn, selling 1/10 is basically no different from not selling at all. The tenants felt tremendous pressure. But there was no choice, Zhou Daha's methods were always like this. He preferred heavy positions, and this opportunity was truly rare. Cold protection gear was absolutely essential, such solid goods. If they sold too early and missed out, they'd definitely regret it later. The seventh day would be the peak price for wolf pelts. Constitution +1. In the study, Su Lang stopped practicing boxing and opened his personal information panel. Player, Su Lang. Experience third period in progress. Room number 200 dorm owners. Attributes. Constitution 35, Spirit 20. Skills, Advanced Meditation, Fire Dragon Technique, Bullet Time, Corpse Refining Art, Dragon Elephant Combat Method, Soul Fleeing Beyond the Heavens, Blade Mastery, Mimicry Spider, Gun Fu. Backpack 1216. Blood Pelican Blade. Funds, copper coins 321,819, silver coins 53, gold coins 0. Dragon Elephant Combat Method only needs 5 more constitution points to reach maximum, Su Lang said calmly in a low voice. Unlike before, he now had no desire to improve cultivation techniques during game time. Nightmare coins weren't just tools for snowballing wealth, they were also emergency cards for adapting to situations. The cake was always there. Staying at the table was more important than anything. If Su Lang really had a gambler personality like Joe Daha, he definitely wouldn't be selling wolf pelts now but saving them for the final day. The night passed in the blink of an eye. After listening to the radio, Su Lang went to bed to sleep. The game time is only 2 days left. Su Lang woke up, his mind feeling a bit dazed. Isn't it said that survival games get increasingly difficult? Why does he feel like this survival game is getting easier instead? After thinking for a moment, he opened the chat room and found only 154 player households remaining. Only a quarter died, that's quite impressive, Su Lang smiled. He could guess some of the reasons, mainly that he was bearing most of the pressure himself. With great power comes great responsibility. Some players don't even call me dormitory hero and instead accuse me of stealing their resources. Su Lang clicked his tongue in amazement, wearing an expression that suggested others didn't know what was good for them. In a big forest, you find all kinds of birds. Many people were reporting their dorm mates just to get familiar with Su Lang. Otherwise, he wouldn't know that some people were gossiping about him in private. His attitude toward this was indifference. Even back in school days, he never liked students who tattled on others. Su Lang, what are you talking about? What dormitory hero? Cao Yaxuan stretched and woke up. Su Lang smiled and explained the criticism other players had about him. We did indeed steal their monster resources. Sherry nodded, then said, but since we're stronger than them, shouldn't that be expected? Tong Chi pressed her lips together, feeling something wasn't quite right, as if the logic didn't hold up. Their group did indeed take resources, but did that mean they were doing something bad? At that moment, Wang Yajai spoke very directly and firmly, pure nonsense. Everyone was drawn in by her serious tone. Wang Yajai breathed out a warm puff of air, her delicate body leaning halfway against the headboard, her cool face full of seriousness. For us to kill so many monsters, what we invested wasn't their resources but Su Lang's skills. To be precise, last round's resources only allowed us to build 1 level 4 turret. They were wrong from the start, treating monsters as resources to be equally shared, not understanding they should hunt themselves. Why doesn't Li Xuan complain? Only they complains. Moreover, if these insects didn't have impure intentions, we wouldn't need to spend so much resources on improving personal combat power. In summary, Su Lang wasn't using others' resources to kill monsters. Instead, he was using these resources to defend against his own kind. Wang Yajai remembered vividly her experiences of not daring to go out before, her tone full of resentment and murderous intent. Su Lang estimated she was still holding a grudge about being bombed with grenades 2 days ago. Judging by her expression, even if he didn't seek revenge, she would find a way to retaliate. Secretly giving a thumbs up, Su Lang smiled. Yajai is right, we don't need to drain ourselves over this. If others think they can kill monsters, let them go ahead and do it. The conflict in Tong Chi's heart disappeared and she smiled in relief. Sister Yajai makes sense. All right, let's stop talking about this and get up to eat, Cao Yaxuan said cheerfully. Many players would curse the powerful players in the chat room before dying. She had taken these words to heart and so had Tong Chi. But as a former rich young lady and part of the rentier class, she was quite open-minded about these things, almost never feeling internal conflict, and didn't think others' deaths had anything to do with her. Tong Chi was just too emotionally rich, she would still feel sad when seeing others die. Everyone in the dorm could see this, and Wang Yajai probably said those words mainly for Tong Chi's benefit. Okay. I'll have the little ghosts do it. Tong Chi nodded and began controlling the little ghosts to prepare some instant food. It was already a bit too late to cook proper dishes now. Su Lang felt somewhat envious, if only little zombie could do these things. The level 1 zombie summoning card was really quite useless, couldn't it upgrade itself? Dormitory broadcast. After prolonged unsuccessful attacks, the Frost Ghost King's anger is growing increasingly higher. He has summoned the ancestral spirits enshrined in the Frost Nest. Players should be careful. New changes appeared among the Frost Ghost troops. 20 elderly-looking Frost Ghosts, resembling icy blue gas clouds, floated among the military formation. Frost Ghost Archmage Wraith. Type Ghost. Level 5. Skills Frozen Breath Ethereal Form Frost Flame Assault. Introduction. Guardian Spirit of the Fizz Clan, ancestor of Glen Fizz. Once the Frost Ghost Archmage of the Fizz Clan, he died in a certain battle. His frozen breath can freeze all things, his ethereal form is immune to physical damage, and his frost flame is particularly adept at exterminating warm-blooded animals. This introduction is no simple matter. Su Lang muttered to himself. The chat room was buzzing with discussion. 49 Li Xuan, the Frost Ghost Archmage is likely an elite monster. Everyone be careful, it's best to damage him before he enters the building. 89 Tangzi, Brother Wen is right. Look at that frozen breath description. This is probably an interference monster that can disrupt turrets. 95 Zhou Shen, I have a basin of black dog blood here. Damn, it's frozen. Veteran players maintained high alert against the Frost Ghost Archmage. Many directly ran out of their dorms to launch targeted attacks against the Frost Ghost Archmages and began pasting talismans on their dorm doors. Wu Hui routinely threw out a gas canister, causing a big explosion, then also started pasting talismans on her door. Talismans were the most common method in the dorm survival game for dealing with ethereal entities, bar none. The Frost Ghost army pressed forward into the building under the players' attacks, with several Frost Ghost Archmages being damaged in advance. The Frost Ghost King watched this, grinding his teeth in frustration. This damned building, he would definitely break through it. First floor, Dorm 5. Wu Tong initially didn't activate his turrets, wanting to avoid combat. But when a Frost Ghost Archmage floated over and casually threw out a breath of ice, it froze the turret solid. Wu Tong was dumbfounded. Before he could do anything, the Frost Ghost Archmage gathered another breath of ice and froze his other turret too. When he tried to operate the turrets, he received this feedback. Water cannon frozen, unfreezing in 7 seconds. Damn, the veteran player's speculation was correct. The Frost Ghost Archmage was truly an interference monster. Dorm 5 was quickly breached by a Frost Ghost Centurion, and Wu Tong along with all his tenants were completely eliminated. Before dying, he did one good thing. He passed on information about the Frost Ghost Archmage's abilities. In a short time, Frost Ghost Archmages had reached every floor, except the 8th and 9th floors. All the Frost Ghost Archmages went to the 10th floor. Su Lang learned through the chat room what kind of creature the Frost Ghost Archmage was, so naturally he wouldn't let them get close. Floating at the forefront of the monster army, they made perfect targets. The Void Splitter fired one shot and directly eliminated one. Void power could damage ethereal entities. Although it didn't have special attacks, the Void Splitter could be considered a half-mixed damage turret. Ah, my ancestral spirit. The Frost Ghost King saw his ancestor being blasted to pieces and, clutching his head, let out a mournful wail. I'll kill you, I must kill you, damn human. The Frost Ghost guards trembled in fear. The king has gone mad again. Your Majesty, there seems to be a situation. A Frost Ghost guard suddenly pointed at Dorm 200, his tone surprised. They saw Dorm 200 blast the Frost Ghost Archmage on the left to pieces, but didn't attack the one on the right. The Frost Ghost King's face lit up with joy. Get closer, get even closer. The next second, the Frost Ghost Archmage turned into a gray-blue smoke and flew into the shrine. Ah, that was my father. Migraine acting up, brother. The newly appeared Frost Ghost Archmages were incredibly difficult to deal with. If you didn't stop them from freezing the turrets in advance, you could only resort to passive defense. However, Frost Ghost Archmages seemed to only be able to freeze up to 2 turrets at most, which gave some players with level 2 dorms a chance to catch their breath. Having this many level 5 monsters appear in one wave was no joke, and players quickly found themselves at a disadvantage. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen dorm rooms had been breached, and it wasn't until the monster horde encountered stronger dorms that the offensive momentum gradually slowed down. Players not only had to face external enemies but also internal threats. The temperature was dropping again. Players were lighting fires inside their rooms while nervously dealing with monsters outside. Moreover, not all players had fire-starting materials, and wood wasn't cheap either. Many people's faces had turned blue from the cold, resembling the frost ghosts outside their doors. The price of cold weather supplies continued to skyrocket. There were still 2 full days of extreme cold remaining. 44 Wangao, help, help, where are the people upstairs? Come down and help quickly. 84 Lei Wang. Damn, why have I become the primary target? Everyone on the 5th floor, please send me some raw materials. 95 Zhou Shen, brothers who can't hold out on the 6th floor, just run. Come hide in my dorm for a whiles. 130 He Chi, everyone must hold on, wait for support from the 3rd floor. 44 Wang Gao, at Su Lang, brother Lang, save me. 84 Lei Wang. At Su Lang, brother Lang, save me. 33 Yi Fan, at Su Lang, brother Lang, save me. In the chat room, please for help echoed everywhere. Cao Yaxuan shook her head. Can't they even hold out for a few minutes? It's too cold outside, no one dares to fight head-on, and because of the weather, the supplies collected are limited too. Wang Yajai frowned. Dual environment dungeons weren't that easy to clear. The fact that players in the dorm building were so resilient, even having the mood to speculate, was entirely thanks to Dorm 200's killing capability. Let's speed up our offensive rhythm. By the way, later Tong Chi and I will go out to capture Frost Ghost Archmages, you guys keep an eye out. Su Lang spoke up. If Tong Chi could capture 10 Frost Ghost Archmages, her combat power wouldn't be weaker than his. Okay, Wang Yajai responded. Before going out, Su Lang upgraded his super intuition. After being attacked by the grenade earlier, he had wanted to do this, but had been reluctant to spend the Nightmare Coins. Nightmare Coins minus 350. Please choose from the following upgrade directions and make your selection within 1 minute. 1. Premonitions. Foresee potential dangers that may occur next. 2. Sixth Sense. Expand the perception range for emotions and malice of living beings. Super Intuition only had 2 upgrade directions. Su Lang hesitated for a moment, then still chose Sixth Sense. Premonition could predict danger while Sixth Sense could prevent danger. Sixth Sense. Type passive skill. Level 4. Effect. Perceive the status of living beings within 10 meters. Upgrade condition, 700 Nightmare Coins. Introduction, the sixth sense beyond hearing, sight, smell, touch, and taste, can also be called the sixth consciousness. Su Lang adapted for a moment, feeling somewhat peculiar. Although sixth sense couldn't penetrate through neighboring dorms for perception, it still pleasantly surprised him. Because he discovered that even with his back turned to Cao Yaxuan and the others, he roughly knew what they were doing in his mind. Somewhat similar to the observation haki from a certain anime. Ready? Su Lang looked at Tong Chi. Ready? Tong Chi took out the ghost control bells, feeling a bit nervous. The ghost control bells had 2 abilities. One was to nurture ghostly beings, the other was to restrain them. Next, she would use the second ability to arrest Frost Ghost Archmages. It's just that her physique was too weak. Without Su Lang's protection, she definitely wouldn't dare to go out. Su Lang sensed Tong Chi's emotions, and after noticing she was gradually calming down, opened the door. At this moment, the first wave of monsters originally from the 10th floor had all died, and now the second wave of monsters from the 9th floor was surging over. The moment the door opened, heavy snow violently poured in. The wind and snow were like ice blades, painfully scraping against people. Su Lang released a scorching flame dragon, blocking the corridor to the right, then turned to face the left side. They saw the ghost child open its small mouth, already using its Devour Ghost skill to suck in a Frost Ghost Archmage. There was a 2-level difference between them, yet the ghost child still suppressed the Frost Ghost Archmage. The guardian spirit was fierce and powerful enough. Ding ding dong, Tong Chi shook the ghost control bells. The Frost Ghost Archmage struggled for a moment before being collected into the ghost control bells. Immediately after, Cao Yaxuan controlled the Void Splitter and blasted the monsters on the left with 1 shot. The right side is coming too, Su Lang reminded. The maximum number the ghost control bells could restrain was 2. Capturing 2 at once would save trouble. Tong Chi nodded, released 10 little ghosts to interrupt the Frost Ghost Archmage's charging frozen breath, then quickly shook the bells. Both the Army Breaker Heavy Crossbow and Golden Eagle Wing Crossbow attacked toward the right side, but some short spears still shot over. Su Lang stepped forward in advance, holding up a shield to block them. A few seconds later, the second Frost Ghost Archmage was collected by Tong Chi into the ghost control bells. Su Lang and Tong Chi successfully completed their mission and retreated. Not long after, the door opened again. With Su Lang providing protection, Cao Yaxuan reached out a hand and began picking off monsters. Playful banter aside, they couldn't forget about farming points. Everyone in Dorm 200 was very familiar with this routine, and nothing went wrong midway. 3 waves of monsters were thus calmly and peacefully completely eliminated. However, while it seemed calm and peaceful from Su Lang's perspective, it looked completely different to others. After discovering that all the monsters in front of her door had left, Su Ruyan opened her door and saw the scene in front of dorm 200. Over there, artillery fire filled the sky. Monsters that got close were blasted to death by the Void Splitter with one shot, while those farther away were farmed by Tong Chi and the others using Colts, simultaneously controlling the Army Breaker heavy crossbow to produce knockback effects. Su Ruyan was speechless with shock. One shot cleared the field. Their turret was what a real turret should be. Compared to it, her own level 3 turret was like a toy. That couldn't be a level 6 turret, could it? Su Ruyan swallowed hard, her chest heaving uncontrollably. She had seen level 5 turrets before and they couldn't achieve that kind of effect. This is only the third round of the game and you've already created a level 6 turret. Other people's facility levels follow the game progression, but you directly doubled it. At this moment, the last bit of hesitation in Su Ruyan's heart disappeared. Even if she had to go to Egypt and pull weeds 10,000 times, she was determined to get into dorm 200. The combat power on the top 3 floors had been fully unleashed, but because of the weather, very few dared to go out to help. Su Ruyan was one of them. She saw the grim situation on the other floors and became even more determined to move into dorm 200. Huff, I'm so tired. Cao Yaxuan put away the Colt, opened the leaderboard, and when she saw she was in 6th place, she couldn't help smiling with satisfaction. If nothing unexpected happens, that wave of monsters in 3 hours won't be much different. The real challenge will come on the final day, Su Lang said softly. For others, this round of monsters attacking the building was hell, but to him the difficulty was still too low. I feel the same way. Wang Yajai nodded, sheathed her sword, and the sharp killing aura on her body slowly dissipated. She had just gone out to fight monsters in close combat. That saved bullets and also honed her skills. Lang, look, someone in the chat room is buying wolf pelts for 10,000 copper coins, Sherry suddenly shouted. Su Lang's expression changed and he immediately opened the chat room. 179 Yun Yun. Sell some wolf pelts, our squad is going out to help. 164 Zhao Lei, where do you even find wolf pelts now? 73 Lei Zaya Abai. So cold I'm just a little egg back here, can someone send me some firewood? 132 Wu Zin. Help, please come down and save us, my mom is still in the dorm. 179 Yun Yun. At Su Lang, boss, I know you still have stock, sell me 2 wolf pelts, I'm willing to pay 10,000 copper coins. Hahaha, wolf pelts finally hit the 10,000 copper coin mark. In dorm 77, Joe Daha laughed wildly. A tenant sneered, should have been like this a long time ago. Those people wear wolf pelts out there, they can easily find a level 3 item and break even, so the real price of wolf pelts is over 20,000. He estimated someone might find a level 5 item today, which would explode the market again. Big brother Daha, you are amazing, another tenant flattered. A different tenant hesitated, should we sell some wolf pelts now or no one will come help us? What are you afraid of? Wait until the players on the 4th floor are dead, Joe Daha said dismissively. Su Lang guessed the price of wolf pelts would keep rising. But then again, if players were all killed by monsters, who would buy them? Tong Chi, 10,000 copper coins each, list 20 wolf pelts, Su Lang instructed. To avoid taking up inventory slots, he handed all the wolf pelts to Tong Chi. Okay, Tong Chi nodded. 200 Su Lang. I have listed 20 wolf pelts. Less than a minute after Su Lang posted this in the chat room, the 20 wolf pelts were snapped up. Su Lang rubbed his chin and mused, retail investors don't have much money now. Selling out this fast probably means someone is hoarding stock. Lang Ji, the previous 15 wolf pelts made over 90,000 copper coins, and now we earn 200,000 copper coins. Being a merchant is really profitable, Tong Chi said excitedly. She still had about 20 wolf pelts left in her backpack. The market was insane. All told, Su Lang already had over 500,000 copper coins, not counting other resources. By the end of this game round, Su Lang's copper coins would definitely exceed 1 million. Cao Yaxuan smiled faintly. You guys don't know, one of my cousins is a big merchant in the game. He makes money 10,000 times faster than people doing menial tasks. Su Lang agreed with a nod. When he couldn't sleep before, he used to grind in the game doing chores for others, but those were low-level plays. High-level strategies were either becoming a merchant or running a studio. Once Su Lang sold 20 wolf pelts, someone else immediately listed wolf pelts on the trading network for 15,000 copper coins each. That seller was heavily criticized. Su Lang ignored it and began organizing Tong Chi to capture a new little spirit. I'll release 2 little ghosts first. Tong Chi pondered for a long time, then released 2 ghost pets with somewhat overlapping functions. The moment those 2 little ghosts were unbound, they screamed in panic and ran around the room as if in torment. Tong Chi hurried to open the door. Everyone watched as the two little ghosts streaked out the door and raced toward the blood-mist world outside the dormitory building. What's wrong with those two little ghosts? So strange, Sherry scratched her head. I think the heavy armor maniac said once that monsters outside the dorm system are very afraid of dorms, Wang Yajai replied softly. No one dwelled on it further. After closing the door, Tong Chi began to tame the frost ghost archmage. The group formed a circle around Tong Chi and their excitement rose. They were about to tame a level 5 boss monster, and it was also a special ethereal type unit. Tong Chi took a deep breath and summoned the frost ghost archmage. As soon as the frost ghost archmage appeared, 8 prepped little ghosts pounced on him. Detention curse! Tong Chi made some hand signs and a blood-red sigil quickly appeared, pressing onto the archmage's forehead. The struggling frost ghost archmage suddenly froze in place. Tong Chi widened her eyes, extremely tense. Everyone held their breath, including Su Lang. At that moment, he felt like throwing a piquet ball in Loke Kingdom. A few seconds later, the frost ghost archmage let out a roar, chill filling the air. The little ghosts that had latched onto him wailed miserably. His spirit attribute is too high, Tong Chi hurriedly stepped back. As a level 5 boss, the Frost Ghost Archmage's spirit attribute was certainly not lower than Tong Chi's. SSS tilde. A streak of ice blue flame appeared in the Archmage's hand and was casually hurled at the retreating Tong Chi. In this critical moment, a purple ghostly shadow flashed across Tong Chi's body and the ice blue flame passed through her harmlessly. Let's cripple it first. Wang Yajai moved with elegant agility, her sword blade emitting a green light. With 2 swift strikes, she landed on the Frost Ghost Archmage. Clear spirit energy can harm ethereal forms. It's a power combining spirit and vitality. The Frost Ghost Archmage groaned, its soul body dimming slightly. Wang Yajai's eyes hardened. Several more consecutive strikes left the Frost Ghost Archmage at death's door. Stop, Su Lang called out, and the fiery dragon he had been charging dissipated. Wang Yajai sheathed her sword and stepped back, her dark hair like a waterfall and her white clothes purer than snow, exuding nonchalance. A flicker of admiration crossed Tong Chi's eyes. Thank you, Sister Yajai. No problem, we're all one in Dorm 200. Wang Yajai shook her head lightly. The Frost Ghost Archmage was barely clinging to life, its soul as thin as paper. If they couldn't tame it now, there would be no other chance. Tong Chi stepped forward and once again pressed a blood sigil onto the Archmage's forehead. After a moment of struggle, the blood sigil dispersed. But it still failed. In the end, even with extreme stat allocation, Tong Chi's spirit attribute was only 22, while the Frost Ghost Archmage, as a level 5 soul monster, had at least 30 spirit attribute. Tong Chi couldn't hide her disappointment. At that moment, Su Lang said, try putting a special status on it. In the game, capturing pets often required more than just knocking them down. You needed to apply a buff. Following Su Lang's direction, Wang Yajai went to get incense sticks and light them, while Tong Chi drank a cola that temporarily increased her spirit by 3 points. They set the incense at the Frost Ghost Archmage's feet, and soon it grew drowsy. The little ghosts clinging to him swayed and looked like they could fall asleep at any moment. Tong Chi seized the opportunity and attempted capture for the 3rd time. This time it worked. The detention sigil smoothly sank into the Archmage's head. A clear light flickered in the Frost Ghost Archmage's eyes, and it bowed to Tong Chi. Success! Tong Chi was overjoyed and jumped up, making Su Lang feel a little dizzy watching her. Clap, clap, clap. Tong Chi and Cao Yakshuan slapped hands in celebration, and then she planted a kiss on Su Lang's cheek. The lip gloss from the supermarket smelled nice, and the kiss made Su Lang's heart stir. After resting a moment, Tong Chi began to capture a second Frost Ghost Archmage. She repeated the previous procedure, and this time she succeeded as well. Little zombie, come out. Su Lang summoned a zombie and said to Tong Chi, try its power. 2 Frost Ghost Archmages floated around Tong Chi like guardian spirits. Tong Chi nodded and communicated with the Frost Ghost Archmages with her mind. Frost Flame Assault. A burst of frost flame shot at the zombie, freezing him to pieces in an instant. Little sparks still burned on the corpse fragments. This power is something else. Su Lang's expression showed surprise. He felt this move was no worse than the Fire Dragon technique. Ha, thanks to Lang Ji for helping me tame it. Tong Chi laughed. What about me? Cao Yakshuan wanted credit. She had added fuel after all. Thanks too to Sister Yajai and Teacher Sherry, Tong Chi obediently said. Su Lang and the others all laughed. To celebrate Tong Chi taming the Frost Ghost Archmage, they made a big meal. Because the Frost Ghost Archmage was a new ghost pet, Tong Chi needed time to adapt before she could fully control it, so the 2 ice spirits drifted around the dorm, filling the room with a chill. After finishing the meal, they hurried back into their blankets. Watching the Frost Ghost Archmages perform various movements in the room, Su Lang suddenly sighed. Sigh, there's nothing entertaining. Meditating and training all the time made him bored too. So you treat me as the entertainment. Cao Yaxuan blushed, feeling hands groping at her front and back, terribly shy. Quick, put them away. Cao Yaxuan patted Tong Chi. She didn't want a live stream, even if they were only two soul monsters. You don't want Su Ruyan to join, do you? The two soul monsters vanished and Su Lang's tone suddenly changed, adopting a showy swagger like a mountain hawk. Before long, Cao Yaxuan started whining and calling for help. How was this different from a live broadcast, a public execution? Any objections? Speak up. I just want the five of us to live well together. That's more important than anything. All right, the monsters will arrive in a little over 2 hours. Ah, no, please. Cao Yaxuan, normally authoritative and with a stunning figure, even if she only had this one center position, Su Lang could play with her all day. In the end, Cao Yaxuan agreed repeatedly, and Su Lang didn't let it go. Of course, whether Cao Yaxuan agreed to Su Ruyan moving in or not didn't really matter. Su Lang only wanted to teach her a lesson to get her to show off less when nothing was happening. After this teasing, Cao Yaxuan completely lost her firmness. When the monsters attacked the building, Sherry and the others would be out fighting, while only she would be lying in bed, unable to get up. Spiritual energy +1. In the study, Su Lang stopped meditating and glanced at the game countdown. Game countdown, 1 day 16 hours 5 minutes. Tonight's polar night probably won't be simple. Su Lang opened the chat with Zhang Dahai and left a brief reminder. That kid liked to wander outdoors. 33 Zhang Dahai, I got it bro. Oh bro, can you sell your blood flame lantern to me? 200 Su Lang, you're still outside. 33 Zhang Dahai, yup, I'm working for Uncle Wen. He made a treasure map image. Su Lang opened the image and saw it was a tunnel. He was a little curious but didn't ask more. 200 Su Lang, okay, be careful. 33 Zhang Dahai. Thanks bro. Inside the tunnel, Zhang Dahai rubbed his hands together and hung up the blood flame lantern. I want to go home too, but the more I stay home, the more dangerous it is for my sequence. Zhang Dahai sighed. When he told Li Xuan before, he hadn't told the truth. The Edgewalker sequence level was not D12 but D3. This was a top 10 power within the D-grade sequences, and its abilities were very unique. Gains large base attribute boosts when away from crowds. Can remain hidden from detection indefinitely with no side effects or consumption. Staying still can evade enemy perception. Movement speed increases while sneaking. Nearly every core ability pushed him to stay away from people. Returning to crowds meant being severely weakened. Sai, don't think so much, keep digging. My life is destined to be lonely. On the eve of the polar night, Su Lang glanced at the night outside the dormitory building and then closed the door. 2 more days, then I can really rest. Su Lang closed the door and thought silently. Although he was lying flat, it was still game time, so he couldn't be completely idle. Dormitory broadcast. Polar night descends, pitch black darkness arrives. 10 brand new mysterious creatures have appeared. Players, please be alert. Soon, bad news spread through the chatroom. A player had been killed by a monster. The message came from his roommate. At the time, that player had opened his door trying to lure the mysterious creature, but others only saw a pale claw reach from the darkness and the player's heart was ripped out. Preliminary assessment. This was a high-level combat-type monster. Combat-type monsters typically have average door-breaching ability, but extremely strong fighting power, often the elite of monster groups. Players who like to sweep buildings outdoors most fear this kind of monster. For a while, players panicked and bolted their doors. One-hit kill. Su Lang frowned. Someone daring enough to lure a monster must have skills, yet die so cleanly. At that moment, a muffled thud suddenly came from outside the door. Boom. The super alloy steel door was being struck. Boom, boom, boom. After several continuous hits, the super alloy steel door's durability decreased a little. The way it breaks the door is different. Today's monster really is unusual. Wang Yajai walked over with her sword, her expression grave. Su Lang nodded, moved behind the void splitter, and held his breath slightly. In an instant, his sixth sense opened wide, tracking every movement of the creature outside the door. This time, he didn't use the ghost child's eyewitness. The moment the creature's fist struck the door, he decisively pulled the trigger, timing absolutely precise. 3 shells pierced the body of the creature outside the door. However, the opponent only let out a pained scream and did not die. Interesting, even the void splitter can't one-shot it. Su Lang smiled lightly. So now the question was, with its life sharply reduced, would it continue to break the door? Blood servants could regenerate. The one attacking the door should be a similar kind of creature. The creature outside the door was struck by a shot from the void splitter. Even if it didn't die, it was heavily crippled. The smartest move now was to retreat into the polar night to heal. Just as Su Lang wondered what it would do, the explosive banging on the door gave the best answer. The lure of blood grudge was undeniable. Su Lang's mouth twitched. This blood grudge is really useful. Next rest period, I'll have to keep killing players. Muttering to himself, Su Lang pulled the trigger again. A shell fired, and the kill notification arrived immediately. Void Splitter killed a level 5 monster. Su Lang waited a moment. When no more monsters broke through the door, he couldn't help shouting outside, "What are you waiting for? Is hiding like a coward fun?" Cao Yaxuan almost burst out laughing when she heard Su Lang say that. It seemed Dorm 200 was the side defending the city after all. Looking for deaths. The two creatures crouched outside the door couldn't hold back their low growls and suddenly began attacking the Void Splitter at the same time, as if they believed it was the biggest threat to breaking in. Before they could reach the Void Splitter, Su Lang launched his attack. The sixth sense ability was a little too useful. Su Lang clearly perceived that after the shell penetrated the monster, more of them appeared, and after bouncing off the wall it ricocheted, directly knocking the two creatures dead. All three monsters are dead. Cao Yaxuan noticed the change in Su Lang's points, walked up smiling and placed her palm on the door. Tenant Cao Yaxuan wishes to leave the room, agree-disagree. Su Lang tapped Cao Yaxuan's hand. Don't play this game with habitual thinking. What's wrong? Cao Yaxuan didn't argue, her face suddenly obedient. Wang Yazhai's gaze was grave. Vampires are a relatively intelligent species. If they knew what happened the past few nights, they'd probably take countermeasures like all waiting outside Dorm 200. Exactly, Su Lang replied in a low voice. If he hadn't upgraded super intuition, this time they might have fallen into a trap. 7 powerful presences were hiding just 5 meters outside Dorm 200. They were restless, emitting a strong, terrifying aura, like hunters lying in wait within the polar night. They won't hold out much longer. Su Lang sensed the monster's emotions while operating the Golden Eagle Wing crossbow, launching an attack at the group of creatures. Yeah, the monsters couldn't hold on and neither could Su Lang. Damn it, 7 high-tier mysterious creatures. Killing a single one of these rare high-drop monsters would make someone rich, but there were 7 outside his door. These were not creatures trying to kill him, they were gifts delivered on a platter. Roar. The mysterious creatures realized they had been discovered, and after a few snarls, surged forward together. Blessedly, they really weren't good at breaking doors. Lying in wait in the polar night was their specialty, now they had to charge and head first. No choice, the blood grudge scent was too tempting. The Void Splitter's firing rate was too slow. So Su Lang had Cao Yaxuan use the Golden Eagle Wing crossbow to disrupt the creature's attack rhythm, while he calmly looked for the right angle. After a moment, Su Lang pulled the trigger and scored a triple kill with one shot, the exhilarating impact seeming to reach his soul. Not bad, not bad. With the sixth sense, my artillery control skills keep getting better. Su Lang felt this trick could also be used to farm PAL-type players. Girls like to be deceived, and he wondered which angle would truly satisfy them. After the one-shot triple kill achievement, Su Lang searched for another angle and pulled it off, a one-shot quad kill. Awesome, Su Lang laughed out loud, signaled Cao Yaxuan and the others to stand back a bit, then he lifted a torch and went to pick up the spoils. Although the sixth sense hadn't detected any more enemies, there might still be surprises. Wearing the Jade Burial suit, he wasn't afraid of lethal damage. Tong Chi released 2 Frost Ghost Archmages to guard Su Lang. A minute or two later, Su Lang returned dragging another corpse. High-level Blood Servant. Type: Dark Creature. Level 5. Skills: Dark Affinity, Blood Feeding, Blood Escape, Sharp Claws, High Speed. Description: a blood descendant transformed by a pureblood vampire, immensely powerful. High-level blood servants resembled humans more than low-level blood servants did. Their skin was full and glossy and their ears were not sharply pointed. It's actually a level 5 monster. I thought it was level 4, Cao Yaxuan said in surprise. If it were level 4, it wouldn't have the ability to instantly kill players, Su Lang shook his head. Lang, show us what you got. Sherry's eyes sparkled as she looked at Su Lang. Go get on the bed, it's a bit cold outside. The group returned to the bed, and Su Lang produced a blood-colored crystal. High-level blood crystal, 10 in total. Apart from a small amount of copper coins on the blood servant, the only notable drop was blood crystals, but the drop rate was 100% at least. High-level blood crystal. Type: Curio. Level 5. Effect 1, Blood Descendant. Upon use, grants the blood contract skill High-level Blood Servant. Possess the vampire's burst damage, speed, and dark affinity. Effect 2, Fusion 110. Combine 10 high-level blood crystals to upgrade into a pureblood blood crystal. Upgrade cost 800 nightmare coins. Description: become a blood descendant. A level 5 curio, Tong Chi exclaimed. She had never seen such a tiered curio on the trading network before. Maybe only the ghost control bells could rival it. The women were stunned, murmuring in admiration. They knew quality when they saw it. Su Lang had once asked Rainy Night Blade what a blood contract skill was, and the reply had been a top-tier skill second only to sequence-level abilities. But Su Lang hadn't experienced the exact effects firsthand, so he wasn't fully clear on the details. Su Lang, why don't we fuse one pureblood blood crystal and see what it does? Cao Yakshuan swallowed and said, tempted. Su Lang took a deep breath, suppressed the flutter in his chest, and shook his head. Not yet. Those two words again. Acting rashly would only disrupt his rhythm. Since they had already decided not to leave in this round, they should focus on defense. Unless absolutely necessary, there was no need to boost personal combat power. Who knew what type of mysterious creatures might come tomorrow? If 10 pureblood vampires showed up, then maybe fusing would be worth it. That remained to be discussed. Besides, he leaned toward retailing them. Selling them off could raise the overall defensive strength of the dorm building and reduce the chance of a whale appearing, which would crowd his own development space. Honestly, that approach also benefited the group's survival. All right, we'll follow your lead. Cao Yakshuan nodded. Sherry and the others sounded disappointed but understood. Everyone wanted to see what a blood contract skill was. Su Lang felt the itch too. He had one more criterion than the women, the upgrade cost in nightmare coins. 800 nightmare coins, almost the same as upgrading a level 5 turret. The effects of this blood contract skill would definitely be absurdly powerful. One night passed. After attending the radio assembly, Su Lang began point farming. This time with the Sixth Sense enhancement, he saw through the interference information disseminated by Cao Yakshuan and the others, reaching the fundamental truth. The dorm owner's move was too ruthless. Sometimes he had to get out of bed for dry-wet separation. Otherwise, even though the nightmare bed had automatic cleaning capabilities, it would still make people feel uncomfortable. Waking up, Su Lang immediately checked the gains from lying flat. Basic nightmare coins 80, conversion rate 474%, a tower total output 459 nightmare coins. Total nightmare coins 3355. Game countdown 1 day 0 hours 50 minutes. I actually went to bed 3 minutes late yesterday. Can't go this overboard next time, Su Lang muttered, opening the chat room. It was the last day of the game, and the chat room was extremely lively. Chat room 123-200. 88 Calbin, finally the last day. 181 Lei Yu. Yeah, not easy. 88 Calbin, damn it, sister Yu, your 10th floor had it the easiest, not a single casualty. 188 Zhou Yan, thanks to sister Hui giving us resources. 186 Nizaya Aju. The 10th floor is one big family, welcoming powerful female players to join. 33 Yi Fan, I don't have the sunflower manual either. 9 Su Yuan, can anyone give me some wood? The people in our dorm are really not going to make it. I beg you, I will repay with my life image. Su Lang clicked on the image. Inside the dilapidated dorm, an elderly woman lay on the bed, her face frozen blue-purple, as if she had already stopped breathing. This seemed to be Su Yuan's grandmother. Su Lang had seen her come to school to deliver things to Su Yuan before. Immediately, he opened a private message with Su Yuan. 200 Su Lang. Su Yuan, how did you become the dorm owner? 9 Su Yuan, brother-son died. Su Lang fell silent for a moment, not asking the cause of death. 200 Su Lang, I'll give you some wood, don't tell anyone. 9 Su Yuan. Thank you, Lang Ji. Su Yuan was relatively quiet and taciturn, but also quite reliable. 200 Su Lang, but it's not without conditions. Usually help me keep an extra eye on the movements on the first floor. 9 Su Yuan. Okay, Lang Ji. By the way, one thing, Joe Daha seems to be hoarding wolf pelts. People connected to him are all buying wolf pelts but not selling much. 200 Su Lang. Good. This kid's intelligence gathering ability is decent, Su Lang said to himself. The matter of Joe Daha hoarding wolf pelts was most likely true. He knew the wolf pelt drop rate best. From his superior position and considering Joe Daha's reputation, he could confirm about 70 to 80%. These veteran players are really rich. Could it be that all the wolf pelts I sold were taken over by him? While thinking, Su Lang got out of bed, traded some wood and dried leaves to Su Yuan, and even threw in a lighter. If Su Yuan could prove practically useful later, Su Lang planned to place a trusted agent on each floor, keeping all floor movements in his grasp. He had thought of this before but lacked the capital to do it. But now, as the top player in the Mad King dormitory building, he at least had the confidence. From the words of veteran players like Rainy Night Blade and Heavy Armor Maniac, It could be inferred that the barriers between floors would become increasingly severe in the future. Some players might even deliberately lure monsters to other floors to achieve the purpose of shifting misfortune. In fact, signs of this could already be seen in the dormitory building now. Because of him and Li Xuan, players from the 10th and 3rd floors faced little trouble when going out to scavenge supplies. Other floors were different, often seen forming groups to argue in the chat room. After finishing these tasks, Su Lang noticed Wang Yajai and the others still hadn't woken up. He casually ate some bread and then went to the study to practice martial arts. Physique +1. Effect 1 Dragon Elephant Treasure Body 9/13. Long-term practice of Dragon Elephant Combat Method, maximum increase of 13 points physique. Su Lang finished his practice and left the study. Seeing Cao Yakshuan and the others still fussing in the bathroom, he said, "Hurry up. The monsters will arrive in 10 minutes. Got it, Cao Yakshuan replied. When women have the means, they truly care about cleanliness more than men. Cao Yakshuan and the others had already bathed last night, yet they were bathing again this morning. However, Su Lang had no objection to this. The women being beautiful meant his comfort level remained stable, at least it wouldn't drop. Sitting on the living room sofa, Su Lang browsed the trading network, casually bought 2 interesting rare items he fancied, then opened the chat room. 44 Wangao. Firewood is now listed on the trading network tilde first come, first served. 18 Ningzaheng, damn you Wangao, pricing wood so high do you want to die? 44 Wangao, anyway the temperature is about to drop again. Buy it or not, up to you, you can also trade high-level equipment with me. 84 Li Wang, brother Wang, your price is too high, no one will buy it. 44 Wangao, heh, not selling. Can you withstand today's severe cold of -70 degrees? Don't be silly, little brother. To be honest with you, the listed wood is only a quarter of my stock. Wood will become even more expensive later. 200 Su Lang. I've listed the wolf pelts in 20 pieces. All players who saw Su Lang's message were shocked. Opening the trading network, they indeed found 20 wolf pelts listed, although the seller was Tong Chi. It was all the same anyway, since they were all players from room 200. Damn, buy them quickly. In room 77, Joe Daha shouted, his eyes turning red. Brother Ha, we're out of money, a tenant said helplessly. Damn it, Joe Daha cried out in regret, feeling like he had lost a fortune. This Su Lang was too stupid. Could it be that he's selling wolf pelts only because someone in the group said they were cold? This move made him want to laugh. The Frost Ghost King would arrive soon. When it reached -70 degrees, that would be the time when wolf pelts were most expensive. Selling 1 minute early could mean losing 50% of the potential price difference. Selling is fine too, 20 wolf pelts should be his limit. Joe Daha breathed a sigh of relief. With Su Lang always pressing down on him from above, he was really afraid the other might cause him trouble. Originally, Su Lang still wanted to hoard some goods, but when he heard Su Yuan say that Joe Daha was also hoarding, he changed his mind. Because if both sides hoarded, one party's products would definitely end up stuck in hand, and the players only had so many copper coins. Moreover, he didn't want to earn the very last copper coin from the market. The risk was too high. Hugh, it feels like a weight has been lifted, Tong Chi exhaled, patting her chest as she spoke. She sat in Su Lang's lap, her round bottom making someone's heart flutter. Hand over all the money, you can keep the small change for yourself, Su Lang pinched Tong Chi's ample waist. Okay, Tong Chi nodded. After Tong Chi handed all the money to Su Lang, his total copper coins reached the astonishing figure of 810,000. You have to know, he only had 500,000 copper coins yesterday. Now we have 800,000 copper coins, Su Lang said to Tong Chi, then sighed. Killing monsters only maintains a balance between income and expenditure. To become wealthy, you still need to sell materials and equipment. Have all the wolf pelts been sold? Right at that moment, Wang Yajai walked over with a faint smile. She wore no makeup, yet remained dazzlingly eye-catching. The ethereal energy seemed to have beauty-preserving and spirit-enhancing effects. Yes, Sister Yajai, Tong Chi replied. Wang Yajai nodded, her expression suddenly turning serious. The final test is coming. The moment she finished speaking, the dormitory broadcast sounded. Dormitory broadcast. Today is the final day of the 3rd round game day and night ghost march in the Mad King dormitory building. Special event Madness has been triggered. Madness, tonight all monsters collectively enter Madness state. All monster drop rates increased by 30%. Madness. Su Lang's expression changed dramatically as he quickly rushed out the door, looking toward the outside of the dormitory building. In the crystal world paved with goose feather-like heavy snow, the Frost Ghost army surged from all directions, stretching as far as the eye could see. Their pupils were crimson red, flashing with red light in the pure white world. Googa! The Frost Ghost King let out a mighty roar that shook the wind and snow. The entire Frost Ghost army swarmed out of their nests, pouring into the Mad King dormitory building like sardines. The sounds of battle cries shook the heavens and earth. 33 Yi Fan, we're done for, people are going to die. 89 Tangzi, damn it brothers, we must hold on. 130 Hichi. The number of monsters is at least 2 to 3 times yesterday's amount. How are we supposed to play this? 49 Zhu Yan, at Su Lang brother Lang save us. 159 Zheng Kai. At Su Lang we're all counting on brother Lang. Once we clear the monsters upstairs, we'll come help you. Anyone with eyes could see that this wave would be extremely difficult for the Mad King dormitory building to withstand, and they could only rely on the top players to exert more effort. And in the entire Mad King dormitory building, the most top-tier player was undoubtedly Su Lang. At this moment, Su Lang's gaze was fixed intently on the Frost Ghost King. He could see this Frost Ghost King following the army forward, its crimson eyes also staring directly at him. In the madness state, the danger level of Frost Ghosts had increased by at least 30%, with combat capabilities going through the roof. Normally, Su Lang would need to stand on the 10th floor for at least a minute before hearing monster footsteps, but now he could hear them in less than 30 seconds. A Frost Ghost with red eyes rushed out from the corridor. Su Lang glanced at it and immediately abandoned any thought of shooting, because behind this Frost Ghost there were countless more Frost Ghosts. Without another word, Su Lang turned around and went back inside. The frenzied appearance of these Frost Ghosts reminded him of a certain fantasy creature. Goblins, bang, the moment the door closed, a Frost Wolf pounced and bit, only to be immediately shot dead by the Golden Eagle Wing crossbow. The Golden Eagle Wing crossbow's attack speed was extremely fast, with the quickest trigger speed among all the turrets. In the blink of an eye, Dorm 200 was completely blocked by Frost Ghosts. Void Splitter activated. The moment the splitting projectiles divided into 3, they suddenly exploded. That's right, they exploded. All monsters within 3 meters were blasted into bloody mist, with an effect so exaggerated and explosive it was absolutely insane. A series of clattering sounds rang out as loot dropped like crazy. The madness state sounded intimidating, but wasn't this just speeding up the delivery service? Inside the room, Su Lang watched all this through the surveillance screen and felt greatly energized. The more monsters there were, the more ridiculously effective the Void Splitter became. I'll take over, Su Lang squeezed past Cao Yaxuan's position and personally took control of the Void Splitter. While upgrading facilities felt great, it also came with a problem. That was not having time to go to the supermarket to buy raw materials during game time. Once the Void Splitter's durability dropped to 0, it would be game over. Su Lang controlled the Void Splitter, not daring to be careless, directly keeping the monster wave controlled beyond 5 meters away. Dorms 199, 198, and 197 all witnessed this incredible scene from inside their rooms. Whenever monsters charged forward, it was like they were collectively self-destructing. Damn, I wish I had a turret like that, the female player from Dorm 198 said enviously. I really want to go pick up the loot. Another female player also pressed against the peephole, watching the accumulated loot piling up outside her door, drooling with envy. The game had barely started for a minute, and the loot in front of the door was already stacked up. This is really such a ridiculous situation. A woman's most important asset is indeed beauty. If I usually wore makeup, maybe Brother Lang would have noticed me. Sisters, we need to beautify ourselves. After this game ends, I'm definitely going to buy some cosmetics, another short female player said. Thinking about the treatment Cao Yaxuan and the others received, the 3 women were genuinely jealous, their eyes turning red with envy. Scratch, 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 tilde, tilde, tilde. Yi Fan listened to the scratching sounds outside his door, his scalp tingling with fear as he continuously repaired the door, muttering to himself. Brother Lang put in more efforts. Uncle Wen, we're counting on you. Floor leader, you need to work hard too. Rather than relying on himself, it was better to pin hopes on others. Yi Fan acknowledged he couldn't solve the problems outside himself, relying only on the big shots. 33 Zhang Dahai, Zaire often, what's the situation at home? 33 Yi Fan. Brother Dahai, we're short on raw materials for the door. 33 Zhang Dahai, okay, I'll transfer 30,000 copper coins back to you. Buy raw materials no matter how expensive, don't be stingy. 33 Yi Fan. Thank you, Brother Dahai. After receiving the payment, Yi Fan immediately felt more confident. However, when he saw the price of raw materials, his face immediately fell. Those still selling raw materials during this life-or-death moment were naturally super gamblers with grand ambitions. Brother Daha, we've already listed half of the wolf pelts. In Dorm 77, a bald man looked at Joe Daha. Joe Daha pressed against the peephole, his face tense. How much have we earned? The bald man replied, 0. Right now, everyone is buying raw materials. Oh, that's fine then. Everything is going according to my plan. Joe Daha took off his glasses and clipped them to his collar, smiling calmly and confidently. Even an amateur like Su Lang could think about fund liquidity issues, so how could he not consider it? Players have no money. Once they finish killing this wave of monsters, won't they have money then? With the Madness State increasing drop rates by 30%, they might even be able to squeeze out a bit more profit. Brother Daha, is there a chance our door might get broken down? A tenant asked timidly. What are you afraid of? If anyone dies, it'll be the others on the 4th floor dying before us. That way we won't even need to repay the money. Joe Daha smiled, his calculations very clear. But we've already exchanged all our raw materials for cold-proof supplies. Then buy more. We have no money. Joe Daha. He remembered now. The past few days had been quite comfortable, with the door's durability barely dropping, so he had used all his existing supplies to heavily invest in cold-proof materials. Thinking of this, cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. 77 Joe Daha, at Su Lang, Father Lang save us. 130 He Chi. At Wu Hui Hui, Sister Hui, how many monsters are left upstairs? At Su Lang, Brother Lang, can you speed up? I can't wait any longer. 95 Zhou Shen, what the hell is this madness state? It's so disgusting, the monster's attack speed is so fast. 47 Lai Shu. At Li Shu and Uncle Wen, can you come take a look? I can't hold on much longer. 49 Zhou Yi, Uncle Wen is clearing monsters outside the door, everyone hold on. 186 Wu Hui Hui. At He Chi, according to my estimate, the monsters should be almost gone. 130 He Chi, really. 186 Wu Hui Hui. The monsters move faster, but they also die faster. Everyone who saw this message was left speechless. They silently opened the points leaderboard, watching Su Lang's rapidly skyrocketing points, and fell into silence once again. Was he using a double experience card? Those not on the 10th floor rarely got to see the scene of Dorm 200 clearing monsters, so they couldn't imagine what it looked like. If Wu Hui Hui had to describe it, it would be like Su Lang was playing a simple mobile game where watching ads made him instantly stronger, while everyone else was playing a Souls-like game, dying without even understanding why. The Void Splitter's efficiency at clearing monsters was undeniable. Su Lang fired one shot to the left, one shot to the right, having an absolute blast killing. No matter if you were a Centurion or squad leader, one shot and you were dead. In just about 3 minutes, the 10th floor monsters were almost completely cleared, looking sparse and scattered. Right at this moment, Su Lang suddenly stopped shooting and said to Cao Yakshuan and the others, turn on the automatic attack mode for the Golden Eagle Wing Crossbow and Army Breaker Heavy Crossbow. He stared at the Frost Ghost King on the surveillance screen, a somewhat twisted smile curling at the corner of his mouth. You came to visit and you even brought so many bodyguards with you. That's just too polite, isn't it? Looks like you've never experienced the brutal beating of the Void Splitter before. Frost Ghost King Glenn Fizz. Type: Monster Commander. Level 8 suppressed, original level 12. Skills: Commander Aura, Frost Ghost Royal Bloodline, Advanced Ice Magic. Introduction. Glenn Fizz's clan warriors suffered heavy casualties during the dormitory assault, and he has resolved to slaughter everyone inside the building. The moment the Frost Ghost King appeared, he waved his large hand, sending a frost-covered corridor sweeping along the walls that coated all 3 turrets of Dorm 200 with ice fragments. What an enticing aura! The Frost Ghost King sniffed the air, his eyes filled with greed as he stared intently at Dorm 200. The Frost Ghost guards surrounding him grew restless and eager, but he suppressed them all with a command. Void Splitter attack speed decreased by 1 level. Golden Eagle Wing Crossbow attack speed decreased by 1 level. Army Breaker Heavy Crossbow attack speed decreased by 1 level. Su Lang received the notifications and frowned. It's actually a level 12 boss, Cao Yakshuan exclaimed in shock after seeing the Frost Ghost King's information. A level 12 monster was bad enough, but a boss monster on top of that. This was far more powerful than ordinary monsters. He's only level 8, Wang Yazhai said solemnly, but that's still beyond normal parameters. Tong Chi summoned 2 Frost Ghost Archmages and prepared for battle. The highest level elite monsters this round were only level 5, yet this boss was a full 3 levels higher, and this was his suppressed state. This sufficiently demonstrated the Frost Ghost King's terrifying power. He hasn't even broken through the door yet. Su Lang patted Tong Chi's shoulder and chuckled lightly. Seeing that Su Lang wasn't panicking, the women felt somewhat reassured. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, the Frost Ghost guards fired their arrows in unison. The arrow rain struck Dorm 200, causing both the turrets and the main door's durability to steadily decrease. Seeing this, Su Lang still didn't fire the splitting projectiles, instead letting the two turrets continue their automatic attacks. 3 seconds later, another volley of arrows came flying over. Thud, thud, thud. The arrows embedded themselves in the walls before falling to the ground. Suddenly, a crack opened in Dorm 200's door as Su Lang performed his ghost peeking maneuver. Instantly, all the Frost Ghost guards went completely berserk, charging forward like wolves and tigers. The Frost Ghost King's command, what was that? Could it compare to the allure of Su Lang? Su Lang opened his perception fully, firmly locking onto the Frost Ghost King's position, then pulled the Void Splitter's trigger. The Frost Ghost King was also charging forward, just not as fast as the others. Thus, when the frontline Frost Ghost guards all exploded into bloody mist, he could only see a purple sea ahead, nothing but splitting projectiles. Fift. At least 30 splitting projectiles struck him. The Frost Ghost King was instantly reduced to critical health, his body riddled with countless holes as ice-blue blood continuously flowed out, as if he had entered a near-death state. He screamed in agony, hurriedly forming an ice shield to block in front of himself. Whoosh whoosh, the golden crossbow bolts were blocked. The heavy crossbow fired violently, causing the Frost Ghost King to stagger. Seeing this, Su Lang sighed inwardly, feeling somewhat disappointed that he hadn't instantly killed the Frost Ghost King. This guy, would he stop attacking now? Some remaining wounded soldiers were still charging forward, so Su Lang pulled the trigger once more. 2 shots later, all the Frost Ghost guards lay dead. However, Su Lang's eyes remained fixed only on the Frost Ghost King. The introduction said you were determined to slaughter all players, so don't go back on your word now. If you retreat like this, how could you possibly face your clansmen back home? Fortunately, the Frost Ghost King didn't immediately flee. Instead, he used frost to freeze his wounds, then began remotely wearing down Dorm 200's defenses. Icicle after icicle formed in his hands before shooting toward the super alloy steel door. Durability -1. Having experienced this personally, he seemed to have discerned some of the Void Splitter's tricks. Su Lang manually controlled the turrets to attack the Frost Ghost King. Seeing the Void Splitter fire only 3 slow, drifting projectiles, the Frost Ghost King completely relaxed. Ha, so that's how it is. The Frost Ghost King laughed heartily, defending with his ice shield while gradually wearing down the door's durability with his icicles. 186 Wu Hui, Lang Ji, do you need help? 200 Su Lang, no need, you should continue with your own tasks. 186 Wu Hui. Okay, we'll kill the other monsters first, then come help you together. Everyone could see that Su Lang's situation wasn't looking good. And if even Su Lang couldn't handle this monster, it would probably require the entire building's combined effort. Throughout the 10 floors, the more powerful players opened their doors and went out to support other floors. Seeing Wu Hui's reply, Su Lang felt slightly speechless. If all the players came, how would the loot be divided? Langji, should we open the door and fight? Tongqi asked. At this point, relying solely on the turrets could no longer kill the Frost Ghost King. When ordinary players encountered this situation, they would either open the door to break the stalemate or wait for other players to help. That's too risky, if we die it wouldn't be worth it. Su Lang shook his head. Cao Yaxuan's mouth twitched. Everyone understood this logic, but weren't they out of options now? Thinking of this, Cao Yaxuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Do you have a solution then? Su Lang didn't answer, instead pacing over to stand behind the Army Breaker Heavy Crossbow. Army Breaker Heavy Crossbow, let me see your limits. Why is this door so damn hard? The Frost Ghost King gritted his teeth in frustration, continuously launching streams of icicles at the super alloy steel door. After a while, he finally lost patience and stepped forward, quickening his attack tempo. He didn't go to other floors to recruit more troops. First, other monsters coming would only end up attacking him instead. Second, even if other players helped Su Lang, he remained fearless since he could kill them all anyway. The most important thing now was to quickly break through the door. Otherwise, when Polar Night arrived, he would have to leave too. And lastly, Su Lang was truly irresistible, Gyuga. The Frost Ghost King suddenly let out a strange cry, his eyes flashing with red light as he formed a set of ice armor and 2 ice swords, then quickly charged toward Dorm 200's door, his ice swords whirling into a blur of phantom images. This boss was also being affected by the madness state. Just then, he noticed the Army Breaker Heavy Crossbow glow once, its form undergoing a change. Immediately after, the Army Breaker Heavy Crossbow glowed again. However, he paid no attention, continuing to attack the door before him as the red light in his eyes grew increasingly brighter. A violent, frenzied thought kept echoing through his mind. Kill, 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 kill. ZZZZT, ZZZZT, ZZZZT tilde. The Frost Ghost King wildly swung his twin swords, ice shards flying everywhere as the blades gradually shortened. Meanwhile, the Super Alloy Steel Door's durability was plummeting wildly. Even with the Super Alloy Steel Door's defense stat of 120 points, it couldn't withstand the frenzied attacks of a level 8 overpowered boss. Kill, kill, kill. The Frost Ghost King was practically going insane from the slaughter, a sinister and pathological ghostly smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Soon he would break through the door and taste that adorable little meatball inside. Just thinking about it made him experience a cerebral climax, drool flowing uncontrollably. Boom crash. The Frost Ghost King felt himself flying through the air while a tingling sensation spread across his chest. Chop, 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 keep chopping for me. He swung his arms in confusion, the ice blue twin swords suddenly dropping to the ground. Am I about to die? The Frost Ghost King looked down and saw the thick, enormous arrow shaft piercing his chest, realizing he had been pinned to the corridor railing. He abruptly snapped out of his frenzied state, then his head tilted to the side, no longer able to think. Su Lang opened the door and walked out, bending down to pick up 3 dropped items from beneath the Frost Ghost King's body. When he stood up again, he suddenly felt his body becoming warm. The goose feather snowflakes ahead visibly became smaller, disappearing before they even hit the ground. A level 12 boss monster can actually change weather phenomena. I wonder how terrifying the monsters that Rainy Night Blade and those high-level players face must be. Su Lang sighed with emotion, then turned around and dragged the Frost Ghost King's corpse inside. A moment later, all 5 members of Dorm 200 mobilized, efficiently collecting the massive amount of loot with practiced ease before returning inside. Whoosh tilde. A cold wind blew, and the area in front of Dorm 200 became calm again, with only a pure black giant heavy crossbow embedded in the wall, its arrowhead gleaming with a chilling cold light that testified to what had just occurred. Charge! However, it seemed only Dorm 200 had quieted down. Other floors were still filled with the sounds of battle, mechanical activation noises, and artillery impacts continuing incessantly. 1000 Jun Dragon Hunting Crossbow. Type Attack Facility. Level 5. Lethality 450. Attack speed extremely slow. Crossbow bolts 115,000 copper coins per attack. Effect a long shot. Can perform long-range strikes, including outside the dormitory building. Durability 400-400. Deconstruction yield, Mysterious Iron X22 Giant Wolf Tooth Arrow X1. Upgrade conditions, 900 Nightmare Coins. Introduction, I say I've slain a dragon, do you believe me? This was the hero responsible for hunting the Frost Ghost King this time. Upgrading the Army Breaker Heavy Crossbow to level 4 cost 380 Nightmare Coins, and upgrading to level 5 cost 600 Nightmare Coins. Su Lang had already decided that the 1000 Jun Dragon Hunting Crossbow's future upgrade path would specialize in killing major monsters. Ha ha ha, I've never seen so many supplies before. Cao Yaxuan looked at the room full of materials overjoyed. Me neither, Sherry nodded, her face beaming with smiles, her golden hair seeming to shine even brighter. Does anyone else feel a bit hot? Tongqi twisted her body slightly as she spoke. Su Lang casually took off his wolf pelt, glanced at the thermometer, and said with a light smile, "The temperature has already risen." The other women also turned to look, all showing smiles. After all, no one enjoyed being cold every day. Su Lang, what did the Frost Ghost King drop? Cao Yaxuan looked at Su Lang, unable to contain her eagerness. Take a look. Su Lang casually handed the 3 items to Cao Yaxuan and the others while he began examining the Frost Ghost King's corpse. The Frost Ghost King's appearance was quite ferocious. Remembering how he commanded his army still gave Su Lang some palpitations. When this thing was outside the building, it would instantly kill any player it encountered with a single move. But now that it was dead, it could only be manipulated at will. Staying alive is more important than anything else. Su Lang shook his head and formed a hand seal with both hands. Corpse Refining Art activated. Target level too high, control time reduced to 30 seconds, attributes decreased. The Frost Ghost King's eyes snapped open as he stood up. Deceased Frost Ghost King. Type Monster. Level 10. Skill, Advanced Ice Magic. Introduction, I am the possessor of ultimate frost energy. I will eventually return to the frozen lands. Glen Fizz. Not bad either. After all, the Corpse Refining Art is only a level 2 skill. Su Lang nodded with satisfaction and was about to test the control when Cao Yaxuan's exclamation came from beside him. Come quick, Su Lang, come look, it's a super jackpot drop. Su Lang's mouth twitched upward before he suppressed it, pretending to be casual as he said, "Don't make a fuss, they're just a few dropped items." This time it's really different. Cao Yaxuan's face was flushed, her dark eyes sparkling brightly like stars. She was holding an ice-blue glowing orb in her hand. Ultimate Ice Vein. Type Curio. Level 10. Effect upon use, obtain the blood contract skill Ultimate Frost Energy. Upgrade conditions. 30,000 Nightmare Coins. Introduction. Ultimate Ice Veins only form within the extreme cold mineral veins of frozen lands. Extremely precious. A level 10 Curio. Su Lang, it's a level 10 Curio. Cao Yaxuan's body trembled as if she had won a 5 million lottery. I know, Su Lang nodded, then looked at the golden ring in Wang Yajai's hand. This was also a curio dropped from the Frost Ghost King, and its effect was quite special. Wealth Ring. Type Curio. Level 8. Effect, when the wearer kills monsters, monsters will drop an additional 5% copper coins. Upgrade conditions. 4,500 Nightmare Coins. Introduction. This is the clan leader's glory, a symbol of wealth. The 5% additional copper coin drop might seem small, and it really wasn't much, equivalent to killing 20 monsters for the reward of 1 extra, and only for copper coins at that. I'll wear this. Su Lang casually took the ring, thinking it was better than nothing. Items like this were called resource-type items by Rainy Night Blade and others, and they were quite rare too. This one seems pretty useless, Tong Chi reported, holding a sheepskin scroll. Southwestern Extreme Cold Frozen Lands Map. Type of map. Introduction records the topography of the extreme cold frozen lands. You can bring it if you go traveling. Store it in the study for now, and let's take inventory of the other supplies, Su Lang said with a smile. The most valuable item dropped by the Frost Ghost King was probably the Ultimate Ice Vein. The 30,000 Nightmare Coin upgrade cost was enough to make anyone's heart skip a beat. While Su Lang and his 4 companions were taking inventory of their supplies, the other players had already finished off all the monsters. Some people had substantial gains, obtaining blueprints and equipment drops. Others had worse luck, their doors were breached but they managed to survive. And then there were those who were already dead. But there were also some people for whom living was worse than death. Dorm 77, Joe Daha stood expressionless, his face deathly pale. Damn it, being alive felt worse than just dying. The side table nearby was overturned and the thermometer lay shattered on the floor. Brother Ha, what should we do? A bald tenant asked, trembling with fear. It's just a technical correction, Joe Daha said, pushing up his glasses as he stiffly walked out of the dorm. He went downstairs. He didn't take the stairs, nor did he use the elevator. Some people on the 4th floor watched Joe Daha scaling down the wall and felt puzzled. You haven't even finished collecting the loot in front of your door, why are you leaving already? Some shook their heads and ignored him, instead happily chatting with their companions. Haha, as long as we survive the polar night, we can scrape through another round of the game. Thanks for the help, brothers from upstairs. But helping is one thing, you automatically picked up the copper coins, so maybe leave the equipment alone. Zhang Jai died, hurry and see what good stuff is in his room. Brothers, get ready to go floor sweeping. It's the last day today, let's aim to find at least 1 level 5 piece of equipment. Wait, was that Joe Daha who just went down? Yeah, mad face bro, what's up? Shit, follow me, let's chase him down and kill him. Xiao Bing, what do you think is the meaning of human existence? On the 3rd floor corridor, Wang Ao leaned both hands on the railing, his expression desolate, forming a stark contrast to the joyful looks of other players. Wang Ao's tenant hesitated before replying. Brother Wang, don't be sad. Fortune may be lost and regained, and every man has his use. It hadn't been long at all, yet Wang Ao seemed like a completely different person. His bold declarations still faintly echoed in their ears. Collecting wolf pelts, the peak will be on the 7th day. You don't understand the thrill of selling at the top. I want to start from nothing and become a top player. Xiao Bing wanted to laugh but didn't dare. Gambling addicts deserve miserable deaths. I'm fine, just a bit tired. I'll go back and rest for a while. Okay, hey, Brother Wang, why are you collapsing? Even if you're exhausted, don't sleep in the doorway. The final wave of monsters was indeed quite numerous, with high drop rates. After taking inventory, Su Lang and the others discovered they had earned a full 100,000 copper coins, not to mention the piles of level 2 and 3 equipment that had almost formed a small hill. Gasp tilde, I had no idea until we counted, but there's actually this much, Cao Yaxuan exclaimed, clicking her tongue. As long as you can withstand the monster's frenzied state, the rewards are enormous. Wang Yajai's eyes gleamed as she analyzed from a macro perspective. A huge wave of monsters plus a 30% drop rate. Almost everyone in our dorm building has equipment to wear now. We're definitely stronger than other dorm buildings in the same period. That makes sense, Su Lang nodded, his gaze sweeping over the low-level equipment as he pondered. If there's too much low-level equipment, the prices will drop. Eventually, we'll only be able to dismantle them for raw materials. Cao Yakshuan nodded repeatedly. MHM, let's sell them off quickly. Su Lang had sold the wolf pelts early, preventing them from becoming dead weight in their hands. This reinforced her belief that selling early meant permanent profits. A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. Su Lang looked at Tong Chi. Tong Chi, I'll leave selling these things to you. It's fine even if the prices are a bit lower. Okay, Tong Chi replied. The monsters were all dead by a little past 6 today, and the second wave likely wouldn't come. Players had plenty of time for floor sweeping. Coupled with the warming weather, almost all players went out for floor sweeping. But Su Lang still didn't go out. Even though this was the last day, with a significant improvement in loot quality. Who knew if the dormitory broadcast would mess with people's minds again by announcing some sudden event? During the game, your own dorm is the safest place. At the edge of the blood mist, dozens of frost fortresses stood, looking quite peculiar. Our king is dead. An elder emerged from the crimson fortress at the very center, looking up at the sky. His aged eyes flickered with a glint of wisdom. He held an iron hammer in his hand, his body was crimson, and his face appeared extremely ancient. Some elite frost ghosts gathered around, all watching this elder. With the frost ghost king dead, the mission of leading the frost ghosts automatically fell to him. Just then, a group of players charged over. Uncle Wen was right, there really are remnants of frost ghosts here. This must be their stronghold, there's definitely good stuff inside. I see looting frost ghosts. Kill them. The players had grown bold, actually taking the initiative to fight in the field. However, the results weren't as satisfying, they were quickly beaten back. Li Xuan, who had backed them, never showed up. The old frost ghost's face darkened as he turned and returned to the Crimson Fortress. The moment he lifted the tent flap, a spear suddenly shot forward, piercing through his chest. The bloodied spear tip emerged from his back. Bang! Li Xuan twisted his wrist, transmitting a surge of force that shattered all the old frost ghost's internal organs. Then Li Xuan quickly stepped forward, snatched a string of agate beads from the old frost ghost's neck, and a thrilled smile suddenly spread across his face. Success. He killed the Great Elder. A group of frost ghost soldiers charged over. Seeing this, Li Xuan quickly grabbed the dropped loot and turned to flee. After returning to the Crimson Fortress, he saw Zhang Dahai peeking out from the tunnel entrance and shouted sternly, "Let's go quick." Zhang Dahai immediately pulled his head back. Li Xuan held his breath, moving stealthily into the tunnel, wary of Zhang Dahai potentially betraying him. Fortunately, that didn't happen. Uncle Wen, how did you do it? How come the monsters didn't detect you? Are you a wanderer too? Zhang Dahai couldn't resist asking after walking ahead for a while. Here, it's yours. Li Xuan took a jade pendant from his neck and tossed it to Zhang Dahai. But Zhang Dahai didn't reach out to catch it. Instead, he backed away several steps. Seeing the jade pendant land safely on the ground, Zhang Dahai chuckled and stepped forward to pick it up. You'll probably survive a long time in this game. Li Xuan gave Zhang Dahai a deep look. Hee, you flatter me, Uncle Wen. Zhang Dahai checked the jade pendant's information and found it was an item that could conceal one's aura for a short time, though its usage count was already exhausted. He didn't mind happily storing it in his backpack. After that, he didn't ask any more questions, just kept his head down and walked ahead. Seeing this, Li Xuan silently raised his evaluation of Zhang Dahai. In the dorm survival game, there is no right or wrong, good or evil, only life or death. He had genuinely feared Zhang Dahai might ask why he had betrayed the others, or inquire about matters related to the sequence. Time flew by and soon the polar night was approaching. Good thing I kept a backup plan. Beside a large rock at the edge of Rust Lake in Rust Lake Park, Joe Daha stood up from the grass, casually brushing off an invisibility talisman from his body. This heavy investment failure was all Su Lang's fault. He killed the monsters too quickly, but surviving afterward also depended on Su Lang. I can't go home anymore. I'll hide in the lake for a while first. The polar night monsters probably won't specifically dive into the water to kill me. I hope Su Lang kills the polar night monsters quickly, so the game ends early and I can change dorms. Except, veteran players here all say there's no option to change dorms when the game ends. What a stupid dorm building. Will this round be the same? Joe Daha stopped overthinking, took a deep breath, and dove into the lake surface. Not long after, the lake surface began bubbling and gurgling as if something had floated up. And right at that moment, the polar night descended, covering everything in darkness. Dormitory broadcast, 7 polar nights, 7 cycles of day and night, the king hidden in the darkness has awakened. In his frenzied state, his desire to kill surges dramatically. Players, be careful. A king in the darkness sounds quite intimidating, Su Lang muttered. From this description, it seems there's only this one monster this round, Wang Yajai speculated. Lang quickly checked the chat room, Sherry said with dazed eyes reminding them. Su Lang casually opened the chat room. 159 Zheng Kai, brothers, this is the information slip I just found information slip. Information slip. Type. Item. Content, Julian is a pure-blood vampire slumbering in a bunker. He awakens once every 7 cycles, and after drinking the blood of 33 people, he returns to the bunker to continue sleeping. Introduction. This kind of thing has no level, cannot be decomposed or upgraded, just look at it and that's it. Information slips were different from dormitory broadcasts. They were basically 100% accurate. When players saw this information slip, they knew things were serious. An information slip specifically detailing information about a single monster was no different from biographies in ancient times. One could imagine how powerful this vampire named Julian was. 159 Zheng Kai. Brothers, this is a certain death situation. We must sacrifice 33 players before Julian will leave. 88 Kayan Hayatongs. Damn, when I was in the Blood Sprout dormitory building, I also encountered this type of monster. 179 Yun Yun. Things might be more complicated. In his frenzied state, I don't know if he'll kill even more people. 33 Yi Fan. Speaking of which, even if there's such a monster, wouldn't he go after Lang Ji first? 98 Hee Lang Ji, be careful. Lang Ji needs to be careful, hahaha tilde. In dorm 178, dorm owner Yu Yang saw the chat room messages, his face full of sarcasm. Damn, finally there's a monster that can deal with him. A male player laughed excitedly. I always said his blood grudge playstyle would eventually backfire. Previously, the players from their dorm hadn't managed to blow Su Lang up and were instead killed with a single sword strike. This grudge was firmly established. It's either you die or I perish. They had been living in constant anxiety these past few days, but now they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Is this monster really that powerful? Su Lang did kill the Frost Ghost King after all, a young man hesitated to ask. Ah Bing, you don't understand this. Yu Yang looked at this player who was native to the Mad King dormitory building and smiled. Mechanism monsters placed in dormitory buildings are basically invincible. No single dorm room can withstand them alone. Another player nodded in deep agreement. These kinds of monsters are used by the dormitory building to clean up those bug dorms. Many arrogant floor leaders once targeted by mechanism monsters can only abandon their dorms. Unless you can figure out their mechanics, only then can you resolve the crisis. But look at this vampire's mechanic. He has to kill 33 people. Su Lang definitely won't be able to avoid this calamity. Yu Yang laughed heartily. We should keep a close watch. When Su Lang dies, we'll go scoop up his equipment, quick search and quick retreat, so we don't get targeted by the mechanism monster too. Seeing these veteran players so confident, Ah Bing also laughed. In dorm 200, Su Lang suddenly opened the door. Cao Yaxuan and the others looked completely shocked. Tong Chi immediately summoned her ghost pet and was about to follow him out when she saw Su Lang place a frost flame torch at the doorway, then return inside. Su Lang explained, testing to see if we can get information about that monster. So that's what you're doing, Su Lang, you're so clever. Cao Yaxuan's eyes lit up. Su Lang shook his head without responding, instead saying, this level will probably be difficult to pass. What other players could see, he naturally could see too. That pure-blood vampire might be the same level as the Frost Ghost King and possibly not suppressed. Let fate decide, Wang Yajai said with a faint smile. The terror of the second-round ghost officials was still fresh in everyone's memory. Su Lang opened his mouth about to say something when he suddenly noticed Tong Chi's pupils constrict. He quickly turned to look. On the surveillance screen, a pale-skinned man picked up the frost flame torch, his eyes showing curiosity. He seemed to have detected someone watching him and also looked up at the surveillance camera. He suddenly gave a ferocious smile, clenched his hand violently, and the entire frost flame torch instantly shattered into pieces. In the moment the light went out, Su Lang managed to check this monster's information. Vampire Julians. Type Dark Creature. Level 8. Skills, Immortal Body, Blood Clan Energy, Bloodbat Doppelganger, Dark Affinity, Blood Escape. Introduction, an ultra-rare pureblood vampire who dreams of becoming nobility, possessing super explosive power and super recovery ability. Do not engage him in prolonged battles. This is a genuine vampire and he actually has 5 skills. Su Lang was shocked internally. Just as he was processing Julian's information, the door was attacked. Boom. Durability -8. Dealing 8 durability damage in one hit, this was the true value of a level 8 monster. Although Julian and the Frost Ghost King were both level 8 monsters, their natures were completely different. The Frost Ghost King was a magic type and a command monster, while Julian was purely a combat monster. Yakshuan, you repair the door's condition. Su Lang shouted urgently and began operating the turrets. Under his control, 3 turrets fired their attacks almost simultaneously. However, Su Lang's expression darkened. All attacks had passed right through Julian's body. What fast reaction speed! Su Lang took a deep breath, gave up controlling the Void Splitter and Thousand Jun Dragon Hunting Crossbow, and focused entirely on controlling the Golden Eagle Wing Crossbow. Julian's attack frequency was fast and frenzied, seeming to have lost some rationality as well. The Super Alloy Steel Door's durability plummeted rapidly, and Cao Yakshuan began sweating on her forehead. After all, Julian was a level 8 boss, while the Super Alloy Steel Door was ultimately only a level 4 door. Su Lang seized the right moment and fired a golden crossbow bolt. The bolt wasn't aimed at Julian's head but rather at his fist. Julian's figure staggered back as he pulled out the golden crossbow bolt, his fist smoking from the burn. Su Lang perceived all of this through his sixth sense. It works. His blood escape isn't constantly active. Su Lang had captured a key piece of information, but he didn't relax his vigilance, because Julian had launched another attack. Su Lang were running out of raw materials, Cao Yakshuan reported loudly. Hearing this, Su Lang didn't hesitate at all and directly chose to upgrade the Super Alloy Steel Door. At this point, being greedy about that little bit of durability was meaningless, and scraping a couple more arrows against Julian was similarly pointless because it couldn't fundamentally change anything. If during this time period, Julian suddenly decided to use a big move and directly broke through the door, then there would truly be nowhere to cry. Nightmare Coins 100. Please choose from the following upgrade directions and make your selection within 1 minute. 1. Diamond Doors. Extremely high defense, extremely high durability, small probability of reflecting damage back to enemies. 2. Golden Pillar Jade Toad Door. Medium defense, medium durability. The Jade Toad creates a treasure light shield every 10 seconds that blocks one attack. The Golden Pillar automatically collects gold, silver, and copper coins in front of the door. Gold, silver, copper coins can repair the door. 3. 5 Ghosts Carrying Coffin Door. Extremely high defense, medium durability when door durability reaches 0. Applies level 7 curse to all non-dorm targets within 10 meters. Without further thought, Su Lang chose the Golden Pillar Jade Toad Door. In an instant, the Super Alloy Steel Door's form underwent a dramatic change, becoming resplendent and magnificent, radiating luxury. Golden Pillar Jade Toad Door. Type Facility. Level 5. Defense. 130-130. Effect 1 Wealth Energy. Gold, silver, copper coins can repair durability. Effect 2 Treasure Return. Automatically collects gold, silver, copper coins in front of the door. Effect 3 Treasure Light Shield. Jade Toad creates 1 shield layer every 10 seconds that can block 1 attack. Durability 240-240. Decomposition yields. Jade X25, Gold Thread X25, Gilded Treasure Paint X3, Jade Spirit X1. Upgrade condition 2400 Nightmare Coins. Introduction Money money money, so much money flying toward me. The poor aren't worthy of possessing me. Outside the door, Julian seemed startled by this strange phenomenon, pausing his assault briefly before preparing to continue his attack. But at that very moment, he suddenly felt an unusual force lock onto him, causing his movements to hesitate for exactly 1 second. And in that single second, all 3 turrets' attacks struck him directly. The golden crossbow proved particularly vicious, actually piercing straight through his head. Julian clutched his perforated skull as he rolled on the ground, his screams piercing and horrifying, while blood continuously flowed from the massive hole torn in his chest by the dragon-hunting crossbow. Whoosh 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 tilde. Follow-up attacks came raining down, but unfortunately Julian entered his blood escape state, evading most of the incoming assaults. Suddenly, the door to Dorm 200 swung open. A crimson grenade was tossed out. It was the Blood Plague Grenade. Blood Escape's ability to evade attacks depended on anticipating them in advance, making this technique relatively ineffective against area of effect attacks. Such an obvious counterrelationship was something Su Lang had firmly committed to memory. Moreover, the Blood Plague Grenade he threw wasn't an ordinary one, but an enhanced Blood Plague Grenade upgraded using 310 Nightmare Coins. Boom, the grenade exploded against Julian's chest, the powerful blast force sending several bone fragments flying out. Julian was completely stunned by this combo attack, his head ringing incessantly. While he remained dazed, Su Lang showed no hesitation. Whoosh! The flame dragon roared forth, completely enveloping Julian's body. Immediately after, typewriter-like gunfire echoed through the night. Silver bullets vanished into the polar night, never to return. Su Lang gritted his teeth, pulling both Colt's triggers all the way down without a moment's relaxation. If you can survive this, then I'll admit defeat, the next second. Su Lang lost. The moment the bullet rain poured onto Julian's body, he transformed into numerous bats that scattered in all directions. Slam! The door closing sound was loud and decisive. Su Lang feared he might not resist chasing after them. With Sixth Sense active, the Polar Knight's effects impacted him minimally, but there were too many bats, he couldn't kill them all. Besides, who knew what hidden cards this level 8 boss might still possess? Vampires were creatures with strong vitality who could regenerate health. They were practically perfect for the dorm survival game. If only I could kill him and obtain the pureblood vampire crystal. While Su Lang struggled against Julian, many people remained deeply concerned about his situation. For example, Yu Yang. Why hasn't Su Lang died yet? Yu Yang kept checking the chat room roster, pacing restlessly back and forth. Perhaps he stockpiled a lot of raw materials, one tenant suggested. Right, Yu Yang responded verbally, though he felt inexplicably uneasy inside. Actually, their assessment of the situation was quite accurate. In the third round of the game, Julian was indeed terrifying. He could basically kill whomever he wanted. Ordinary dorm owners' doors could be smashed open in 10 seconds, and even Li Xuan would meet his end if he encountered him. 33 lives, he could harvest them all quite easily, returning home fully satiated. Undoubtedly a human-shaped natural disaster. Unfortunately, however, he encountered Su Lang. Not only did he fail to reap any rewards, but he also suffered a humiliating defeat. This situation was like a veteran player encountering a cheater. No matter how skilled you are, you'll still end up lying on the ground. Why hasn't that monster died yet? Could Brother Lang really be in trouble? In dorm 186, Wu Hui pressed herself against the door like a small tank, hoping to hear some movement. Hui, don't do that, you won't hear anything anyway. Nizaya Aju shook her head with a sigh. The dorm survival game's mechanics were quite special. Sounds from other rooms couldn't be heard no matter how sharp your hearing, as long as the doors remained intact. Like Tong Chi's ghost pets, they could penetrate dorm 200's door and pass through other locations' doors, but they couldn't penetrate other players' dorms. This perfectly reflected the words spoken when the dorm survival game descended. In this blood-mist world filled with blood and despair, the dorm is your only refuge. It's fine, I'm just listening for hallway movements. Wu Hui pressed her ear against the door, completely focused. Just then a piercing scream echoed through the corridor. That's the monster's voice, Wu Hui exclaimed excitedly. Su Lang's voice would never sound that awful. Is that gunfire? Did Su Lang open his door? Nizaya Aju also moved closer. I really want to open the door. Wu Hui panted heavily, barely restraining her impulse to open it. I hope Brother Lang is okay. Wang Tingting frowned with delicate brows, extremely worried. To be honest, previously her attitude toward Su Lang had been somewhat ambiguous. She didn't particularly care whether Su Lang lived or died, and if he died, she might even be able to thoroughly loot his belongings. His family's assets were undoubtedly substantial. But now her perspective had changed. Because of Su Lang's influence, the status of 10th floor players had risen significantly, with many people wanting to pay their way onto the 10th floor. Moreover, the last time she saw Su Lang, she thought he looked incredibly handsome. Even celebrity photo editing couldn't compare. That's just how appearance-focused people are, they never change. Many female players on the 10th floor were devoted fans of Su Lang. Of course, outside the 10th floor there were also devoted male fans like Zheng Kai. That coward, is he not coming back? While others were anxious, Su Lang was actually anxious too. Only his anxiety differed from everyone else's. He was afraid Julian might run away. Forget it, with the jade burial suit, what is there to fear? And so, Cao Yaxuan and the others witnessed Su Lang angrily opening the door to come inside, then just as angrily opening the door to go back out. Blood-sucking trash, if you've got guts, don't run away. Su Lang stepped 3 centimeters outside his door, shouting with resounding authority. This shout instantly energized all the players on the 10th floor. Holy crap, what's happening? Is Brother Lang actually chasing down a mechanic monster to kill it? That's just too domineering. In the hallway, Julian continued bleeding profusely, fragments of internal organs clinging to his body. His immortal body seemed utterly useless at this moment. What's happening? Why won't the bleeding stop? The head wound. Damn it, this is demon-breaking power. Why are the bullets still inside me? These are holy silver bullets. Why are there so many things that counter me? Damn it alls. Cough, cough. Julian spat out a fragment of his heart, then stuffed the heart fragment back into the hole in his chest. The fragment immediately transformed into a blood flow, partially repairing the heart's damage. Vampires weren't simple creatures, their high immortality was legendary. I still need to become nobility, I can't die. As long as I go back and kill that person, suck his blood, I'll definitely become nobility and my injuries will heal completely. That's right, why did I run? I should go back and kill him. Julian stared at Dorm 200's door, insane determination growing in his mind, as if his body had already stopped bleeding and no longer felt pain. And at that exact moment, Su Lang opened his door and shouted insults. The last thread of sanity in Julian's mind instantly snapped, and he roared as he charged forward. You're asking for death, a voice filled with viciousness abruptly responded from the hallway. Su Lang instantly felt an extremely powerful killing intent lock onto him, and it was rapidly approaching. Its speed was extreme, like a flash of lightning. With a bang, he closed the door, but the corners of his mouth were turned up high. He thought Julian was so smart, but it turns out he's also in the category of being controlled by his lower instincts. Julian reappeared in front of room 200, his body surrounded by billowing crimson energy, and slammed a claw heavily onto the golden pillar jade-toed door. A treasure light flashed on the golden pillar jade-toed door, leaving it completely unscathed. Julian looked utterly bewildered and slammed his claw down again. Boom, durability. Inside the room, Su Lang's face showed no fluctuation. Within his perception range, Julian was already extremely weak. He immediately repeated his previous operation, communicated with the ghost child, and then controlled the turret to attack. However, Julian was prepared this time and actually managed to dodge all the attacks. Su Lang frowned and said to Cao Yakshuan, keep repairing the door. As he spoke, he shared the golden pillar jade-toed door's information and transferred a large sum of money to Cao Yakshuan. Okay, Cao Yakshuan responded. Su Lang fully activated his sixth sense, meticulously perceiving Julian's life state. After about a minute or so, the energy burning around the latter disappeared. But he was still attacking continuously, and his attack speed was extremely fast, almost maniacal. Keep in mind, he was still being affected by the bleeding status. I'm loving this madness state more and more. Su Lang's heart was as calm as a still lake. At a certain moment, he suddenly pulled the trigger of the golden eagle wing crossbow. Immediately after, he communicated with the ghost child and activated eyewitness. Swoosh tilde. The golden bolt pierced through Julian's head, but he wasn't dead yet. Instead, he directly split into about a dozen small bats. And right at that moment, the door to dorm 200 suddenly opened. HMPH trying to run, Su Lang held dual pistols facing the endless darkness outside. Last time there were too many small bats. He was willing but unable. This time he felt he could give it a try. Gun Fu played a crucial role at this moment, allowing him to plan the trajectory in milliseconds. Bullet time activate. The world in Su Lang's eyes suddenly slowed down, enabling him to execute the most exquisite maneuvers. Bang, 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 bang. The bullets hit every single bat with incredible precision. Using Bloodbat Doppelganger was when Julian's defense was at its weakest. He could survive as long as even one bat escaped. But as the saying goes, he was unfortunately unlucky enough to encounter Su Lang. How could a normal player possibly have such a chain of skills like Su Lang and also manage to inflict serious injuries on him? Pureblood Vampire Julian killed, points plus 100000. Ordinary level 8 monsters wouldn't yield 100,000 points upon death, but Julian was different. He was a boss, a super monster where killing just one could propel you to the top of the leaderboard. However, no matter how many points, they were meaningless to Su Lang since he was already dominating the leaderboard. Dormitory broadcast, all monsters have been eliminated, this round's game ends early. Congratulations to everyone for completing all challenges of the Mad King Dormitory Building's third phase game. Through everyone's united and concerted efforts, the Mad King Dormitory Building stands resilient within the Blood Mist world. Next, the Mad King Dormitory Building will undergo iteration. Players, please prepare. Point rewards distribution is temporarily delayed. Su Lang returned to the room. Without even checking the information on Julian's dropped items, he was drawn in by the dormitory broadcast. In the chat room, discussions were buzzing. 159 Zhengkai, finally the third round. Every 3 rounds of games in the dormitory building is a hurdle. Lang Ji is still fierce as ever, ending the match early again this time. 121 Wu Yi, at Zhengkai, sorry, I don't check the chat room often. Could you please explain what you mean? 159 Zhengkai, literal meaning. 180 Su Ruyan, After 3 rounds, the refreshed supplies will be more abundant. Don't destroy any unused supplies. They might be useful in the future. 49 Li Xuan. Next, we should be selecting dormitory traits. Everyone consider carefully, don't vote rashly. 89 Tangzi. Uncle Wen has experience. Everyone should follow Uncle Wen's choice. If you choose randomly, don't blame me for being impolite. I wonder what traits our dormitory building will refresh with, Cao Yaxuan said expectantly. They probably won't be weak, Wang Yazhai said with a smile. After every dormitory building completes 3 phases of games, a collective vote can be held to select traits. The veteran players had mentioned this, and Su Lang had also intentionally or unintentionally gathered information from people like the Rainy Night Blade, so he had a general idea. Selecting the dormitory building's traits was extremely important. A poor choice could potentially ruin the entire building, making it uninhabitable for anyone. Right at that moment, the dormitory building suddenly began to shake. Su Lang steadied himself while grabbing hold of Cao Yaxuan and Sherry to prevent the 2 women from falling. Wang Yazhai supported Tong Qi. A few minutes later, the shaking stopped. Su Lang stared at the monitor screen, his pupils contracting sharply, then rushed out of the dorm without a second thought. By now, the polar night had receded. From a wide-angle view, one could see that the dormitory building had grown larger. The spacing between floors was higher, and the corridors were nearly twice as wide. Many players rushed out of their dorms and discovered this astonishing change, causing an immediate uproar. Cao Yaxuan and the others came out too, all looking shocked. I feel like the dormitory building is evolving. Maybe soon we'll be able to see the school gate. Cao Yaxuan gazed towards the horizon and noticed the blood mist had receded further back. Remove the feel like it asterisk is evolving. A voice came over, everyone turned to look and saw the speaker was Su Ruyan. Su Lang, do you want to come explore the new areas with me? We should be able to find some good stuff. Su Ruyan, with her striking features and beautiful eyes, fixed her gaze on Su Lang and extended the invitation. No need, come over before 7 o'clock, Su Lang shook his head. Seeing more and more players gathering in the corridor, he turned and led Cao Yaxuan and the others back inside. The corridor was too crowded, he didn't like it. Just as the group was about to enter the room, Tong Qi suddenly said, "Hey, everyone look at Tong Bao." Everyone was momentarily stunned, then realized Tong Qi was referring to the ghost child and quickly looked towards the shrine. They saw the shrine glowing faintly, with the ghost child sitting upright inside it, surrounded by swirling streams of black smoke. Su Lang checked the information and received feedback that the ghost child was currently evolving. He's evolving, the evolution time is 3 hours, Su Lang said joyfully. That long? Tong Qi couldn't contain her anticipation. Normal, Su Lang replied. After all, the ghost child was leveling up naturally, so a longer time was to be expected. Speaking of which, the ghost child's performance this round and the last was pretty good. Should he try using nightmare coins to upgrade him? Before he could make a decision, the dormitory broadcast sounded again. Dormitory broadcast. This iteration of the Mad King dormitory building includes the following updates. Dormitory terrain optimization, chat room optimization, turret attack pattern optimization, item information display optimization, dorm owner rights optimization, tenant rights optimization, supermarket optimization, points reward optimization, supply optimization. New building added. Merit Tower. When the Mad King travels, all buildings retreat. Please, respected Mad King dormitory building players, vote for the dormitory building trait. 1. Mad Money Bags. Players' backpack funds increase by 3% daily, current votes 0. 2. Mad Equipment. Probability of equipment spawning in all areas increases by 30%, current votes 0. 3. Mad Monsters. Monsters each round enter a frenzied state, current votes 0. 4. Mad King's Whisper. All players gain a new sand value attribute, maximum value 100 points. Each point decreased increases basic attributes by 1%, current votes 0. 5. Bloodthirst. Each player killed increases combat power by 1% proportionally. Effect lasts until next rest period, current votes 0. 6. Nouveau Rich. All players immediately receive 30,000 copper coins and 1 level 3 equipment. 7. Shared Glory and Shame. Tenants no longer occupy points ranking leaderboard slots. Aside from special rewards, regular rewards are the same as dorm owners. The top 50 dorm owners each gain the right to upgrade their dorm once. The bottom 5 dorm owners on the points leaderboard and their tenants will be forcibly eliminated. The top 5 dorm owners on the points leaderboard cannot be eliminated. Current votes 0. Vote countdowns. 30 minutes. The Mad King dormitory building suddenly presented 7 trait choices. Others felt it was just novel, but Su Lang felt somewhat shocked. This, Rainy Night Blade's dormitory building traits are completely inferior to the Mad King dormitory buildings. Not to mention the others, just look at the seventh option, Shared Glory and Shame. Rainy Night Blade had mentioned similar dormitory traits before, but they couldn't achieve upgrading dorms for all top 50 players. The difference here was enormous. As long as 50 dorm owners survived one round of the game, the next round could have 40 additional turret positions and accommodate 40 more people. The entire Mad King dormitory building's firepower would become absolutely insane. Just imagine, each round the Mad King dormitory building would gain 40 additional turret positions. How fierce would that firepower be? Over time, the number of turrets would be several times greater than other dormitory buildings. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that other dormitory buildings had similar traits, and reportedly dormitory building trait quality would keep improving. 49 Li Xuan, choose Shared Glory and Shame. 49 Zhu Yan's. Everyone listened to Uncle Wen. 179 Yun Yun. Actually, I think Mad Money Bag is pretty good. 130 He Chi. Mad King's Whisper seems quite interesting. I've never seen similar traits before, feels like every trait is top tier. 89 Tang Zi. At He Chi dude, how many times have you migrated dormitory buildings to say something like that? Choosing Shared Glory and Shame is flawless. Otherwise, when would our dorms ever get upgraded? 48 Zhou Liyuan. Yeah, Su Lang's whole family will take up many slots. 48 Zhou Liyuans. Sorry, spoke without thinking, can I retract that? 83 Su Qi. Shared Glory and Shame forcibly eliminates the bottom 5, feels a bit terrifying. 7 Wang Xiaoi. I want to choose Nouveau Rich, anyone joining me? Gospel for bottom tier players. 22 Zhao Liang. Small fries, stop interrupting. Mad King dormitory building players can't migrate buildings. We must consider the long term. The floor leaders began canvassing for votes. Everyone had different understandings and playstyles, making it naturally difficult to unify goals. The chat room became chaotic, with many people postponing resource-gathering activities to vote for traits. Su Lang observed for a while and noticed that Shared Glory and Shame had the loudest support. However, when he checked the vote counts, he found Shared Glory and Shame was only in second place, with Nouveau Rich ranking first. This was the silent rebellion of the bottom-tier players. Su Lang, what should we choose? Cao Yaxuan asked. Tong Qi licked her lips, also looking at Su Lang. Should we discuss it with Hui and them? Wang Yazhai suddenly spoke up. The chat room is updated now, we can create small groups. Su Lang, do you want to join? Okay, Su Lang nodded. Wang Yazhai invites you to join 10th floor group, accept decline. A prompt popped up. Su Lang clicked accept, and immediately a small group icon appeared in the chat room. Clicking in revealed it was filled with 10th floor players, with Wu Hui as the group creator. 186 Wu Hui. Su Lang joined, welcome. 186 Nizaya Aju, welcome Lang Ji. 186 Wang Tingting, welcome Lang Ji. 181 Li Yu, welcome Lang Ji. 180 Su Xiaomeng. Welcome. 200 Su Lang, how are you all planning to vote? 185 Zhang Dantong, we all listen to Sister Hui. 186 Wu Hui, Su Lang, what do you want to choose? 200 Su Lang. Not decided yet, temporarily feeling Mad Money Bag is quite interesting. 186 Wu Hui. Oh, I see, then you better decide quickly, everyone is voting already. Many players were impatient and wanting to boost momentum for their preferred trait, voted directly. They only needed half the dormitory building's votes to secure victory. Su Lang opened the main chat room and found everyone arguing endlessly, with chat messages constantly scrolling up. Dorm 44. Brother Wang, wake up, time to vote. Xiao Bing shook Wang Ao, waking him. Huh, what's wrong, time to go find wood. Wang Ao woke up, eyes dazed as if not fully awake. Where would we find wood now? Xiao Bing's mouth twitched, saying, Brother Wang, check the panel prompts. Hearing this, Wang Ao simply lay back in bed. False, I must still be dreaming. Xiao Bing. Does stock trading really hit people this hard? 49 Li Xuan. At Zhao Liang Zishen, at He Chi, at Zheng Kai, at Yun Yun, at Zhang Dahai, at Wu Hui, everyone don't split votes, or we'll really end up with Nouveau Rich. Li Xuan tagged all the floor leaders and influential players. Finally, he specifically tagged Su Lang alone. 49 Li Xuan, at Su Lang, little brother, what trait do you want to choose? As soon as he said this, the heated atmosphere in the chat room instantly cooled as everyone waited for Su Lang to speak. 200 Su Lang, I think bloodthirst is pretty good. 179 Yun Yun. I think you're being a bit too extreme, Su Lang, let's just choose Shared Glory and Shame. 95 Zhou Shen. Seconded. Hearing Su Lang wanted to choose Bloodthirst, the players suddenly became united. Don't let us somehow end up choosing Bloodthirst in the end. Then the Mad King dormitory building could directly rename itself the Slaughterhouse. Langji, do you really want to choose Bloodthirst? Should I have Huey canvas votes for you? Tongqi asked quietly. Su Lang shook his head. Bloodthirst boosts combat power, not basic attributes, so the enhancement covers all aspects. It's genuinely quite good, but probably no one will choose it. Cao Yakshuan commented, probably scared quite a few people. Time flew by, and eventually Shared Glory and Shame received the highest votes. The Shared Glory and Shame trait offered almost no improvement for Su Lang personally, but it eliminated the risks when Cao Yakshuan and the others farmed points, which was within acceptable limits. Dormitory Broadcast. The Mad King dormitory building's first trait has been activated. Let us swear blood oaths, unite our efforts, and share glory and shame. The dormitory building suddenly shook slightly, as if a giant had sighed, giving people an inexplicable sense of liveliness. Mad King dormitory building iteration complete. All level 0 dorms upgraded to level 1 dorms. Third period points leaderboard rewards will be distributed in 3 minutes. Fourth period game is actively being prepared and will arrive in 7 days, 23 hours. It will be even more exciting and thrilling, players look forward to it. The break time has been extended this time. Su Lang's spirits lifted. For him, getting an extra day of sleep was more important than anything. How to increase rest time had always been on his mind. He had asked Rainy Night Blade and others before, but never got a definite answer. It seemed only Nai Xiaoju's King of Hearts had managed to do something like this. Hey, the game time has increased. Calculating from this, the next game will start at midnight. Cao Yakshuan also noticed this, her expression bright and animated, who wouldn't want more rest time. As long as it's not in the morning, Su Lang muttered to himself. Su Lang, come here quickly, Wang Yajai suddenly called out. She stood behind the turret, her expression showing some delight. What's up? Su Lang walked over. Wang Yajai replied, the turret now has 3 modes, manual, full automatic, and attack monsters only. Su Lang smiled, seems like quite a few optimizations were made. Great, Cao Yakshuan raised her hands in celebration. Before, when Wu Huey and others passed by Dorm 200, she had to go turn off the auto-attack mode, which was quite annoying. Now this problem was solved. Langji, there's also tenant rights. Now you can delegate authority to us, letting us open or close the door anytime. Tongqi said happily, how do you all know about this? Su Lang looked at them strangely. You haven't been checking the chat, have you? Everyone's discussing this. Tongqi replied. Su Lang nodded and opened the chat room, seeing everyone exploring the newly optimized features. The dorm owners' rights had also increased. Now they could view more tenant information, including free attribute points, funds, etc. Pretty good. Su Lang felt quietly satisfied and said, I wonder what the material supply optimization is about. According to those veteran players, high-level dormitory buildings spawn treasure chests and monsters. It was said the monsters from treasure chests were quite weak, and killing them still dropped items. Right, and I think Mad King dormitory building will be even more special, Wang Yajai said with a radiant smile. She had also noticed the uniqueness of Mad King dormitory building. After all, they had a radio, so their information channels were far beyond what other players could access. Su Lang nodded and was about to share some thoughts when the dormitory broadcast sounded. Rewards were starting to be distributed. Su Lang was first, receiving rewards. Dormitory upgrade count ×1, facility ×1, true ancestors manuscript ×1, polar night domain skill scroll ×1, free attributes ×15, backpack level +1. Second place was Li Xuan, receiving rewards. Dormitory upgrade count ×1, frost spear ×1, free attributes ×14, backpack level +1. Third place was Zheng Kai, receiving rewards. Dormitory upgrade count ×1, blood armor ×1, free attributes ×13, backpack level +1. After the top 3, rewards started including copper coins and such, which in Su Lang's view held no value and weren't worth his attention. Yet other players were green with envy over these rewards, slapping their thighs in frustration. As for why they weren't jealous of Su Lang, well, the gap was just too vast to even feel jealous. 49 Li Xuan. What a pity Shared Glory and Shame didn't activate this round. Frost Spear. 33 Yi Fan. Holy crap Uncle Wen level 6 item. 98 Wanged Hands. Damn, this weapon has 3 effects. 159 Zheng Kai. Feels a bit stronger than my blood armor. 33 Yi Fan, also level 6, too overpowered. 82 Lu Chuans. Wait, was the last game that difficult? The reward standards are so high. 159 Zheng Kai, try it without our help. You couldn't handle the Frost Ghost army, let alone when the Frost Ghost King made a move. 181 Lei Yu. Thanks to Lang Ji. 186 Wu Hui Hui. Feels like this reward distribution is much more humane, making players more enthusiastic about killing monsters. This time, the points ranking leaderboard rewards weren't tiered like before where players outside the top 10 all got the same rewards. Now they decreased gradually with ranking. Of course, it wasn't all benefits. For example, players with lower rankings wouldn't get backpack level increases anymore, and their free attribute points would be reduced. Remember, in the previous game, all players could get at least 5 free attribute points, but this round, the lowest ranked players only got 3. Slacking off is getting harder. And there's still the elimination system for the lowest ranks later, Su Lang sighed. Just surviving in the game wasn't enough, you had to outrun other players too, really difficult. Cao Yaxuan was speechless for a moment, but then turning the thought in her mind, she imitated Su Lang's manner and sighed. Yeah, it's so hard. Wang Yaji. Is this what they mean by one takes on the color of one's company? Cao Yaxuan was becoming more and more like Su Lang. Me, Sherry raised her hand, her exquisitely defined beautiful cheeks slightly flushed, seeming quite excited. Everyone looked at her. After spending so much time together, they all knew she was about to drop something big. Sherry gathered herself for a moment, then spoke rapidly without taking a breath. It's true that one-trick ponies of overpowered heroes like to complain about being weak. Tongqi burst out laughing. Teacher Sherry, you play games too. I do. What do you usually play? Tongqi asked with curious eyes. Right, we're all skilled players. Cao Yaxuan chimed in, giving a thumbs up. Seeing the girls about to launch into a conversation, Su Lang quickly stopped them. Stop. Let's digest our resources first. Hearing this, the girls immediately reined in their playful mood and instead excitedly pulled out their rewards. However, when Su Lang saw what they took out, he was taken aback and raised an eyebrow. Huh. You only got skill scrolls. Polar Knight Domains. Type active skill. Level 6. Effect, consumes spiritual energy to release a 3-meter diameter polar knight domain visible only to oneself. Upgrade conditions. 1,000 nightmare coins. Introduction, long live the polar knight. As a level 6 domain skill, polar knight domain had quite good effects. In close combat, even wild wind blade techniques could kill people, and it would be even stronger in nighttime environments. Su Lang wasn't complaining about that. He was surprised that none of the 4 girls had the True Ancestors manuscript. True Ancestors manuscript. Type book. Level 8. Effect continuously generates knowledge. Upgrade conditions. 3,500 nightmare coins. Introduction, a casual work by a certain great existence. You don't have this. Su Lang took out the True Ancestors manuscript. It was a palm-thick brownish-yellow parchment book that looked somewhat ancient and exquisite. Nope, Tongqi shook her head. This book probably isn't simple, it belongs to the special reward category. Cao Yaxuan said with wise, determined eyes. Su Lang thought the same and immediately opened the parchment book with great anticipation. When the cover opened, a sandalwood fragrance wafted out, somewhat intoxicating. After fiddling with it for a while, Su Lang's face darkened and he closed the True Ancestors manuscript. The book was full of scribbled characters like ghost drawings, the direct effect being, he couldn't understand it. I thought the language in the game was universal. Is Mad King Dormitory building targeting me? Su Lang complained indignantly. Maybe try dripping blood on it. Cao Yaxuan suddenly had a wild idea. Su Lang hesitated for a moment, then used a dagger to cut his palm. Under everyone's watchful eyes, blood dripped onto the True Ancestors manuscript. And then, nothing happened. Useless, Su Lang said expressionlessly, handing his palm to Sherry for healing while giving Cao Yaxuan a faint, meaningful look. You're still the main tank tonight. Cao Yaxuan scratched her head with an awkward laugh. Forget it, let's digest the other resources first. Su Lang put away the True Ancestors manuscript and took out 2 items instead. They were exactly the drops from Boss Julian, Pureblood Blood Crystal. Type Curio. Level 8. Effect 1, Blood Descendant. After use, obtain the Blood Contract skill Pureblood Vampire. Gain Vampire physical attributes and advanced Dark Affinity. Effect 2, Fusion 110. Fuse 10 Pureblood Blood Crystals to upgrade to Noble Blood. Upgrade condition, 5,300 Nightmare Coins. Introduction, become a Blood Descendant. A Storage Room Design Blueprint. Type Design Blueprint. Level 8. Storage Room Effect. Create a storage room within the dormitory. Items placed in the storage room will not lose durability. Manufacturing conditions. Red stone times 10, silver gray stone times 10, dawn circuit board times 1. Upgrade conditions. 3,000 nightmare coins. Introduction, create your little dormitory just like playing Minecraft. Su Lang laid out all the respectable items, including the ultimate ice vein and all the blood crystals. Let's hear your thoughts. Any ideas about these things? Su Lang said with a light smile, crossing his arms. The women looked at each other, all falling into contemplation. I think we should learn the blood contract skill first, then release the remaining blood crystals into the market. Sherry raised her hand and suggested. But how should we distribute them? There are at most 2 pureblood blood crystals, Cao Yakshuan asked. Sherry's expression immediately became conflicted as she said, the quantity of good items is limited. In the end, someone will definitely have to sacrifice their own interests. This foreign girl really didn't mince her words. That's not necessarily true. Su Lang bridged his hands together, looked at Wang Yajai and smiled. Yajai, you try 1 pureblood crystal first to test the effect. If it works well, I might be able to attempt an upgrade. The women's eyes all lit up. Wang Yajai looked pleased and picked up the pureblood crystal, but after a few seconds she put it down with a strange expression. This blood contract skill conflicts with my ethereal energy, I can't learn it. Tong Chi, you try? Su Lang looked at Tong Chi. Okay, Tong Chi picked up the pureblood crystal but put it down after a moment, shaking her head helplessly. No good, it conflicts with my sequence. Blood contract skills having learning requirements was understandable since they were quite special. But surely not everyone would be unable to learn them. Su Lang frowned, picked up the pureblood crystal and clicked to use it. No conflict warnings or similar prompts appeared. The pureblood crystal directly merged into his palm. His blood accelerated its flow, transporting power throughout his body. Su Lang could almost hear the pounding of his pulse. After a moment, he shared the information about the blood contract skill. Of course, Cao Yakshuan and the others couldn't see the upgrade conditions. Even if Su Lang wanted to share them, they wouldn't be visible. Blood contract pureblood vampire. Type special skill. Level 8. Effect. Greatly enhances explosive power, senses, and recovery ability based on own attributes. Slightly increases charm. Introduction, with blood as the guide and soul as the bond, forge our immortal vampire bodies. It seems to lack the special abilities of vampires. Cao Yakshuan's pretty face showed a flicker of doubt. But it also doesn't have the annoying weaknesses of vampires fearing sunlight and silver items. Su Lang chuckled lightly, suddenly throwing a right punch. Whoosh, a blazing white streak suddenly appeared. This was the air trail left by his arm. Cao Yakshuan stared dumbfounded. Su Lang's fists returned to his waist, and she hadn't even seen how he retracted them. My god, Lang Ji, your punching speed is even faster than Bruce Lee's. One punch and the enemy wouldn't know what hit them. Because their head would be blown off. Su Lang's punch wasn't just about speed. Without sufficient explosive power, he couldn't throw punches that fast. Next, Su Lang began testing his physical attributes. His speed was incredibly fast. Simple running made him appear like a ghost. His strength allowed him to easily lift a sofa with just one hand. Cao Yakshuan kept swallowing nervously as she watched because a question occurred to her. Would Su Lang's that aspect be enhanced too? He was already impressive enough. What would happen if it got even stronger? She felt somewhat afraid. Su Lang sat back on the sofa without even breathing heavily. Wang Yajai said admiringly, this seems similar to those percentage-based skills. The blood contract skill didn't appear to add any extra attributes, but it was actually much better than directly increasing attributes. Su Lang considered carefully. Survival game skills all seem to work this way, but blood contract skills provide more comprehensive enhancement. Many rare skills, even at low levels, are frequently used by high-level players like Rainy Night Blade. To draw an analogy, blood contract skills were like the level of the nightmare bed, while basic attributes were like the number of tenants. Wang Yajai nodded, withdrew her gaze from the blood crystals, circulated her ethereal energy through her body once, and cleared away distracting thoughts. Ultimately, it wasn't meant to be for her. Lang, I want a pureblood crystal too, Sherry eagerly raised her hand. Leave it to me, Su Lang picked up a high-level blood crystal. Upgrading the blood contract skill offered absolutely incredible value for money. Plus, pureblood crystals were level 8 while high-level blood crystals were level 5. Maybe he could skip levels. Whether he could exploit a bug depended on this attempt. However, after rubbing the high-level blood crystal for a while, Su Lang put it down again and shook his head. Not possible right now, the feeling isn't there yet. It seemed Sherry's combat power wasn't urgently needed at the moment. Wasting nightmare coins was completely unnecessary. It might even hinder his progress in upgrading the nightmare cot. Okay, Sherry looked somewhat dejected, her shoulders slumping and her jade-green eyes appearing pitiful. Su Lang found it quite amusing and was about to say something when Cao Yaxuan stared at the ultimate ice vein and said, Su Lang, quickly try if you can use the ultimate ice vein. Cao Yaxuan's eyes sparkled brightly, the smile at the corners of her mouth impossible to suppress, as if she was about to burst. Su Lang picked up the ultimate ice vein. Ultimate ice vein conflicts with blood contract pureblood vampire and cannot be used. Su Lang's mouth twitched. He put down the ultimate ice vein and had Tong Qi and Wang Yajai try it, but the results were the same. Ha 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 tilde tilde tilde, Cao Yaxuan laughed heartily with her hands on her hips. I knew it. She had only just realized when she saw the ultimate ice vein. After Su Lang used the pureblood crystal, he might not be able to use the ultimate ice vein. Sister Yaxuan is about to rise to power, Tong Qi congratulated. Everyone thought the ultimate ice vein was already in Cao Yaxuan's possession. A level 10 curio couldn't possibly be left gathering dust. I never said I definitely had to give the ultimate ice vein to you. Su Lang looked at Cao Yaxuan, his tone ambiguous. Cao Yaxuan's laughter stopped abruptly, her pure eyes immediately filling with little pearls of tears. Seeing how easily she couldn't take a joke, Su Lang made a clicking sound and handed over the ultimate ice vein. The ultimate ice vein was a level 10 curio. Sherry's attribute points were too low, so using it on her would be somewhat wasteful. Really, you always like to tease me. Cao Yaxuan's tears turned to laughter as she hugged Su Lang and showered him with kisses. Hubby is the best to me. Su Lang smiled without speaking, some news reports coming to mind. During peaceful times, how many men had angered women because of things like this, leading to breakups? Countless. Su Lang had no doubt that Cao Yaxuan used to be that kind of person too. And now she had been tamed, it had only taken about a month. HMPH, if she didn't freeze him comfortably tonight, he wouldn't let Cao Yaxuan off. Blood Contract Ultimate Frost Energy. Type of Blood Contract Skill. Level 10. Effect, consumes spiritual energy or stamina to generate extreme cold power from the frozen lands. Upgrade condition, 30,000 nightmare coins. Introduction. Beings possessing ultimate frost energy are called ice vein nobility in those frozen lands. The ultimate frost energy's killing power was extremely potent, instantly freezing zombies into icy fragments, with a release range reaching up to 10 meters. If creating ice spikes for shooting, the attack distance could extend even further. Wang Yajai and the others were all utterly astonished. The ultimate frost energy's power was too immense. Cao Yaxuan stood in the center of the room, her feet planted on a frost circle, radiating bone-chilling cold with scattered snowflakes drifting around her. She held a piece of frozen cracked steel in her hand, crushing it effortlessly with a light squeeze. How's the consumption? Su Lang suddenly asked. The consumption is quite heavy, I feel a bit dizzy, Cao Yaxuan replied, her excitement fading as she suddenly felt lightheaded after hearing Su Lang's question. Su Lang stepped forward to support her, immediately feeling a piercing cold sensation. This was just the natural temperature she was emitting, the ultimate frost energy hadn't even been directed at him yet. This isn't heavy, this is light, Su Lang shook his head. After all that exertion, you're only feeling slightly dizzy. Cao Yaxuan hadn't allocated any stat points yet. This indicated that besides its killing power, the ultimate frost energy also had excellent sustainability. After all, it was a treasure dropped by an overpowered monster, truly valuable. However, Su Lang wasn't particularly envious. If given the choice again, he would probably still choose vampire skills. The reason was simple for him personally, skill compatibility was far more important than level. The path could be long, but it shouldn't be winding. Creatures like vampires with their formidable vitality were truly the top-tier talents in the dorm survival game. Skills that could substitute for ultimate frost energy occasionally appeared in the supermarket, but there were almost none that could replace vampire skills. Yes, Sister Yaxuan, your skill consumption is actually quite low, Tong Qi said with a smile. Really? Cao Yaxuan's lips curled upward, barely able to contain her laughter. Su Lang temporarily set aside the other blood crystals and began contemplating equipment issues. Since Cao Yaxuan and the others had gained so many attribute points with him, he couldn't just have them be score-farming pals in the future. They would also need to be labor pals, combat pals, defense pals, support pals. The third round of the game had dropped an enormous amount of equipment, and among them was a set that seemed suitable for all of them. Frost Helmet. Spirit Attribute +2. Frost Breastplate Defense +2. Frost Leggings Defense +2. Frost Gauntlets Constitution Attribute +2. This was a matching set system, wherein all pieces would trigger a special effect. Frost Heart Constitution Attribute +2 releases cold energy to counterattack enemies when struck. A complete set combined would add 10 attribute points, plus the special effect. Such complete sets were considered rare types in the dorm survival game, not typically dropped by ordinary game monsters. And Su Lang had a full 23 frost sets. At this moment, Cao Yaxuan and the others had all equipped the frost sets, making them visible externally. The cold blue breastplates looked exceptionally fierce, the helmets ornate, forming a complete set from head to toe that appeared quite impressive. Su Lang also tried on the frost set for a while, then removed it and switched back to the jade burial suit. Although the jade burial suit was one piece and couldn't be worn with other equipment once equipped, its effects were extremely premium, making him reluctant to change. Sister Yajai, try stabbing me with your sword, Tong Chi said, puffing out her chest while wearing the frost set. All right. Wang Yajai thrust her sword forward, reducing a small amount of durability. Immediately, a surge of cold energy erupted from Tong Chi's breastplate, freezing the sword tip. Wang Yajai withdrew her sword, shaking off the frost from the tip, thoughtfully saying, in the future when all players have equipment, breaking through defenses with one strike will become very difficult, unless hitting vital spots. Equipment typically doesn't cover the face and neck. These are the vulnerabilities. All data in the dorm survival game could only serve as reference, not meaning that 4 points of killing power against 1 point of defense would only deal 3 points of damage. Everyone are real people, not data entities. If someone holds a 0 defense iron ingot against their chest, you still won't be able to pierce through it. If a 0 killing power truck hits you, you'll still become flattened like newspaper. These are common sense situations that aren't formally presented through data systems, including force application methods, attribute counters, and whether additional potential energy was used. All these determine the final outcome. Of course, if your numerical values are high enough, then everything above becomes irrelevant. True. Tong Chi looked pleased. Enhanced player defense was greatly beneficial for fragile players like her. Her gaze subconsciously turned to Su Lang. Lang Ji, how much killing power does your blood pelican blade have now? 90 points, still need to kill 8 more people to max it out. Su Lang smiled, shaking his head as he added. It still can't shatter the frost breastplate right now. Okay, Tong Chi nodded. She wondered if Lang Ji would ever reach the point where he could shatter armor with one strike. Shattering armor with one strike was extremely difficult for players, its rarity comparable to General Golden Blade's feat of breaking through the door with 3 strikes back then. How should we price the frost sets? Sherry suddenly asked. Hearing this, Cao Yaxuan frowned and said, the longer time passes, the richer players become, but they might also find new equipment during this period, reducing their desire to purchase. The value of complete sets should still hold. They won't depreciate that quickly, Wang Yajai said, her brows also furrowing. In the dorm survival game, no one could say for certain. Tong Chi timidly raised her hand. How about we sell them in batches like before? This was a good idea. All 4 women looked toward Su Lang. Acceptable, Su Lang nodded. Currently, Frost Helmet was the scarcest and most expensive on the market, priced at 30,000 copper coins with only one available for sale. Other Frost components were priced around 20,000. Su Lang took an average price and listed 5 complete Frost sets at once, then announced it in the chat room before leaving it at that. Additionally, Su Lang listed the weapons dropped sporadically by Frost Ghost soldiers on the trading network. Weapons were generally more expensive than equipment. Level 4 weapons could sell for 30 to 40,000 copper coins, though unfortunately, level 4 weapons dropped relatively rarely in the previous game round. Actually, equipment pricing also depended on the region. Some dormitory buildings were wealthy, so equipment sold for higher prices, while some were poor, so equipment sold cheaper. Players in the Mad King dormitory building should be considered wealthy, given the quality of monsters here. Even though Su Lang consumed many resources, players in the Mad King dormitory building still had considerable money. Players' main source of funds came from floor sweeping, with monster hunting being secondary. Monsters dropped considerable amounts of money, but turret costs were too high. Once automatic attack mode was activated, barely maintaining balance between income and expenses was considered good. Even if there were profits, they were minimal. Many players, to save on turret costs, would periodically venture out themselves, becoming human turrets. Su Lang could profit from killing monsters purely because of the high monster density. Otherwise, even with high-level turrets, ordinary people might still operate at a loss. Time flew by quickly. After working busily for quite some time, Su Lang and his group finally listed all the sellable materials on the trading network. Every time a game round ended was the busiest period for Su Lang's household. Actually, other players were similar. Everyone was actively reviewing their performances, and those who didn't review would use the time to rest or sweep floors. After handling all urgent matters, Su Lang began upgrading his dormitory. This time there were actually 6 different layout options available, and all of them gave Su Lang a feeling of being genuinely impressive. Suncheon Apartment. Exclusive room type for dormitory top floor, can open skylight, provides second escape route. Advanced Apartment. Adds 1 additional bedroom, tenant count +1. Tea tasting pavilion. Room automatically refreshes tea that restores spirit attribute every 24 hours. Comes with small window beside door to view outside scenery. Vegetation cottage. Adds 4-meter diameter red soil field that accelerates plant growth. Fitness fanatic. Adds 1 gym room, more sweat in peacetime means less bloodshed in battle. Pet expert. Adds 1 pet room, refreshes 1 loyal 100% supernatural pet. Hahaha, I actually managed to roll a layout that increases tenant count. Su Lang was overjoyed. Previously, veteran players had mentioned that once dorms reached level 3, they would gain special functions. Some would add a turret, others would increase tenant count with all sorts of diverse abilities. Su Lang had been coveting this back then. Adding 1 tenant slot might seem mediocre, but for him it was absolutely premium. Su Lang decisively chose the advanced apartment, fearing the option might disappear. Instantly, the light and shadows within the dorm began shifting dramatically, transforming from basic decor to premium furnishings within minutes, even the air feeling fresher. Dorm owner, Su Lang. Dorm level 3. Area, 110s. Tenants 46. Facilities, golden pillar jade toed door. Hahaha, Su Lang laughed heartily, quickly walking toward the additional bedroom. The additional bedroom's furnishings were quite simple, just a bed and dressing table. The more Su Lang looked at it, the more he liked it. Su Lang, is it really worth laughing that loudly? Cao Yakshuan spoke up. Of course it is. Do you know what ability our advanced apartment has? What is it? It adds 1 more tenant. Cao Yakshuan. Well's 1 more person to share the firepower. Cao Yakshuan had already grown numb, only able to comfort herself. We have new companions again, 2 at once, Sherry exclaimed joyfully. Well, 1 more person to share the firepower. In the dorm survival game, nobody would keep decorative pieces. Anyone who did would be a complete fool. Since there were dorms like advanced apartment that increased tenant count, naturally there were corresponding gameplay schools. Wang Yajai held her forehead, shaking her head with a wry smile. Lang Ji, you really are people-oriented. What Lang Ji, I should call you Yajai sister. Su Lang turned and picked up Wang Yajai, immediately sensing her delicate fragrance filling his embrace, immediately wanting to conduct a public execution in the additional bedroom. He was particularly excited right now. Wait, Wang Yajai pressed down on the large hand lifting her skirt, biting her lip with resentment. Lang Jr., we still have 1 core facility that hasn't appeared yet. Su Lang suppressed his fire, extending a finger to pop the facility light orb. A row of facility options floated into view. Su Lang's eyes instantly lit up, contemplating for a moment before clicking confirm. The next second, a red piggy bank appeared in his hand, Lucky Star Piggy. Type, Core Facility Wealth Class. Level 3. Effect, automatically records total coins obtained from spawning monsters during each game session, granting additional 10% when game ends. Introduction. I'm just a little piggy, really can't do anything about monsters. By the way, how many consecutive losses are you planning for this Lucky Star session? It's Lucky Star Piggy, you actually rolled it. Cao Yakshuan exclaimed in surprise, coming over to touch Lucky Star Piggy, her eyes filled with affection. Lucky Star Piggy's surface was inlaid with gold coins, its pig face beaming with a hospitable smile, appearing very auspicious. This was a rare wealth-class facility that could appear even at low levels, something Rainy Night Blade had specifically mentioned before. Because when he earned top player for the 3rd time, he had chosen Lucky Star Piggy, finding it excellent for snowballing effects. Yes, pretty good luck. Su Lang smiled lightly. Money wasn't really important compared to Lucky Star Piggy, he was still happier about gaining an additional tenant slot. This was good news worth sharing. Zhu Lang, Su Ruyan, with this dorm upgrade, I gained an additional tenant slot. You can bring your younger sister along. After the chat interface optimization, private messages no longer displayed room numbers. In one corridor, Su Ruyan saw the private message content and immediately froze, ripples appearing in her eyes. Su Lang doing this was probably all for her sake. Su Ruyan was deeply moved, her heart feeling like a massive boulder had been dropped into it, churning violently. At least she could be helpful if she went over, while little Meng would only be decorative in the early stages at most. Every tenant slot in a top player's dorm was incredibly precious. Zhu Ruyan, thank you Su Lang. We sisters definitely won't let you down. See, she's even thanking me. If this happened in peaceful times, who wouldn't call someone like this a complete beast? Hmm. Well, not completely beastly after all, since it's mutually consensual, they're the ones begging to move in. Su Lang closed the private message interface with a clear conscience, just about to say something to Cao Yakshuan and the others when another private message popped up. Lai Xiuwen. Little brother, my dorm upgraded, sending you some tea to drink. Zhu Lang, what kind of tea? Lai Xiuwen, refreshed from my dorm. Zhu Lang, your dorm isn't called Tea Tasting Pavilion, is it? Lai Xiuwen. Haha, little brother guessed half right. It used to be called Tea Tasting Pavilion, now it upgraded one level to Stone Spring Tea Tasting Pavilion. We won this game largely thanks to you. Zhu Lang. Minor issue. Next, Li Xuan traded over 3 cups of tea. The teacups were crystalline like jade, actually being graded living utensils, while the tea itself was a level 4 single-use consumable. Stone Spring Tea. Type. Beverage. Level 4. Effect. Rapidly restores drinker's spiritual energy. Upgrade condition. 280 nightmare coins. Introduction. Cool and refreshing taste. Drinking can resist heat and drive away cold, calm mind and focus spirit. This counts as quite generous. Seems Li Xuan gained quite a lot this time too. Su Lang stroked his chin, pondering. These were all social obligations. After all, Su Lang wasn't an old hand like Li Shuen, not yet skilled at these things. Of course, he didn't even know who to curry favor with, he was already at the ceiling. Conversely, ordinary players wanting to curry favor with him couldn't even reach him, the threshold was too high. With nothing urgent left to handle, Su Lang began publicly executing Wang Yazhai. The vampire's explosive power, those who understand, understand. Those with fascia guns at home can try pressing it against their palm to get an idea. Ghost Child. Type Guardian Spirit. Level 4. Vitality 140. Skills. Ward home and repel evil, devour ghosts, eyewitness, yin fire. Upgrade condition 1000 nightmare coins. Introduction. Extreme evil gives birth to ultimate protection. After leveling up, Ghost Child's appearance didn't change much, but its expression became more dignified and solemn. Tong Bao, congratulations, you finally leveled up. Tong Chi was extremely happy, standing before the shrine, her joy almost becoming tangible. Tong Chi's affection for Ghost Child wasn't without reason. She had grown up with her grandmother since childhood, lacking parental love. After meeting Ghost Child, she projected her childhood self onto it. Both had Tong in their names, wasn't that fate? In any case, to Tong Chi, Ghost Child was someone who needed to be cared for. Many times when monsters tried to harm Ghost Child, she had operated the turret to eliminate them in advance. Ha tilde. Ghost Child opened its mouth, a black flame swirling within, the corners of its eyes relaxing as if showing off. Here, try it on him. Su Lang summoned the veteran actor. A stream of black fire spewed from Ghost Child's mouth, like a black flame dragon, instantly setting the zombie ablaze. Within a few breaths, the zombie turned to charcoal. Yin fire. The 5 aggregates blazing intensely, igniting into fierce flames, burning yin and destroying souls. After the dormitory building's iteration, much information display had become more interesting and free. From the description, it could be understood that this yin fire still had special lethal effects against ghosts and spiritual entities. Ghost Child was somewhat too extreme, practically the bane of ghostly creatures. Wow, Tong Bao, you're so amazing, Tong Chi exclaimed in surprise. Ghost Child's mouth corners lifted, finally breaking into hearty laughter, though it had formed without sound. Su Lang's pupils contracted sharply. He actually couldn't see Ghost Child's tongue. The tongue didn't seem to have been cut off, but more like it had been pulled out. Su Lang remained calm and patted Tong Chi's shoulder. Little Tong, do you have any more soul fragments? Feed Ghost Child a bit more. I still have a little. Tong Chi reluctantly took out 3 portions of soul fragments. She blamed herself for feeding too enthusiastically at first. Once these soul fragments were used up, she wouldn't be able to enjoy the pleasure of feeding Tong Bao anymore. Just then, Su Lang glanced outside unintentionally and noticed large numbers of players outside the dormitory building, all heading in one direction. Immediately, he skillfully opened the chat room and found the key information. This was the instinct and sharpness expected of an excellent player. 98 Wang Han, brothers, come quickly. I found a mother and daughter who came out of the blood mist. 49 Zhu Yan, at Wang Han, are you joking? People can come from the blood mist. 98 Wang Han pictures. Su Lang opened the picture to look. The people in the photo might indeed be a mother and daughter. The woman appeared to be around 30 years old, wearing a dirty white coat with a tall and slender but thin figure. Her resolute face was covered with signs of exhaustion, and she wore black-framed glasses on her slender, straight-nose bridge, lending her an intellectual, scholarly air. The little girl was at most 8 years old, wearing a dirty floral dress, shrinking timidly behind the woman's legs with a frightened expression. Yet her large eyes shone with brightness as if seeing hope. 98 Wang Han. This woman says she's a researcher from the National Academy of Sciences. Could this be some special monster? Brothers, come quickly, I'm getting nervous. Su Lang had excellent eyesight, and even from such a distance, he could see the scene over there. He saw numerous players surrounding the mother and daughter. The dorm survival game really has all kinds of bizarre things happening, Su Lang remarked. Although he was also curious about the identities of the mother and daughter, he didn't want to join the crowd at this moment. He could ask Rainy Night Blade during the assembly. Lang Ji, what's wrong? Tong Chi asked. Su Lang explained the situation to Tong Chi, and then Tong Chi also expressed her amazement. These are people from the Blood Mist world. I thought the Blood Mist world only had monsters. What exactly is your background? Why did you come to Mad King Dormitory building? I heard you're from the Blood Mist world. Luo Lin looked at the people surrounding her, pressing her slender lips into a tight line, not bothering to respond to these overly chaotic questions one by one. These people held great wariness toward her, and she felt the same toward them. The players wore all kinds of clothing, many accustomed to displaying their equipment outwardly, partly to show off, partly to intimidate others. Just then the crowd grew noisy and parted to create a pathway. The player from Dorm 49 had arrived. Zhu Yan and Li Wenwen walked side by side, with their other two tenants guarding them left and right, maintaining a position that wasn't too crowded. Are you the administrator here? Luo Lin breathed a sigh of relief. Her biggest fear earlier was that others would attack without asking questions. No, I'm just a tenant here. Li Xuan shook his head calmly, staring into Luo Lin's eyes. I heard you come from outside the dormitory. At this moment, almost all the notable figures in the dormitory had arrived, including Yun Yun, Zhou Shen, and other nominal floor leaders. Hearing Li Xuan's inquiry, everyone focused intently, listening to this conversation. Yes, I'm Luo Lin, and this is my daughter Tao Tao. Luo Lin nodded, then added, aren't you locals from Star City? Star City? Li Xuan raised an eyebrow slightly and nodded faintly. Tell us about your background. Luo Lin replied, I'm a researcher from Star City's National Academy of Sciences. Is this a refuge set up by a civilian organization? Are there any government personnel here? Li Xuan pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Sorry, we don't understand what you're talking about. Luo Lin said incredulously, haven't you seen zombies? Didn't you gather here to escape the biochemical disaster? In just a few words, Li Xuan realized they were operating on completely different levels of understanding. Deception was pointless because it would be exposed as soon as they talked further. Immediately, he spoke slowly. I think you need to understand what the dorm survival game is. As he spoke, he kept an eye on the other players' reactions to avoid gaining a reputation for arrogance. Seeing that none of the other players objected, he then began explaining to Luo Lin what the dorm survival game was. Luo Lin grew increasingly shocked as she listened, with horrified expressions continuously swirling in her eyes. After she fully processed the information, she immediately asked, then can I stay here and become a player? Compared to this place, the outside world was even more dangerous. You can, but what value do you have? Even the most basic dormitory key costs at least 1,000 copper coins now, one player shouted out. Hearing this, Luo Lin instinctively pressed against the backpack on her back. The watching player's eyes lit up. This outsider definitely had something valuable on her. Would you like some bread? This is our last food, Luo Lin said. Not enough, said a male player who frequently visited Auntie Zhao, his eyes gleaming. But if you agree to become my wife, I can give you a tenant spot. Wu Leiasen, you only have one tenant spot left. What about her daughter? Her daughter will die sooner or later anyway. How could a child survive in the dorm survival game? Luo Lin's face abruptly changed color. Tao Tao fought back tears, somewhat frightened. If that's all, then you cannot stay here, Li Xuan said coldly, shaking his head. It wasn't that he begrudged the 1,000 copper coins, but even if this mother-daughter pair got a basic dormitory, they would definitely die in the next game cycle. I can give you some food and water, but you should leave, Li Xuan continued. Staying here would just mean certain death. Even with a basic dormitory, you wouldn't survive. Hearing this, Tao Tao immediately started crying, tears falling plop plop. She and her mother had wandered for a long time, finally managing to find these adults. Along the way, her mother had kept telling her that they would be safe once they found other people. But Li Xuan's words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing her little flame of hope. Can't you take us in? Even as tenants would be fine. Luo Lin stood rooted to the spot, not retreating a single step, her expression extremely unwilling. Haha, of course you can. Like I said, become my wife and I'll give you a tenant spot. Why don't you stay in the Mad King dormitory building for a few more days? I can give you food, of course. You'll need to exchange something for it. Madam, you wouldn't want your daughter to become a starving ghost, would you? The players' voices grew increasingly unrestrained. Everyone shut up. Just then, a group of people walked over. The leader wore a domineering frost-set armor holding a ghost headstaff with an imposing presence. It was Wu Huihui. When the players saw it was her, their lewd words were immediately swallowed back. Wu Huihui isn't going to play the good person again, is she? One player muttered. Throughout the entire Mad King dormitory building, Wu Huihui had the most conscience. This was universally acknowledged. Wu Huihui, this mother-daughter pair has a strange background. They might pose risks. Yun Yun looked at Wu Huihui and said with a frown. Wu Huihui waved her hand, glanced at Tao Tao, then looked at Luo Lin and said directly, "Show your maximum value, otherwise you really can only leave." Luo Lin took a deep breath. It was time for a decision. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Luo Lin took a vial of serum from her backpack. This is the evolution serum developed by our research institute called Golden Revolution. Just one injection and your life level will elevate by 1 grade, evolving from human to superhuman. This is all I have left. In the end, she decided to gamble. At least many people were still surviving here, while in the blood mist world all she had seen were corpses. Hissed Tilda. When they saw the serum information, all the players instantly gasped in shock. Give it to me, one player burst forward, his pupils turning red. And he wasn't the only player doing this. At this moment, the players were no different from wild beasts, terrifying and ferocious. Seeing this, Luo Lin immediately retreated to the very edge of the blood mist with her daughter in her arms, just one step away from entering the blood mist world. Everyone stop. Hold it. Want to die. Li Xuan, Yun Yun, Zheng Kai, and others collectively roared. The players' steps paused slightly, ultimately having concerns in their hearts and retreated. Your item has very high value. I can let you and your daughter become tenants in my dormitory, while also giving you certain resources to improve yourselves. Li Xuan drew his frost spear, its cold aura intimidating. Seeing this, the ordinary players retreated even further, simply because they feared offending Li Xuan. I offer the same conditions here. Our 8th floor is the safest floor, Yun Yun said confidently with a light smile. In the previous game cycle, the 8th floor was indeed the safest floor. Even if Su Lang failed, it had nothing to do with the 8th floor. Li Xuan glanced at her sideways and said to Luo Lin, "Become my tenant, and I can also give you 100,000 copper coins." 150,000, Yun Yun said through gritted teeth. Zheng Kai twitched at the corner of his mouth and said, 160,000 copper coins. While others increased by 50,000, he only increased by 10,000, making his momentum somewhat lacking. There was no helping it, Yun Yun's bid was too high. I can give you a level 2 dormitory with a steel door. Come with me, I have a protection skill. If monsters break through the door, I can protect you while you escape. My place is room 170 on the 9th floor, a premium middle dormitory, the safest. The players' attitudes changed extremely rapidly. The Luo Lin mother-daughter pair instantly transformed from outsiders everyone could bully into highly sought-after treasures. This was typical of players, their sense of shame was pitifully low. As long as something could benefit them, they would call someone daddy on the spot. Uncle Wen, I really want that serum, don't compete with me for it. Zhao Liang looked at Li Xuan and said seriously. Haha, I want it too, Tang Zi sneered. The players argued back and forth, eventually turning into a competition among floor leaders. I think you should ask for their own opinion, Zhang Dahai, who was passing by, said from a distance, then quickly moved away. Everyone's attention focused again on the Luo Lin mother-daughter pair, and the Luo Lin mother-daughter pair looked at Wu Huihui. The 10th floor doesn't lack tenant spots, Wu Huihui pondered briefly. But we can't offer you very good conditions. It doesn't matter, I'll come to the 10th floor, Luo Lin immediately replied, trust was priceless. Then come with me, I'll take you to see someone, Wu Huihui said with a blossoming smile. Damn it, Wu Huihui, what are you trying to do? Zhao Liang immediately became displeased. Suddenly, the tenant beside him pulled at him and urgently whispered, Brother Liang, check the chat room. Hearing this, everyone opened the chat room and clearly saw this message. 200 Su Lang, at Wu Huihui, help me bring them here, I want the item too. Li Xuan's expression tightened, suppressing his intention to continue bidding higher. Most players reigned in their thoughts. That is to say, there were still very few players who were exceptions. Leave the item behind. One player who had somehow sneaked close to the Luo Lin mother-daughter pair, seeing that Luo Lin had lowered her guard, immediately burst forward. As long as he got the item, he could turn his situation around. Luo Lin was startled and ran in circles holding Tao Tao, moving extremely fast. This player was somewhat dumbfounded, but could only grit his teeth and chase. Just then, a black giant serpent flashed over from the dormitory building and with a bang, completely blew apart his entire body. Blood splattered everywhere, limbs flying in all directions. Everyone turned their horrified gazes and saw that on the 10th floor corridor, Su Lang was leaning on a giant crossbow bolt looking in this direction. We're within Su Lang's attack range. One player realized this and immediately ran away. This place was no longer safe. Su Lang was a madman who killed without hesitation, who knew if he would continue attracting monsters this game cycle. Li Xuan also broke out in sweat on his forehead, quickly moving away while protecting his daughter. Now everyone behaved properly, neither competing nor fighting. Dorm 200. Su Ruyan, Su Xiaomeng, Wu Huihui, and Luo Lin with her daughter had all arrived. Yes, upon learning that Su Lang wanted to meet Luo Lin and her daughter, Su Ruyan immediately brought Su Xiaomeng along. Would her tenant spot be snatched away? When she saw Luo Lin's cool and elegant appearance, this sense of crisis grew even stronger. This was Wu Huihui's first time entering Dorm 200, and her initial impression was one of luxury and refinement. The room was spotless, as if someone cleaned it daily. She glanced around nervously, but Su Lang seemed completely uninterested in her, his gaze entirely focused on Luo Lin. Do you know Professor Hellenberg? Su Lang got straight to the point, asking directly. A startling brilliance instantly flashed in Luo Lin's eyes as she exclaimed with great surprise, You know him. Su Lang nodded, I saw it in item information. Golden Revolution was developed by him, right? Yes, yes, Luo Lin nodded repeatedly at first, then said in astonishment. Item information, you mean you're not from Star City? The shift from fellow townsfolk to stranger was quite a significant gap. No, Su Lang shook his head, his shining eyes fixed on Luo Lin. Let me ask you something, can you still manufacture Golden Revolution now? Even lower-level evolution serums or ability potions would work. Hearing this, Luo Lin fell silent. This man before her seemed to know a lot of information. After weighing her words carefully, she replied, I'm sorry, but probably not. Evolution factors are extracted from zombie gene samples, and it seems you don't have zombies here. Su Lang's eyes flashed. Evolution factors are extracted from zombie genes, so zombies came first, then evolution serums. The National Research Institute you mentioned serves warfare purposes, right? Su Lang made a shocking statement. Luo Lin's expression changed drastically and she instinctively moved to protect her daughter. Don't lie, I can hear your heartbeat. Su Lang raised his index finger and shook it. Everyone looked at Luo Lin in surprise. So Luo Lin's background wasn't that of a national researcher. She was more likely an evil scientist serving a terrorist organization. Luo Lin took a deep breath and responded. Yes, you're correct. Su Lang was alarmingly perceptive, making her feel like she was facing an enemy spy. She wished she could sew her mouth shut. I'm not interested in your past, I just want to tell you not to lie in front of me. Su Lang gave Luo Lin a deep look. This woman was definitely not simple. Hearing Su Lang's words, Cao Yaxuan felt somewhat awkward. Because she often tricked Su Lang, saying things like her body was tired, she didn't want to earn points, didn't want to cook, wanted to lie down a bit longer, and so on. Had Su Lang seen through all of these? Yes, I understand. Luo Lin had sweat beating at her temples. She secretly resolved to meet with Su Lang less frequently in the future. I have a zombie here. See if you can extract evolution factors from it and how long it would take. Su Lang took out the zombie summoning card. This zombie summoning card was familiar to Cao Yaxuan and the others, but Wu Huihui had never seen it before and kept staring at it. Under Luo Lin's astonished gaze, Su Lang shook the card and a zombie materialized out of thin air. Mommy, it's a zombie, Tao Tao said fearfully. These were her first words since coming to Dorm 200. Luo Lin patted Tao Tao's head, and seeing that the zombie showed no intention to attack, she stepped forward to examine it. After a moment, she said, This is just the lowest level zombie. Manufacturing an evolution serum from it would be very difficult. Su Ruyan spoke up at this point. Su Lang, when the time comes, the zombie will disappear. Cells and such probably won't remain either. This problem should have a solution. A short while later, Su Lang purchased an item from the trading network. Centrifuge tube. Type item. Level 1. Effect can preserve biological samples. Upgrade condition 20 nightmare coins. Introduction, basic research equipment produced in biology classrooms. Su Lang tore off a small piece of flesh from the zombie and stuffed it into the tube, then activated the summoning card to recall the zombie. The zombie transformed into faint light and dissipated, but the flesh in the tube remained, its name changing to centrifuge tube containing biological flesh. Su Lang, you're really good at this. Cao Yaxuan gave a thumbs up. Basic operation, Su Lang smiled. This was just reasonable application of item mechanics, nothing particularly ingenious. You have other cards like this, right? Luo Lin, being clever, asked. Su Lang nodded. MHM, what level of zombie do you need to research and develop an evolution serum? Luo Lin opened her mouth, thinking of Su Lang's don't lie warning, and honestly said, at least one high-level zombie. High-level zombie? Su Lang asked in return. Luo Lin began to describe. High-level zombies referred to the three bosses from the first round of the game, like the cat demon and large zombie. If I had a basic laboratory, making one evolution serum would take about a day, since it's just me, no assembly line operation. As for manufacturing Golden Revolution, I'd need at least a tyrant-level zombie's gene sample. Su Lang nodded to show he understood, then didn't elaborate further on the topic. Instead, he stretched his hand out toward Luo Lin. Give me the thing. Luo Lin pressed her lips tightly together and remained silent. This is the key to Dorm 186. It's a level 2 dormitory equipped with a level 3 door and a level 4 turret. It used to be my dorm. Wu Hui took out a silver key and handed it to Luo Lin. What about you? I'm living in Sister Yan's dorm 180 now. Su Ruyan wasn't some slacker player. Before coming to the Mad King dormitory building, she had placed in the top 10 3 times and got another top 10 in Fierce Ghost's return. Her dorm was level 4, and with Wu Hui moving in, she really wasn't inferior to other veteran player dorm heads anymore. This was something Su Lang tacitly approved, since Wu Hui had been doing quite well as a dorm head. Moreover, location 186 was very safe. If Luo Lin could truly reproduce evolution serums, she would be an absolutely incredible money printing machine with immeasurable value. Hearing this, Luo Lin took the key. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. Hui's dorm is more valuable than Golden Revolution. You'll have to work for me to pay off the debt in the future. Su Lang stared at Luo Lin calmly and said, of course, I'll also provide you with research facilities. Paradoxically, Su Lang's words made Luo Lin feel completely at ease. Okay. You can leave now. Oh, and Wu Hui, thank you for bringing Luo Lin here. Su Lang looked at Wu Hui and said with a smile. It was nothing. Wu Hui waved her hand, then said sheepishly, Langji, do you still have any frost sets? I'd like to advance 2 sets and pay you back when I have the money. It was still early in the game, the perfect time to compete for resources. If Dorm 180's strength increased collectively, they could be more domineering too. Okay, Su Lang smiled and nodded. After Wu Hui and the others left, Su Lang gave the 2 tenant spots to Su Ruyan and Su Xiaomeng and told them to go take showers. The night had grown very deep. In the bathroom, water flowed with a rushing sound. Sister, I'm a little scared. Su Xiaomeng's incredibly pure face was tinged with crimson. Sigh, sister is scared too. Su Ruyan sighed inwardly and comforted. It's fine, just think of it like getting pricked by a needle. When the time comes, you can just cover your eyes. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaomeng's cheeks turned even redder. The mental image was so vivid. And it's not certain anything will actually happen. Su Ruyan deliberately put on a carefree manner. I used to do fitness training before. When the time comes, I'll just sit on him until he's exhausted, then he won't have any energy left. Su Xiaomeng lowered her head for a look and discovered her sister really did somewhat resemble a millstone. Although Su Ruyan was purely Eastern in heritage, her figure was very much like a Westerner's. Meanwhile, Sherry, the mixed-race one, had a very well-proportioned figure, similar to the film's sweetheart type like Anne Hathaway, except it was a case of slender branches bearing abundant fruit. Okay, Su Xiaomeng nodded, half convinced and half doubting in her heart. Her sister hadn't really dated much and probably wasn't familiar with that aspect of things, otherwise she wouldn't be this nervous either. After all, they were sisters and knew each other very well. When Su Ruyan and Su Xiaomeng, wrapped in bathrobes and extremely apprehensive, arrived in the living room, they discovered Su Lang wasn't there. Where Su Lang? Su Ruyan looked toward Tong Chi and asked. All 3 women were in the living room, but Tong Chi seemed the friendliest. Exercising in the study. Tong Chi stood up with a smile, saying cheerfully, come over quickly and have some snacks. I just managed to find 3 packs of absolutely delicious potato chips. Tong Chi didn't have many other hobbies, she just liked eating small snacks. Su Ruyan walked over to the coffee table and sat down, her bottom squirming restlessly, feeling quite constrained. Her gaze fell on Wang Yajai, who was practicing sword techniques, and she said softly, do both Wang Yajai and Su Lang have cultivation skills? Yep, Tong Chi nodded, handing the potato chips to Su Xiaomeng. Thank you. Su Xiaomeng's voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Su Ruyan suddenly understood. That's really enviable, no wonder you all hardly ever go out. Tong Chi chuckled and opened 2 more cans of cola. At this point, Su Ruyan truly began to feel uncomfortable. How was this any different from peaceful times? Taking baths, eating potato chips, drinking cola, all that was missing was binge-watching dramas. Compared to Su Ruyan, Su Xiaomeng quickly relaxed. The potato chips were delicious, and both Tong Chi and Cao Yaxuan were nice too. It seemed they had come to the right place. Hugh finally maxed it out. In the study, Su Lang stood steady and withdrew his energy, exhaling deeply. His breath resembled a long dragon, lingering without dispersing. Effect 1, Dragon Elephant Treasure Body 13/13. Long-term practice of Dragon Elephant Combat Method. Maximum increase of 13 points in physique. After acquiring the Blood Contract Pureblood Vampire skill, Su Lang's martial arts talent had increased again. Unlike meditation technique, Dragon Elephant Combat Method heavily depended on personal talent. Now, with his perception fully activated, he could even hear others' heartbeat sounds. His insight reaching minute details. Ordinary martial artists definitely didn't have such conditions. Attributes: Physique 40, Spirit 21. With Dragon Elephant Combat Method maxed out, his physique had just reached 40 points. I wonder if the supermarket will spawn cultivation techniques this time. If it does, I won't need to use nightmare coins to upgrade skills anymore. Su Lang speculated to himself, his gaze suddenly shifting toward the door. Knock knock tilde. Langji, it's almost 7 o'clock, Tong Chi's voice came through. Su Lang casually grabbed a towel to wipe his sweat, then walked over to open the door. In the living room, all the women were gathered on the sofa, staring at the radio on the coffee table. When Su Ruyan saw Su Lang, she almost stood up, while Su Xiaomeng, sitting on the outermost edge, quickly shifted her bottom further outward. Su Lang unhesitatingly took the center seat on the sofa, operated the radio, and connected to the Blood Mist Mutual Aid Society station. After the dormitory upgrade, the radio could receive 2 channels, but Su Lang hadn't had time to fiddle with it until now. Lone Wanderer, 0 number, you're here. Su Lang picked up the voice changer. Where's Blade Gaston? There were very few people in the channel today, only Lone Wanderer alone. Lone Wanderer, probably busy with something. I'm on break right now, what about you? Same here, Su Lang replied. Both sides fell silent then. After a while, Midnight Fierce Zero came online. Only these 3 people in total. Without Rainy Night Blade to liven things up, the radio station lacked much atmosphere. Midnight Fierce Zero complained about a few trivial matters, while Lone Wanderer didn't speak much. Just as it seemed about to disband, Su Lang finally brought up a topic worth discussing. 0 number. Do you know that there can also be people inside the Blood Mist? Midnight Fierce Zero, haha, aren't we exactly that? It's just that the dormitory buildings isolate the Blood Mist. 0 number. What I mean is, people came from within the Blood Mist and are now living in our dormitory building. As soon as these words were spoken, the radio station instantly fell silent. Cao Yaxuan and the others also grew somewhat tense. Rumors about Luo Lin and her daughter were scarce, but one theory suggested that Luo Lin and her daughter were monsters, specifically ghost-type monsters that extremely resembled humans. This speculation was quite frightening, but monsters couldn't become players, so this point didn't quite make sense. Midnight Fierce Zero, haha, you didn't run into the black market merchant, did you? Su Lang knew that if he didn't explain things clearly, this matter would remain unresolved. So he vaguely described the game content and his own role and recounted the situation with Luo Lin and her daughter. Lone Wanderer, they might be survivors. Midnight Fierce Zero, what do you mean? Lone Wanderers. The Blood Mist world consists of numerous destroyed worlds, and they are survivors from those destroyed worlds. Midnight Fierce Zero, destroyed worlds, are you sure? Lone Wanderer, the information is for reference only. Lone Wanderers. 0 number, you don't need to worry about them being monsters, but you should still keep an eye on them. Such survivors couldn't have found the dormitory building relying on luck alone. They must have some strength and special characteristics themselves. Lone Wanderers. I've heard before about a dormitory building leader who was a survivor. He led the entire building's players to establish themselves in the Blood Mist world, and that dormitory building became mighty and famous, its reputation spreading far and wide. Midnight Fierce Zero. Holy crap, Lone Wanderer, you had such explosive info. Why didn't you say so earlier? Also, are you saying players could potentially be people from other worlds? Lone Wanderers. Heck, the dormitory building's sources of personnel have never been limited to one place. Alright, I'm logging off now, goodbye. Su Lang smoothed his hair. Today he had gained quite a bit of information from the Blood Mist Mutual Aid Society again, broadening his horizons. This lone wanderer probably wasn't ordinary, Possibly his experience was even greater than rainy night blades. Su Ruyan was shocked throughout the entire conversation. No wonder Su Lang hadn't asked her for knowledge payment anymore. He actually had such a magical tool. Let's stop here for today. Whatever matters there are can wait until tomorrow. It's time to sleep. Su Lang stood up, his gaze turning toward the Su sisters. After her bath, Su Xiaomeng's skin was so delicate it seemed it would break at a touch, smooth and fair, like a lotus flower emerging from clear water. Her comfort level had risen to 88 points. Meanwhile, Su Ruyan's comfort level remained at 98 points. An initial comfort level of 98 points showed just how much Su Lang favored Su Ruyan's type. Besides her juicer-like figure, the strong impression she initially gave Su Lang also scored extra points. When they first met, she was quite arrogant, didn't speak, and acted like an expert. HMPH. Tonight, Su Lang was going to make her talk a lot, the kind where the words just keep pouring out. Too hasty, really too hasty. At 5:30 p.m., Su Lang opened his eyes, glanced at the time, then immediately showed a thoughtful expression in his gaze. He had actually overslept. Fortunately, the wake-up time didn't affect the nightmare bed's cooldown. Basic nightmare coins 80, conversion rate 673%, A tower total production 618 nightmare coins. Total nightmare coins 1483. The Su sisters had produced several batches of effects, with their charms synchronously increasing, and Cao Yakshuan and Sherry, who obtained blood contracts, were the same. Sherry consumed 10 low-level blood crystals and 9 high-level blood crystals to obtain a pure-blood vampire's blood contract. Heh, just 3 more days of sleep and I can upgrade the nightmare bed. The future is worth looking forward to. Su Lang grinned excitedly. He wasn't really lacking in the nightmare coin generation multiplier anymore. Now increasing the basic nightmare coins was more important, and this could only rely on upgrading the nightmare bed. Su Lang noticed a gaze and turned to see Tong Chi looking at him with wide eyes. "What's wrong? Do you feel I've become even more handsome?" Su Lang laughed. Tong Chi openly admitted, saying with admiration, "I feel like Lang Ji has the aura of a dark knight, noble young master." Su Lang nodded subtly. In folk culture, vampires were high charm creatures that could enchant young girls. Tusk, why does that feel somewhat similar to me? Then he thought of zombies. These dark creatures' blood contract skills probably wouldn't conflict, right? Wondering if they could be combined. I also don't know what my own comfort level is, probably already broken through 300. After some wishful thinking, Su Lang woke the others. Time was a bit tight today. The supermarket opened at 6 p.m., needed to go stake it out. Within one night, quite a bit of goods had been sold. His copper coins had increased to nearly 1.2 million. If everything Su Lang listed got bought, his total assets might reach 2.5 million copper coins. To open the market and make players compete fiercely, the Frost set was priced at 70,000 to 80,000. Cao Yakshuan and the other 4 women each wore a set. Su Ruyan had her own equipment so didn't wear one, so there were 17 sets available for sale. This didn't even include other miscellaneous items and blood crystals. Of course, these were assets that would only appear under ideal conditions. The final outcome would depend on everyone's purchasing enthusiasm. After all, everyone's assets were limited. While washing up, Su Lang discovered some good news. That was the supplies during rest time had become more abundant, and a special existence called treasure chests had appeared. Opening treasure chests would yield various supplies, while also potentially releasing monsters with low danger levels, and killing monsters would also drop supplies. If only I had chosen that crazy wallet back then. Su Lang secretly regretted. Before 6 p.m., Su Lang's group of 7 people walked out of the dormitory in a grand procession. At a glance, it was all beauties, making it dazzling to behold. Having more people had its advantages, at least not needing to fear ambushes like before and having to travel with the main group. However, before going to the supermarket, Su Lang and the others had one more thing to do. In front of the supermarket, the crowd surged, players discussing animatedly. They were all smiling happily, having rested for a day, their spirits were good. Of course, among them you could also see those who remained silent. These people usually had family members or friends who died. Their mentality might have drastically changed, requiring extra caution. What do you think the supermarket optimizations are? Veteran players quickly tell us. We don't know either. Each dormitory building has its own characteristics. Some dormitory supermarkets even sell lottery tickets. Hahaha, that's so interesting. Yeah, but you have to survive to the next round to claim the prize. Damn, then if many people buy them. Won't the dormitory building try to kill players desperately? Which time haven't they tried to kill us desperately? At the edge of the crowd, Zhang Dahai was surrounded by several companions, all flattering him. If Su Lang were here, he would recognize these people as the players who watched Zhang Dahai draw lots last time, like fixed refresh NPCs. Brother Dahai, so amazing, I heard you found the underground bunker. Yeah, Brother Dahai, how did you do it? How do you always get ahead of others to eat the meat? What's inside the Earth Fortress? I heard the fifth-floor bastards tried to block you. Zhang Dahai laughed heartily, not keeping secrets, and said, Actually, it's nothing, you just need to read more information. The dormitory broadcast said that Polar Night Boss awakened from the underground bunker. So as soon as the game ended, I went to the teaching building rooftop to see which area was most likely to have an underground bunker. And I actually found it, haha. The followers gasped in astonishment. A bald youth exclaimed, Brother Dahai has such clear thinking. When you scavenge more, when you have more experience, you'll naturally know. Zhang Dahai coughed, almost slipping up. No matter what others say, he still couldn't admit being a scavenger. Zhang Dahai had stayed in the wild for so long, being with everyone made him feel truly refreshed, absorbing human energy to the fullest, his smile never disappearing until someone said, I don't think that Su Lang is anything special. Brother Dahai, you'll eventually become the top player too, taking his position. Zhang Dahai's face immediately fell. Brother, you can't say that recklessly, Yi Fan quickly stopped him. Lang Ji has always been Brother Dahai's good friend. What good friend? Lang Ji is my sworn elder brother. Zhang Dahai scolded, clasping his fists and bowing toward Dorm 200's direction with a solemn expression. Upon hearing this, the group of followers immediately chimed in with things like bones broken but tendons still connected. So Brother Dahai's boss is Lang Ji, we're saved. A mighty father won't have a weak son, all came out. Just then, a red-haired follower turned pale, stammering, BB Brother Dahai, Lang Ji killed people again. Oh, how many? Who's so blind? Zhang Dahai asked curiously. Wiped out the whole family, 5 people. Everyone in dorm 178 is dead and he broke through the door to get in. The red-haired follower replied. Everyone's expressions changed upon hearing this. Breaking through doors to kill people, how is that different from monsters? And with this move, he added 5 more blood grudges, plus that unlucky guy shot dead by crossbow bolts, that's 6 blood grudges already. This news quickly caused waves, then reached the ears of 9th floor leader Yun Yun. But Yun Yun remained unmoved, only asking the people staying behind to take a photo of dorm 178 scene, wanting to know how Su Lang broke through the door. This matter was too strange. No matter what, breaking through a door should make some noise, but the players in dorm 178 seemed to die very quickly. No matter what, they had a level 3 door. Dorm 178. Frost shimmered everywhere, the turret had already frozen solid. 2 frost ghost archmages floated on either side of the doorway like guardian deities. Inside the dormitory, 5 corpses lay scattered, blood flowing continuously. Su Lang stood in the living room holding his blade, having handed the body-looting task to Tong Chi and the others. Nearby, Su Xiaomeng watched with fearful eyes, her heart trembling with terror. In the previous game cycle, Su Ruyan had made her kill many monsters to build her courage, and she had seen plenty of monster corpses. But this was the first time she had seen players being killed, especially since these people's deaths were so miserable, either beheaded or dismembered. Su Lang noticed Su Xiaomeng's timidity but didn't offer comfort. For things like this, one just needs to get used to them. Hadn't they seen that even her own sister wasn't doing anything about it? Lang Ji, we've finished collecting everything, we can leave now, Tong Chi reported. Good, list the keys at low price on the trading network. Su Lang replied with a smile. If the dorm owner keys weren't used by anyone, they would disappear as other players relocated. From starting to break down the door to leaving, Su Lang's group took no more than 5 minutes total. At this moment, dorm 200 was terrifyingly strong. Dorm owner Su Lang. Experience 3 cycles. Attributes. Constitution 50, Spirit 26. Free attribute points 0. Skills, Blood Contract, Pureblood Vampire 6 cents. Backpack, Blood Pelican Blades, Low-Level Blood Crystal X40. Funds. Copper coins 550,000, silver coins 60, gold coins 0. Lieutenant Cao Yakshuan. Experience 3 cycles. Attributes, Constitution 12, Spirit 25. Free attribute points 0. Skills, Blood Contract Ultimate Frost Energy Aiming. Funds, copper coins 150,000, silver coins 5, gold coins 0. Lieutenant Tong Chi. Experience 3 cycles. Sequence, C32 Ghost Controller Ignorant. Attributes, Constitution 7, Spirit 35. Free attribute points 0. Skills, Paper Cutting into Soldiers Netherfire. Funds, copper coins 150,641, silver coins 5, gold coins 0. Lieutenant Wang Yazhou. Experience 3 cycles. Attributes. Constitution 19, Spirit 19. Free attribute points 0. Skills Green Lotus Chi Cultivation Technique, Green Lotus Sword Technique. Funds Copper coins 150,000, Silver coins 5, Gold coins 0. Name Sherry. Experience 1 cycle. Attributes Constitution 17, Spirit 8. Skills Blood Contract Pureblood Vampire Healing Spell. Funds Copper coins 50,000, Silver coins 5, Gold coins 0. Name Suroyan. Experience 5 cycles. Attributes Constitution 45, Spirit 15. Free attribute points 0. Skills Shadow Blade Dark Step Wall Running Throwing Weapon Mastery Poison Making Mastery. Funds Copper coins 150,000, Silver coins 5, Gold coins 0. Name Suzayo Meng. Experience 1 cycle. Attributes Constitution 10, Spirit 5. Skills Concealment. Funds Copper coins 3273, Silver coins 1, Gold coins 0. Last night, everyone in Dorm 200 had already completed their stat allocation. They had long obtained reference materials from Rainy Night Blade and others about how to specifically allocate their points. After 3 cycles, the situation was different from before. Holding onto too many attribute points was wasteful, while holding too few couldn't turn the tide, so the best choice was to use them. Based on the allocation ratios, everyone's path was basically determined. Su Lang used a 2-to-1 allocation method, focusing on close combat. Cao Yaxuan adopted a 1-to-2 allocation method. After testing, Ultimate Frost Energy showed the highest sensitivity to spiritual energy, so her future development would revolve around the Ice Mage path, and she wouldn't change it anytime soon. Ultimate Frost Energy would keep her occupied for a long time. Tong Qi remained the extreme among extremes. Wang Yaja used 1-to-1 allocation, sword techniques required constitution, while ethereal energy required spiritual energy. Sherry used 2-to-1 allocation to temporarily adapt to the blood contract skill, though she herself had no interest in combat. Su Ruyan used 3-to-1 allocation. Su Xiaomeng would take things one step at a time. It was worth mentioning that although Su Ruyan was a 5-cycle veteran player, her base attributes were over 10 points lower than Su Lang's. While her skills were acceptable, they still couldn't match Su Lang's luxurious level. And Su Ruyan's attitude toward this was only one of gratitude. This was truly a powerful ally. The combined combat power of the 7 people approached that of an entire floor's worth of players. In just one game cycle, Cao Yaxuan and the others had all undergone quality transformations. There was no helping it, the person they were following was Su Lang. This was like fighting alongside Liu Bang, even a butcher could become a prime minister. When Su Lang's group arrived at the supermarket, the timing was just right. Others who saw him coming immediately scattered like birds and beasts, mainly because Su Lang was carrying the Blood Pelican blade in his hand. This was a blatant threat. Wang Yajai and the others also displayed their equipment externally, all uniformly wearing the Frost set. This made other players quite envious. A complete Frost set guaranteed at least 10 points of stats. The gap in combat would be enormous. Moreover, with the Frost set, Wang Yajai and the others weren't very afraid of bullets anymore, as long as they weren't shot in the head. Su Lang entered the supermarket, scanned the area, and found that the supermarket style hadn't changed much, only the interior space was a bit larger. And there was a sign nearby that read supermarket open 24 hours. Some veteran players had mentioned the significance of this sign. It meant the supermarket was open even during game time. It seems this supermarket optimization's new effect is exactly this. Su Lang didn't look further and quickly headed to the facilities area. Meanwhile, Cao Yaxuan and the others went to different areas. Tong Qi and Wang Yajai went to the skills area. Both women relied heavily on skills, especially the former. If there were skills related to dark arts, she would almost certainly buy them, and she would also buy ice skills because Cao Yaxuan needed them. Cao Yaxuan went to the equipment area, planning to buy any suitable equipment. Sherry was left to wander alone, she might stumble upon something good. Su Ruyan and Su Xiaomeng went to the corner selling raw materials. As long as facilities were recorded, the raw materials area would refresh corresponding repair materials. Though the daily refresh quantity would be limited, the rarer the material, the fewer available. Su Ruyan quickly found the void paint film that Su Lang wanted to buy. Seeing the price, she couldn't help but twitch her mouth, but she bought it anyway. Sigh, with Su Lang around, the nature of the game has completely changed. Li Xuan shook his head with a bitter smile at the supermarket entrance. In the dormitory building he used to be in, top-tier equipment typically required several days of saving or multiple dormitories pooling money to purchase. But now, No need to think about it, if there were truly good items they would definitely go into Su Lang's pocket first. Su Lang is so rich, Li Wenwen said admiringly. You'll become very rich too in the future. Come, let's go to the raw materials area first and see if there are any materials for you. Li Shuwen smiled, his paternal aura exceptionally strong. Zhu Yan looked at Li Wenwen with envy in his eyes as well. In just one game cycle, Li Wenwen's foundation had already become something he couldn't compare to, facilities area. The facilities available for sale range from level 0 to 7. Su Lang looked at the only super specification turret available for sale. Blood Bat Nest Design Blueprint. Type Attack Facility. Level 7. Lethality Special. Attack Speed Special. Attack Range 10 meters. Durabilities. 780. Effect produces 30 level 4 blood bats every 10 minutes. Maximum of 60 blood bats can exist simultaneously. When injured without attack targets, blood bats automatically return to the nest for healing. Manufacturing conditions. Sky Bat Blood X1, Witch's Veil X3, Night Star Sand X15. Upgrade conditions. 3,400 Nightmare Coins. Introduction, Night has fallen, time for the little darlings to appear. Price, 700,000 copper coins. Su Lang's gaze fixed on the price, his mouth twitching. Normal level 7 design blueprints wouldn't be this expensive. The supermarket was deliberately inflating prices for these super specification, premium goods. If Su Lang gritted his teeth, he could afford it, but then the turret materials would also be a problem. Unless he could find the corresponding lower-level materials and then upgrade them. This was an idea Su Lang had always entertained. But it could only remain an idea. He was currently too busy accumulating treasures to dare use them recklessly. After examining the T0 tier facilities, Su Lang turned his attention to the T1 tier facilities. This time the supermarket had refreshed with 5 types of level 6 turret design blueprints and 3 types of door design blueprints, offering a rich variety. Among them was the Yellow Spring Soul Guiding Lantern, specifically designed to deal with ghost-type enemies. But since Su Lang already had the ghost child, this turret naturally fell outside his consideration. For conventional turrets, just the Golden Eagle Wing crossbow seems somewhat insufficient, and I also don't have any turrets for intercepting enemies. Su Lang pondered for a while without rushing to purchase, instead turning his gaze toward other lower-tier facilities. If he could find some facilities with particularly special effects, he could buy them. Even if he didn't use them, they'd be good as collectibles. They might come in handy for breaking difficult situations someday. Because Nightmare Coins could upgrade items, Su Lang maintained high sensitivity toward items with special attributes. Among the 5 major areas currently, the skills area had the most people, while people in the facilities area were just browsing superficially. For ordinary players, since the general direction for the next game cycle hadn't been determined yet, they didn't dare make hasty decisions. Skills were different, they just needed to strengthen their own systems. Tong Chi and Wang Yajai rushed into the skills area, their eyes scanning rapidly like searchlights. The T0 skill was level 8 Collapsing Fist, priced at 400,000, described as fist-like mountain collapse, force-penetrating 10 oxen, a pure combat skill without strategic value, and severely overpriced, so they excluded it. Level 4 Cultivation skill, Blackpool Lotus Meditation Technique, Lang Ji said this was a must-buy. Extreme Training Method by, Polar Ice Spear Array by, Ancient Wisdom by, Cloud Soaring Step by, Shadow Bind by. Master Level Swordsmanship by. The 2 women combined had 300,000 copper coins, which they spent in less than 3 minutes, truly spending money like water. Equipment area. Found at T0 Equipments. Cao Yakshuan looked toward the largest glass display case. Inside was a set of integrated black fish scale armor, with thousands of scales densely woven together, complete with helmet, face guard, gauntlets, breastplate, shoulder guards, leg guards, and long boots, and each piece had its own attributes. It was actually an extremely rare 7-piece set. Su Lang will definitely like this. Immediately, Cao Yakshuan shared this equipment's information with Su Lang. Gasp tilde, it actually costs 1.5 million copper coins. When Su Lang saw the message, he was instantly shocked, but after seeing the set's attributes, he found it reasonable. Although this equipment set was only level 7, it was the cream of the crop among premium items. Even with the severe price inflation, Su Lang felt the urge to buy it. The Jade Burial Suit suddenly seemed less appealing. The more pieces an equipment set has, the more precious it is. Sets with fewer pieces aren't necessarily weak, but those with more pieces are definitely strong. For example, with this Blackfish Scale armor's 7 major components attributes combined, one could imagine how powerful it would be. Although individual pieces could also be worn 7 pieces or even more, some rare individual pieces were equally hard to obtain. Additionally, sets always had set bonuses that individual pieces couldn't match. Can't afford it not looking anymore. Su Lang secretly lamented. He thought he was quite wealthy, but it turned out he still fell somewhat short. Although he could force himself to buy this blackfish scale armor if he really wanted to, that would be putting the cart before the horse. Dorm 200's individual combat power was already sufficient. Any further strengthening would really only leave charging into monster hordes to find opponents. But this kind of gameplay-defying behavior was too reckless, with extremely high chances of failure. Even top players like the heavy armor maniac who focused on physical builds needed to frequently return to their dorms to recover health. In that case, they might as well just stay in the dorm all the time. Maybe I should just let Blood Grudge super multiply next game cycle and have a feast in one go. While pondering about Blood Grudge, Su Lang continued scanning the merchandise. About 20 minutes later, the 7 members of Dorm 200 gathered together. Total spending exceeded 300,000, and almost all of it was used to buy skills. Let's go check out the equipment area together, Su Lang finally suggested. The equipment area was on the far right. Scanning from right to left could prevent missing anything. Okay. The women responded. On the way to the equipment area, Su Ruyan said, the supermarket separated the raw materials area, and there are hundreds of types of raw materials inside. Su Lang immediately asked, what's the highest level of raw materials for repairing turrets? Level 6, Su Ruyan glanced at Su Lang and smiled. It's void paint film. Su Lang nodded. It was good that the Mad King dormitory building wasn't hiding any dragons. However, in the dorm survival game, aside from the iron rules, everything else could only be treated as experiential advice, not absolutely accurate, and not guaranteed to apply to any dormitory building or any person, essentially taking a believe-it-or-not approach. Then regarding those raw materials you mentioned, the raw materials area has them, but they're all too expensive. Su Ruyan looked meaningfully at Su Lang as she spoke. Su Ruyan was referring to the raw materials needed for the storage room. Total cost? Su Lang asked. 300,000, Su Ruyan said calmly. 300,000 could buy who knows how many mercenaries' lives. Mercenaries were a group that automatically emerged among the player population. They took money to handle tasks, doing everything except incurring blood grudge. However, the mercenary culture wasn't very prevalent in the Mad King dormitory building yet. We'll buy them when we have more money later. Su Lang shook his head upon hearing this. Although he had money, it didn't come from nowhere. When they reached the equipment area, Su Lang picked and chose 2 shields but didn't buy anything else. The skills area had many skills that looked impressive, but Su Lang found them all poor value, only casually buying a wall climbing skill for Cao Yakshuan and the others. The wall climbing skill wasn't just for climbing walls. It could also be used for escaping and pursuing, essential for veteran players. Then the 7 members of Dorm 200 arrived at the entertainment area. Zhang Dahai stood in front of the lottery machine, and when he saw Su Lang coming, he immediately called out, Lang Ji, you're here. Come quickly, there are good items in the lottery machine this time. How beautiful. Goddess Cao looks so dashing. Is that the complete Frost set? They're literally wearing 70 to 80,000 copper coins on their bodies. Idiot, you don't even know yet. They're also wearing high-level accessories. The total value must definitely exceed 100,000. Holy crap, copper coins really do nourish people. The players whispered among themselves, watching from afar but not daring to approach. After all, Su Lang and his group had just wiped out an entire dormitory. Woo woo woo. At the very back of the crowd, a male player watched Su Ruyan's figure even while wearing the Frost set. Her curves were still clearly defined and couldn't help but cover his mouth with both hands. Mom, oh mom, why did you have to do something so foolish? Tears welled up in his eyes, yet he didn't dare make any crying sounds. What's inside? Su Lang walked up to the lottery machine and asked with a smile. It costs 5 silver coins per draw now, and I got a purple item. Zhang Dahai pulled out an ordinary-looking gray cloth garment. This cloth garment was level 5 equipment called the Ascetic Monk Robe, providing fire resistance, cold resistance, wind resistance, and adding 1 point to spirit attribute. Clothing that adds attributes is quite rare, Zhang Dahai said with a laugh. Pretty good. Su Lang nodded, then looked at the women and said, 5 silver coins per draw, each of you can play exactly once. Me first, Cao Yakshuan raised her hand. She went to the lottery machine, inserted 5 silver coins, then quietly waited for her reward. Colorful lights flashed. The spectators craned their necks, wanting to see what she had drawn. Before long, a white light settled. Cao Yakshuan left with a dark expression. Wang Yajai drew second. Next, Sherry next, Su Ruyan next, Su Xiaomeng next. Finally, it was Tong Chi's turn. She also only had one chance. Su Lang didn't plan to spend too many silver coins on the lottery machine. This could only be treated as a lottery ticket and entertainment, not an investment. Judging from the tone of high-level players like Rainy Night Blade, silver coins would be very useful in the later stages. Tong Chi took a deep breath, her small face tense, and began her draw. The lottery machine flashed with colorful lights, finally settling on purple. The scene erupted with exclamations. Wow, as expected of Luck Emperor Tong. Oh my god, first try success. Is this the child emperor you mentioned? So strong. With a few more draws, she'd probably get orange equipment. Su Lang's expression turned peculiar. Was Tong Chi's luck a bit too good? Yay, little Tong, you're amazing. Cao Yaxuan cheered and jumped with joy. Tong Chi smiled sheepishly, then handed a torn cloth fragment to Su Lang. This was an item without a level, and both its description and name were vague without clear direction. However, Su Lang felt this torn cloth fragment was somewhat familiar, as if he had collected something similar at home. Su Lang casually stored the torn cloth fragment, thought for a moment, then took out 10 more silver coins for Tong Chi. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Tong Chi drew 2 more times, but the items she got these 2 times were quite ordinary. Su Lang didn't mind either, waving his hand grandly as he said, "Let's go to the living area." His eyes sparkled with divine light, seeming even more excited than when shopping for other items. This time, the living area might have level 7 clothing. He was already feeling impatient. Tong Chi and the others were also looking forward to it. The living area had numerous and varied items. All the delicious food and drinks were inside. Under the leadership of Su Lang, this wealthy man, Dorm 200, had developed somewhat extravagant habits. For survival, Su Lang could force Senior Cao to become a pal on the very first day. But now that conditions were more relaxed, he wouldn't play the strict and harsh game either. If he were truly an extreme survival fanatic, he would have been eating millet porridge 3 times a day long ago. Many relatively wealthy players did exactly that. The reason was simple: they were scared of being poor. In this dorm survival game, who could truly be wealthy? Everyone was short on money, so being able to eat their fill was already quite good. As it turned out, Su Lang had thought too much. The living area didn't have level 7 clothing, at most level 6, though there were more high-end small accessories. Charming spider silk stockings. Type clothing. Level 5. Effect 1 radiant charm. Wearing increases charm slightly. Decomposition yields charming spider silk x10. Upgrade condition 350 nightmare coins. Introduction. Crafted by Master Milan, made from charming spider silk, pearlescent colors. Price 4,000 copper coins. This was absolutely a clothing component that could increase charm. Su Lang's eyes heated up. If the timing weren't inappropriate, he would have Cao Yaxuan and the others put them on right now. There were 10 pairs of charming spider pearlescent silk stockings total, and Su Lang bought them all. Oh my god, how seductive would that look? Some female players who saw this from afar experienced pupil earthquakes. There was no helping it, fragile items needed to be stocked up properly. Besides this, Su Lang also bought some bracelets, small bells, and shoes that caught his actor's eyes. As for level 6 clothing, he let Cao Yaxuan and the others buy those themselves. Watching the retreating backs of Su Lang's 7-person group, a female player swallowed hard and said to those around her, "I just calculated, they spent at least 300,000 copper coins just now." Those who came to browse the living area during the early stages were mostly women, with 10th floor players making up the vast majority. Li Yu was among them, enviously saying, "Lang Ji is so rich and he's so generous to girls. I wish Lang Ji was my boyfriend." Another female player said, "Do you think we could find an opportunity when Lang Ji is alone, then talk to him a bit?" "Really, just talk? Then why don't you send him a private message?" "That wouldn't display my charm." "Nonsense, what charm do you have besides being provocative?" As everyone knows, shopping is exhausting work. Su Lang's group went home right after buying their things. "Quick, make your equipment invisible and change into the clothing." Su Lang closed the door and said impatiently, the night was already deep, time to properly enter the night. Cao Yaxuan rolled her eyes, twisting her shapely buttocks as she went to the secondary bedroom. Su Lang watched, feeling irritated. Later he would teach Cao Yaxuan the real way to roll her eyes. After everyone had left, Wang Yazhai hesitated but still said to Su Lang, "Su Lang, I feel like we're spending too much money." She had been wearing level 4 clothing before, and now she changed after just one round of the game. The money spent made her heart ache. Faced with Wang Yazhai's suggestion, Su Lang's response was, "You're wearing this tonight." Su Lang held up a white fishnet stocking with excellent design. Wang Yazhai. Bathroom. Su Lang was meditating while showering. After a fierce battle, his mind had completely settled down. Water splashed noisily as Su Lang's eyelids fluttered, a trace of ethereal energy flashing in his eyes. Spirit +1. His spirit attribute had reached 27 points. Meditating during the post-climax state doubles the effect. Su Lang chuckled softly, casually dried himself, wrapped in a bathrobe, and walked out of the bathroom. Dorm 200's bed had now been moved to the master bedroom for more convenient daily living. With the surveillance camera available, he could check the outside scene anytime. After the dorm upgraded to level 3, the surveillance camera, as one of the core facilities, also upgraded, gaining a special effect that allowed it to see invisible ghosts. Some more eerie ghosts couldn't be seen by ordinary people with the naked eye. In the master bedroom, lights were brightly lit, with the 6 women lying on the bed, their cheeks flushed. Su Lang walked over and sat at the foot of the bed, looking at Tong Chi with a light smile. Take out all the skill scrolls, everyone should learn them. Tong Chi nodded vigorously. The wall climbing skill had already been learned by the women, leaving 7 more that needed careful consideration. This time, their luck was quite good, having acquired 2 cultivation skills. One was the extreme training method, a level 4 physique-oriented cultivation technique. The other was the Black Pool Lotus meditation technique, a level 4 spirit-oriented cultivation technique. Su Lang used the extreme training method himself, while the Black Pool Lotus meditation technique was given to Tong Chi. This was a meditation technique with a yin ghost orientation, perfectly suited for Tong Chi. The Polar Ice Spear Array created frost spears. An ancient wisdom temporarily boosted spiritual energy when used. Both skill scrolls were given to Cao Yakshuan. Cloud Soaring Step was a leaping skill that worked best with ethereal energy, making it practically Wang Yajai's exclusive skill, and the same went for master-level swordsmanship. As for Shadow Bind, it was given to Su Ruyan. Her combat style leaned toward assassination, so a skill that could briefly hard-control enemies suited her perfectly. As for Sherry and Su Xiaomeng, neither had consumed many resources yet, since their development directions weren't fully determined. Langji, can we go look for supplies now? Tong Chi asked. Su Lang nodded. Rest for a bit, get familiar with your new skills, then we'll spar later. Wang Yajai's face blossomed into a smile. She was the hard worker of Dorm 200. Sometimes when she couldn't use the Green Lotus Chi cultivation technique, she would still practice basic sword moves, training very diligently. She was also very proactive about searching for supplies. 7 people in a dorm of over 100 square meters was a bit too cramped, making it hard to practice combat properly. After having a simple meal, Su Lang's group took advantage of the night to leave the dorm. The Mad King dormitory building stood eerie and desolate under the bloody moonlight at night, exceptionally terrifying. However, Su Lang and the other players had been here so long they no longer noticed this. After going downstairs, Su Lang's group headed straight for Rust Lake Park. In the park's open space, everyone took their stances and took turns sparring. Since they couldn't go all out, Dorm 200 could only establish a rough combat power ranking. T0, Su Lang. T1, Su Ruyan Wang Yajai Cao Yakshuan Tong Chi Sherry. T2, Su Xiaomeng. Among T1, Sherry was the weakest. Although she had a blood contract skill, her other combat methods were far too limited. This combat power ranking didn't surprise Su Lang at all. However, Su Ruyan was greatly shocked, the turmoil in her heart taking a long time to settle. She wouldn't claim to be top tier, but as a Vanguard player who had made the top 10 4 times, she was actually on par with several newcomers. While she had invested some resources into the dorm, her personal investments were certainly not small. It could only be said that Su Lang was simply too dominant. Even the scraps he casually dropped could fatten up an elite player. Ruyan, do you want to use a blood contract skill too? Though right now we only have the blood contract from high-level blood servants. Su Lang seemed to sense Su Ruyan's thoughts and spoke up. High-level blood crystals were level 5 curios, while pureblood crystals were level 8. Upgrading a high-level blood crystal would only turn it into another level 6 item, so Su Lang didn't plan to use nightmare coins for upgrading. That wouldn't be appropriate, Su Ruyan quickly refused, carefully choosing her words. We shouldn't homogenize too much, otherwise we'll become easily countered. Su Lang found this reasonable and nodded deeply in agreement. Next, everyone chatted while heading toward Rust Lake. Wang Yajai sheathed her sword and stepped onto the stone walkway leading to the pavilion at the lake center. Sister Yajai, stop, Tong Chi urgently called out. Wang Yajai turned back, a trace of confusion in her clear, handsome eyes. I feel something's wrong here, it's very uncomfortable, really uncomfortable. Tong Chi frowned deeply, unconsciously rubbing her shoulders, feeling the surrounding air turn chilly. However, she was wearing high-quality clothing. She shouldn't be feeling such obvious cold. Su Lang's expression also turned serious. After the Mad King dormitory building's iteration, many places had become more eerie than before. Suddenly, his pupils contracted as he pointed at a floating object on the lake surface. Look, what's that? I'll have the little ghosts bring it over. Tongqi spoke while pulling Wang Yajai further away. Two little ghosts flew out and quickly dragged a mass of something to the shore. When they clearly saw what it was, Cao Yaxuan screamed, barely stopping herself from vomiting. The others also turned pale, as if painted with a layer of whitewash. Su Lang's face tightened as he used his player authority to examine it, receiving these lines of information. A complete human skin. Type item. Level 1. Upgrade condition 50 nightmare coins. Introduction. This is a human skin that has been completely peeled off, with no other wounds except for a small crack on the forehead. This is Zhou Daha. Su Ruyan's expression changed slightly as she said gravely, his name should have dimmed when the last polar night descended, he was already dead by then. Su Lang's face remained taut as he drew the blood pelican blade, staring directly at Rustlake. Just then Sherry said, "Can I unfold it? This is the most complete human skin I've ever seen." "Better not, it feels so unlucky." Cao Yaxuan's mouth twitched as she spoke. "All right then," Sherry shrugged, looking helpless. She didn't seem frightened at all, instead appearing somewhat fascinated. Su Ruyan stared at the human skin with flickering eyes like a criminal investigator, rapidly saying, "This skin must have been floating on the lake for a long time, but since no one else comes to Rust Lake Park, nobody discovered it. Whatever killed Zhou Daha must be a monster, and an extremely powerful one that killed him instantly. That monster is most likely at the bottom of the lake right now." These words sent chills down everyone's spines. Especially Wang Yajai. She had frequently gone into the water to retrieve things before. "My suggestion is to leave here temporarily and spread the news, first to warn other players and second to let those restless people scout the path." Su Ruyan looked at Su Lang and said gravely. Su Ruyan hadn't made a name for herself alone by being ordinary. She apparently used to work in public security and had strong personal capabilities. "All right, let's do it that way," Su Lang nodded. Anyway, before thoroughly investigating Rust Lake's secrets, he had no intention of going to the Lake Center Pavilion. And even after investigating, it would be better to let others dive into the lake to retrieve things. Just in case there was a hidden boss behind a hidden boss behind yet another hidden boss. Perfect timing since we're taking over the laboratory later, no need to waste energy here. Su Lang chuckled lightly, opening his private message with Tang Zi saying, "I'll talk with Tang Zi about exchanging Rust Lake Park for the laboratory." Su Lang not only wouldn't approach Rust Lake, but would also stay away from the entire Rust Lake Park. The laboratory was close to the dormitory building, safe, and convenient for Luo Lin to research evolution serum later. Cao Yaxuan didn't know what she thought of, suddenly giggling. "Sister Yaxuan, what's wrong?" Tongqi played along dutifully. "I remembered a saying." XX frowned and positioned everyone in front for protection. Cao Yaxuan laughed heartily. Su Lang glanced at her. She wanted to be the main damage dealer again. "Zhu Lang, are you in charge of the biochemistry laboratory area?" Tang Zi was currently in his dormitory having fun with a female tenant when he suddenly saw this private message pop up. Scaring him so badly he went soft immediately. "Damn, he's robbing me now." "Tang Zi, what's up? Please tell me what you need." "Zhu Lang, I'll trade you Rust Lake Park for it." "Tang Zi, are you lacking disposable damage items? I can sell you some at low price." Tang Zi breathed a sigh of relief, so it was about this. The most commonly spawned high-value items in the biochemistry laboratory were things like poison gas bombs. Zhu Lang, "You don't want to trade." "Shit, why does this guy talk so arrogantly?" Tang Zi immediately got angry. "Tang Zi, okay brother, when are you coming? I'll have the station people withdraw." It's not that he, Tang Zi, was cowardly. He, Tang Zi, had been around for 10 to 20 years. And before entering the dorm survival game, he was a self-made furniture and lumber factory owner with extremely rich life experience. Handling a college student like Su Lang should have been easy, but that was already in the past. Now, even if Su Lang was a college student or even an elementary school student, he would still offer cigarettes. Just thinking about Su Lang's eerie long blade made his neck feel chilly. "Zhu Lang, let's trade now, but don't say I didn't warn you. There's danger at the bottom of Rust Lake. Better not go there." Hearing this, Tang Zi didn't feel cheated at all. Instead, his eyes lit up. Danger was good. Danger meant there were monsters, and monsters meant there was equipment. But after all, he was a veteran player and knew the dorm survival game was ever-changing, so he truly wouldn't be reckless enough to personally take the risk. And he couldn't cheat his own people either. so that only left sending mercenaries to scout the path. With various thoughts running through his mind, Tang Zi quickly finished his business, pulled up his pants, and headed to the laboratory building with his underlings. Tang Zi made quite a scene, with dozens of players standing with him under the laboratory building, waiting for Su Lang's arrival. Streetlights cast slanted illumination, stretching their shadows long, making them look like a group of menacing monsters. They weren't all standing together but were spread out in staggered positions. This positioning had purpose. It effectively avoided being wiped out by a single high-level damage item. Before long, Su Lang's group arrived. When Tang Zi saw Su Lang, he immediately put on a smiling face. "Su Lang, you're here." Su Lang nodded, walking forward completely unguarded, smiling. "Pleasant cooperation." "Pleasant cooperation," Tang Zi laughed heartily. Both sides stopped when 3 meters apart. This was best for everyone. "This is the list. It contains the item catalog spawned in the laboratory building. Take a look." Tang Zi took out a list and tossed it to Su Lang. Su Lang glanced over it, finding things like syringes, microscopes, etc., his eyes slightly brightening as he nodded in satisfaction. "Very good." Tang Zi waited a while, and seeing that Su Lang's side didn't hand over any list, knew the latter wasn't fully prepared. Rustlake Park's total area was much larger than the dormitory building, so even if the material quality was somewhat inferior, he wouldn't lose much. He laughed heartily and said to Su Lang, "How about we gather sometime, have hot pot together? To be honest, I really want to know your views on the future." "What plans do you have?" Su Lang looked up at Tang Zi. This question actually stumped Tang Zi momentarily. Players discussed short-term futures the most every day and long-term futures the least, and Su Lang's tone seemed to be asking about the latter. But Tang Zi wasn't some young kid after all. With a turn of his mind, he adopted his past business negotiation style. To put it simply, painting a grand vision. Tang Zi coughed, his brow seemingly carrying the weight of experience as he frowned and said, "First, we need to survive. Second, we also need to explore outward. The blood mist world can't trap us forever. And to achieve these 2 points, we must unite together. Work with one heart. There are too many bad people in the dorm survival game. I want to turn the Mad King dormitory building, at least the 5th floor, into a mutually supportive community. If we can cooperate with the 10th floors, that would be even better." After this impassioned speech, many 5th floor players were moved. After listening, Su Lang nodded repeatedly. "That's a good idea. I can help connect you with Wu Hui. Okay, after I finish organizing the 5th floor, I'll contact her." Tang Zi knew this was Su Lang's polite refusal and didn't push it. "About the meal, let's talk next time. We still need to do floor sweeping," Su Ruyan said at this point. Tang Zi looked at Su Lang and seeing he didn't say anything, understood clearly. This was also Su Lang's intention. However, he didn't take his leave just yet but sighed and said, "I estimate new players will arrive tomorrow morning. Not sure what quality they'll be, but there will definitely be fighting over them then." "That's a good thing," Su Lang smiled. Tang Zi was immediately stunned. Had he encountered a battle maniac, he just wanted to form alliances. "Hee, Su Lang, you're too good at joking." Tang Zi laughed awkwardly. Su Lang neither confirmed nor denied, bid farewell, and led everyone into the laboratory building. Using common sense, they knew the laboratory building had definitely been hastily looted by Tang Zi's group, so Su Lang's team didn't bother searching for supplies. After familiarizing themselves with the layout, they announced the news of taking over the laboratory building. "Lang Ji, there's some trouble here. The experimental equipment has all been dismantled, and even the intact pieces can't be started." Tong Chi looked at Su Lang, speaking with concern. "No matter, this place will spawn corresponding blueprints and raw materials anyway. First, inform Luo Lin about the laboratory's information." Su Lang shook his head. The dorm survival game had a playstyle called the Creation Path. A certain player in the Blood Mist Mutual Aid Society who hadn't been online for a while was on the Creation Path, specifically making talismans for sale. Reportedly, this required very high-level life skills. Although these Creation Path players didn't focus on combat power, once their system took shape, they became money-printing machines. Rainy Night Blade had also said that such players were the backbone of the dorm survival game, capable of greatly improving dormitory building quality. "Okay," Tong Chi responded. Su Lang walked down from the podium about to say something when suddenly a private message popped up. "Su Yuan, Lang Ji, can you come save me? I'm being door camped." "Zhu Lang, how many people?" "Su Yuan, 3. "Zhu Lang. Okay, I'm coming right away, don't let them escape." In Dorm 9, Su Yuan looked completely bewildered. "Don't let them escape." After thinking for a moment, he suddenly understood, breaking out in a cold sweat while also feeling an inexplicable excitement, as if he'd been injected with adrenaline. Bang, 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 the door was being slammed repeatedly from outside, accompanied by curses. Su Yuan, get the hell out here. Fuck you, open the door quickly. If you don't want your mother to die, open this door yourself. The situation where Su Yuan was being blocked in his dorm wasn't purely about competing interests. It involved hatred. Sun Heng had been killed by that group outside. In the previous game round, he had revealed that he owned a down jacket, which made him a target. Before Sun Heng and another roommate were killed, they had traded the dorm owner key to him. Now only he and his mother remained in dorm 9. Fuck your brother, still not opening the door. A man outside picked up a large iron hammer and viciously smashed it against the door. Su Yuan quickly repaired it and said to his mother, "Mom, step further back." His raw materials were almost gone. A middle-aged woman stepped back, her hands marked by years of labor, her face deeply lined with wrinkles, her eyes full of concern as she looked at Su Yuan. Su Yuan's father had died early, and mother and son had always relied on each other, being each other's final support. Fuck, fuck, fuck. In front of dorm 9, a bald man kept smashing the door, his vicious nature fully revealed. Rest periods weren't good times for killing, but they were perfect for tormenting people. Since the first floor leader hadn't been selected yet, they could recklessly smash doors without restraint. If new players arrived later and the floor leader position was finalized, they wouldn't be able to act so brazenly. When eliminating weeds removed the roots, this was something every player knew. Moreover, Dorm 9 definitely still had resources. Even squeezing oil from stones could yield some profit. In the distance, many people were watching, but all looked numb, with no intention of stepping forward to help. Just then, a figure shot forward like a cannonball. Moving like a lightning phantom, a sinister crimson blade light instantly severed one person's head. Holy shit. The onlookers were terrified, retreating repeatedly as if they'd seen a ghost. Only when the figure struck with a second blow did they realize this wasn't some ghostly creature. It was Dorm 200's owner, Su Lang. "Fuck, run, Su Lang's going to kill again," a player screamed. Immediately, all players scattered like frightened birds and beasts, not even returning to their dorms, running as far as they could. The bald man dazedly turned his head, feeling his vision becoming blurry and distorted, then thud, his head fell to the ground, declaring his death. "You are," as the last player began to speak, a crimson blade light swept past his waist. "I'm the director of the civil anti-black group." Su Lang chuckled lightly. 3 people were killed in an instant, their invisible equipment revealing itself. They had all been wearing protective gear. However, this protective gear had all been forcibly cut through. Tusk, forcibly breaking armor, actually made the Blood Pelican blade's durability drop by 1 point. Su Lang made a clicking sound, casually shaking the long blade but failing to shake off the blood droplets. Because the blood was being absorbed by the Blood Pelican blade, 15 lives, the quota was full. The Blood Pelican blade trembled lightly, suddenly emitting a resounding long cry. A vivid, wing-spread pelican extended from the hilt, its sharp beak reaching all the way to the blade tip. Su Lang suddenly came to his senses. He'd been so focused on killing that he'd momentarily neglected the Blood Pelican blade's attribute stacking, putting the cart before the horse, as they say. Immediately, he checked the Blood Pelican blade's attributes and actually discovered it had gained a special effect. Named Blade Blood Pelican Blade Spirit Awakened. Type Long Blade. Level 4. Lethality 170. Durabilities 129 130s. Effect 1 Soul Devouring Edge. Slaughtering monsters restores and increases durability. Maximum increase of 100 points, currently increased by 100 points. Effect 2 Blood Pelican. During game periods, permanently increases lethality by 1 point per player killed. During rest periods, permanently increases lethality by 10 points per player killed. Maximum increase of 150 points lethality, currently increased by 150 points. Special effect Spirit Awakening Crimson End, can damage ethereal forms. Each attack on enemies causes 1 point of permanent, irreparable true damage. Decomposition yields Blood Pelican Essence X1, Soul Devouring Demon Iron X7. Upgrade condition 700 Nightmare Coins. Introduction. The creation of heaven and earth, blood fused into blade, giving birth to the pelican, ranked among named blades. It's actually Spirit Awakened equipment. Seeing the updated information, Su Lang was instantly overjoyed. Spirit Awakened equipment was also called hidden equipment, only unsealed when certain conditions were met, extremely, extremely rare. Cao Yaxuan and the others arrived at this moment. Cao Yaxuan looked at the headless corpse and said, "Su Lang, you've already killed them all." "Yeah, they were too weak." Su Lang nodded, happily saying, "Let me show you something good." As he spoke, he shared the Blood Pelican Blade's information. Gasp tilde, it's actually the hidden equipment that Rainy Night Blade mentioned. I think he only has one of those too, Cao Yakshuan exclaimed in surprise. Su Lang nodded repeatedly, delightedly saying, and it's low-level spirit-awakened equipment, which makes it even rarer. Low-level spirit-awakened equipment was like level 5 epic equipment in online games. Their rarity was even higher than high-level epic equipment. This blade is really beautiful. Sherry examined the blood pelican blade with the gaze of someone looking at a rare treasure. I think so too. Su Lang couldn't put it down, then picked up the hilt and knocked on Dorm 9's door. Su Yuan, open up, it's safe outside now. Not safe at all, Su Yuan opened the door, bowing as he expressed thanks. Thank you, Lang Ji. The door had to be opened and opened quickly. Su Yuan was smart enough to know that a door without even a turret couldn't stop Su Lang. No need to be polite, Su Lang waved his hand. Do you know where there are more villains like them? Tong Chi had briefly mentioned Sun Heng's cause of death to him. Although the Blood Pelican Blade's passive was now full, there was still room for Blood Grudge to develop. Su Yuan pursed his lips, looking at the smile on Su Lang's face, truly feeling that the latter was addicted to killing. I know one she dolly from Dorm 17. In the last game round he raped, and then dumped her body, Su Yuan narrated calmly. Actually, such things had appeared as early as the first game round, but no one had done anything about it. At 6 a.m., Su Lang's group returned triumphantly. The specific harvest was that Su Lang had stacked Blood Grudge to 15 layers. This meant 15 human lives. The Mad King dormitory building wasn't short on bad seeds, and killing them could be considered justified. Su Lang returned to his dorm, occasionally still swinging the Blood Pelican Blade. The Blood Pelican Blade became more comfortable to use the more he wielded it. A blade without a sheath should be specially used for killing people. It was just a pity that the passive was already fully stacked. All right, Su Lang, go take a shower now. Cao Yakshuan looked at Su Lang helplessly, feeling he was like a child who'd gotten a wooden sword. Okay, Su Lang nodded, saying. Ruyan, little Meng, you're tired too, come shower together. Su Ruyan pretended to be generous and nodded, while Su Zio Meng instantly blushed. The 7 people finished bathing one after another, prepared some instant food, gathered around the coffee table, and waited for the assembly to begin. Before this, Su Lang continuously adjusted the channels, trying to find a second radio station, but ended up with nothing. At 7 a.m. sharp, Rainy Night Blade came online. 5 minutes later, the radio station reached 8 people. They were Rainy Night Blade, Heavy Armor Maniac, Lone Wanderer, Midnight Fierce 0, Brahmin 0, number 100 Ton King. 100 Ton King, wow, peak moment. This is my first time seeing 7 people in an assembly. Rainy Night Blade, haha, haven't seen you online for a long time, Brahmin. Last round of the game, I encountered a level 13 calling ghost, couldn't use electronic devices. Brahmin's voice seemed unmodified, with the tone of a middle-aged man carrying a weathered feeling. Heavy Armor Maniac, holy shit, a level 13 calling ghost and you actually survived. Brahmin, just lucky, that's all. 100 Ton King, seniors, what are you talking about with this calling ghost? Rainy Night Blades. Calling ghost is a type of mechanic monster, not common in low-level dormitory buildings. When dormitory levels get higher, they become very common. 100 Ton King. Is the calling ghost's mechanism that using electrical appliances means death, or does it directly enter the room? Rainy Night Blade. Monsters cannot harm players through dormitory doors, that's an iron rule. But once you trigger the mechanism, you'll face the monster's frenzied attacks, and these mechanic monsters are extremely, extremely powerful. 100 Ton King, I see, thank you senior for explaining. Su Lang felt 100 Ton King's timing was truly perfect. Many things he wanted to ask were being asked by 100 Ton King. This Brahmin seems like a good person, Sherry suddenly spoke up. Why? Tong Chi asked curiously. Sherry's eyes lit up as she said, I just comprehended that phrase in his profile. Someone who can speak such profound truths must definitely be a good person. Brahmin's personal profile didn't introduce himself, but contained a piece of Gatha. One lamp passes to many lamps. Eventually, all 10,000 lamps become bright. Tong Chi shook her head speechlessly. This is just a personal profile, teacher Sherry. Don't take it too seriously. All right, he might also be a fraud, Sherry said somewhat disappointedly. Tong Chi felt Sherry was a bit naive. Rainy Night Blade. Haha, no problem, everyone helps each other out. If you encounter trouble in future games, you can also ask me for help. Of course, I might not be online every moment. 100 Ton King. Wah wah wah, Blade bro, I love you, you're the most warm-hearted player I've met. Does the radio station pay you a salary? Rainy Night Blade, haha, there's no salary but work must be done. I was entrusted by the station director to maintain radio operations. He promised to take me back to the real world. 100-ton king, ah, Blade bro, we can still return to the real world. Rainy night blades. According to the station director, some special items can do it. 100-ton king, where's the station director? Why haven't we seen him online? Rainy night blades. The station director used an invitation letter and is probably running a dungeon now. Don't know when he'll return. Lone Wanderer, the station director hasn't been online for 3 game cycles, right? Rainy night blades. Yeah, but I don't think he's dead. The Blood Mist Mutual Aid Society has 3 founding members. Station Director Yi Wujiang, Administrator Rainy Night Blade, and Lone Wanderer. Everyone else joined after the station director disappeared. Brahmin, everyone, it seems a black market merchant has come to our dormitory. I need to go check, so I'll take my leave first. After saying this, he immediately went offline. Heavy Armor Maniac. Shit, this idiot probably ran into that black market merchant Kirby. Midnight Fierce Zero, haha, very likely, then he's going to lose big this time. Black market merchant Kirby likes eating spicy food, but doesn't reveal this preference initially, instead using fair prices to acquire things through roundabout methods. Rainy Night Blade, when will Kirby come to our dormitory? My stockpile of chili peppers is about to burst. Heavy Armor Maniac, no hurry, he'll definitely visit all the dormitory buildings around us. 100-ton King. Seniors, what is this black market merchant Kirby? 100-ton King acted purely like a newcomer, constantly asking questions with a very good attitude, calling everyone senior repeatedly, and others were willing to answer. Su Lang listened happily from the side, mentally giving 100-ton King lots of praise. Today everyone was online and in a talkative mood, so the assembly lasted half an hour before ending. During this time, Su Lang had already started working hard for his point-grinding mission, and Rainy Night Blade wondered why he never turned on his microphone. Cao Yakshuan and the others changed into their new outfits, making people's eyes light up. The girls didn't just randomly match clothes either, they found their own styles which truly enhanced their charm. Cao Yakshuan charm 125 points, Su Ruyan charm 122 points, Wang Yazhai charm 122 points, Tongqi charm 120 points, Sherry charm 119 points, Su Xiaomeng charm 114 points. The 6 girls' total charm was 722 points. With the nightmare bed added, that made 762 points. How many nightmare coins would ultimately drop? Su Lang couldn't be bothered to calculate. After grinding points, the answer would naturally be revealed the next day. Su Lang went to sleep on time, not delaying for even a second. Past experience told him that nightmare coins were the truly satisfying reward. After a good night's sleep, Su Lang woke up, his eyes suddenly widening, so many nightmare coins had dropped. Basic nightmare coins 80, conversion rate 762%, A tower production 689 nightmare coins. Total nightmare coins 2172. In just one night, the nightmare coins had broken through 2,000. Damn, yesterday I was thrilled about awakening the Blood Pelican Blade, and today I might be able to upgrade the Blood Pelican Blade by 2 whole levels. Su Lang's excitement was written all over his face. Keep in mind there were still 6 more point farming opportunities ahead. Assuming he could earn 700 nightmare coins per night, then 6 times 700 would be 4,200, and this period would include another nightmare bed mutation. The game difficulty is increasing, but my growth rate will always stay ahead of you. Of course, this was conditional on proper planning, neither being reckless nor cowardly. He needed to find the right balance himself. Staring at the 2,000+ nightmare coins, Su Lang felt unbearably itchy. After all, he still had 1 dose of Golden Revolution unused. He couldn't place all his hopes on Luo Lin. Until the evolution serum was developed, he would keep this Golden Revolution reserved. If not for the uncertainty with Luo Lin, Su Lang would have already used the Golden Revolution on Cao Yakshuan and the others. Their comfort level would definitely increase then, but then, would I be able to handle them? Lang Ji. Just as Su Lang's thoughts wandered, a timid voice called out. Su Lang looked toward the source and found Su Xiaomeng gazing at him with her pure large eyes, saying very shyly, I need to use the bathroom. Then go, Su Lang started to say, but noticing Su Xiaomeng was squeezed in the middle, he simply woke everyone up. Soon everyone was awake. Only Cao Yakshuan remained curled under the covers, groaning, Su Lang, I want to sleep a bit more, it's finally rest time. Mornings were the most exhausting for her because Su Lang always wanted to freeze for a moment. Then keep sleeping, Su Lang nodded. After all, Cao Yakshuan didn't have any cultivation skills, so there was no need to rush. As for whether Cao Yakshuan would slack off or something, that wasn't a concern. Vigilance could be heightened in the final 2 days. No one could endure constant high pressure. After breakfast, Su Lang, Wang Yajai, and Tong Chi began their cultivation. In the study, Su Lang was drenched in sweat, wearing only shorts as he performed exercises similar to weight training. Push-ups, single-finger push-ups, body stretches, all while coordinating with breathing rhythms. The extreme training method was a military training technique that could temper the body to its limits. If one day you practiced the extreme training method and found your physique no longer improving, it meant your potential had been completely exhausted. Su Lang was in the early stages of training with plenty of potential. After just 2 rounds, his physique had increased by 1 point. The results were significant, but it also completely exhausted him. When heaven is about to place a great responsibility on a man, it will first. Versed my ass. Su Lang collapsed on the floor, mentally broken. This damn extreme training method, sooner or later he would replace it. This thing really wasn't meant for humans. It had no effect unless you pushed to your limits, and reaching those limits was unimaginably difficult. Knock knock, come in. Tong Chi opened the door and saw Su Lang looking like a puddle of water. Langji, what happened to you? Tong Chi was startled and hurried over, her 2 snowy peaks trembling with her movement. Get me some water, Su Lang said. Tong Chi quickly grabbed the energy drink from nearby. After a couple of gulps, Su Lang finally felt his soul returning. Langji, are you okay? Tong Chi asked with concern. I'm fine, it's just that this newly purchased physique cultivation method is quite demanding. Su Lang shook his head. If only upgrading the nightmare bed could increase sleep duration, getting stronger while lying down would be so much easier. I see. Tong Chi patted her chest mountains and said, Sister Ruyan is back and she brought back quite a few items. While Su Lang was training, Su Ruyan hadn't been idle either. She had gone alone to sweep the laboratory building for supplies. Su Lang trusted Su Ruyan's capabilities. Her escape and survival skills might even surpass his own. The one receiving the supplies from Su Ruyan was Su Xiaomeng. This was the advantage of having more people in the dorm. After all, Su Lang would only complain about having too few pals, never too many. As for betrayal and scheming, Su Lang wasn't afraid. The dorm owner privileges and sixth sense were right there. Walking out of the study, Su Lang saw a large pile of supplies in the living room and immediately felt that establishing a storage room was necessary. He turned his gaze to Su Ruyan and asked, Did anyone go to the laboratory building? No, Su Ruyan shook her head. Tong Chi chuckled, hee Langji, your reputation is known to all. Only one day into the rest period, and Su Lang had already killed 15 people who would dare come. When people saw the laboratory building, they probably wanted to stay as far away as possible, afraid that Su Lang might be hiding inside. Wasn't that scarier than ghosts? Su Lang, I found a level 5 item this time. I'm afraid the next round won't be simple. Upon seeing Su Lang, Su Ruyan immediately shared what she considered the most important information. For such a high-level item to appear before the end of the rest period was a dangerous signal. The game difficulty keeps increasing, that's normal. Su Lang nodded, then asked, What did you find? Seeing that Su Lang wasn't very concerned about the game difficulty, Su Ruyan couldn't help but smile wryly. To be honest, the game difficulty in the Mad King dormitory building was really exaggerated. She felt the previous round's difficulty could rival that of a 6th cycle game, except the monster levels weren't as high. It's this, Su Ruyan took out a green test tube, sarin gas. Type biochemical agents. Level 5. Effect colorless and odorless, rapidly evaporates into the air upon use. Upgrade conditions. 780 nightmare coins. Introduction can turn an entire corridor into a forbidden zone. Interesting, Su Lang's eyes lit up. The colorless and odorless characteristic seemed quite promising. Can I have this? I'm quite good at using poison, Su Ruyan requested. Su Lang pondered for a moment, then nodded sure. After all, if Su Ruyan really tried to harm him with a powerful weapon, he could detect it in advance, even dozens of steps ahead. Malice couldn't be hidden. The deeper the malice, the more piercing it felt. Moreover, authority needed to be delegated eventually. If he did everything himself, what would be the point of having pals? Thank you, Su Lang, Su Ruyan said sincerely. To be honest, Su Lang allowing her to go floor sweeping alone had already surprised her, and now he was even giving her such a powerful item. Used properly, sarin gas could be highly effective, especially in enclosed spaces. She believed Su Lang wasn't foolish, he could see the risks involved. Heh, you worked hard going out. Did you encounter any danger? Su Lang smiled. Su Ruyan shook her head, no, but there's one thing I think you should know. This immediately caught the attention of all the women. Cao Yakshuan, who was slurping instant noodles, instantly looked up with bright eyes. Wu Huey found a Jack of Clubs card that can transfer dormitories. Su Ruyan took a light breath and said seriously, Transfer dormitories. Instantly, everyone's attention focused on this, and even Wang Yajai stopped her cultivation. Specifically, what effect does it have? Does it transfer people out of the Mad King dormitory building? Su Lang frowned. In Su Lang's heart, the players in the Mad King dormitory building were no different from his own brothers and sisters. The kind where even if bones break, the tendons still connect. So they could only die in the Mad King dormitory building. Even though players would suffer losses when learning skills and such, after death, most resources would still return to the dormitory building. This was also the reason why Su Lang had never excessively oppressed them, but if someone could take the resources and just run away, no, it's just changing dormitory locations, not migrating to other dormitory buildings. Su Ruyan spoke up, dispelling Su Lang's concerns. That's good then, Su Lang responded with a light smile. He opened the chat room, scrolled through it for a good while, and finally found some relevant information. Jack of Clubs. Type item. Level unknowns. Effect. After obtaining the target dorm owner's permission, room numbers can be swapped during rest time. Room facilities remain unchanged. Please use on both parties' dormitory keys. Introduction. Now I allow you to go to room 101 on the first floor to die. The Jack of Clubs didn't cause much of a stir at the time. Tong Chi and Wang Yajai were cultivating, Cao Yaxuan was lying around like a corpse, while Sherry and Su Xiaomeng weren't sharp enough about the news, so they missed it just like that. So there really are too few pals. Su Lang sighed inwardly, then said aloud, "What do you think about moving Luo Lin and her daughter to dorm 199? He considered Luo Lin and her daughter as assets already in his pocket, so it would be best for them to prosper and suffer together. What if they encountered danger in the next game cycle? If he didn't rescue them, he'd lose a money printing machine. If he did rescue them, that's simply impossible. How could Su Lang possibly go out to rescue people while carrying the blood grudge? Did they really think he valued money over his life? That's a good method, we can monitor them at any time." Cao Yaxuan nodded repeatedly. "This is protection," Su Lang glared. Next, Su Lang contacted Wu Huihui, paid to purchase it, and finally closed the deal for 50,000 copper coins. Even brothers keep clear accounts. Wu Huihui wouldn't refuse to take Su Lang's card money, and Su Lang wouldn't refuse to take Wu Huihui's equipment money. And a Jack of Clubs was worth this price. Seriously speaking, it was actually a strategic item. After the transaction was completed, Su Lang immediately contacted Luo Lin, who didn't say much and directly agreed. Su Lang opened the door and stepped out, his gaze clear. The moonlight at the horizon was warm as blood, and the corridor also had built-in ceiling lights, so visibility wasn't hindered at all. Su Ruyan and Wang Yajai followed by his side. The three of them moved forward, and just as they arrived in front of dorm 186, the door opened. Tao Tao hugged a rabbit doll, her small hand holding Luo Lin's hand, looking at Su Lang with timid eyes. "Let's go," Su Lang nodded at Luo Lin. Luo Lin's appearance was much better compared to the very beginning, at least she was clean now. "Okay, has the owner of room 199 agreed?" Luo Lin closed the door and asked. "Xiao Lin will give me some face," Su Lang smiled. He hadn't contacted room 199's owner Xiao Lin yet. Anyway, during this time period, Xiao Lin should be home. Luo Lin immediately fell silent, then nodded. None of the five were particularly talkative people, so they arrived at dorm 199 in complete silence. Ding dong. Su Lang pressed the doorbell, and not long after, the door opened, revealing a cute face that looked somewhat surprised. This scene made Luo Lin's eyes flicker. Su Lang's image in the eyes of the 10th floor players seemed quite good. "Langji, are you going to swap dorms with me?" Xiao Lin said with a smile. "How did you know?" Su Lang raised an eyebrow. "Hui told me you bought the Jack of Clubs, and it's very likely you want Aunt Luo to swap dorms with me." Xiao Lin smiled. Su Lang was immediately startled. He hadn't mentioned his intention for buying the Jack of Clubs, yet Wu Huihui actually guessed it. His tilde. "Wu Huihui has super evolved. I won't cover her postgraduate tuition fees anymore. How many copper coins do you want for the dorm swap?" Su Lang looked at Xiao Lin and said generously, "No need, no need. Being neighbors with you, Langji, makes it so hard to snatch any points." Xiao Lin stuck out her tongue. Last game cycle, her ranking was very low. "You've had it rough." Su Lang patted Xiao Lin's shoulder, tilted his head, and saw two more girls running out into the entrance hall, so he directly said, "I'll give you 30,000 copper coins. Consider it my investment in you all. No need to be polite." "Thank you, Lang Ji," Xiao Lin no longer refused. Su Lang gave the Jack of Clubs to Luo Lin. Then both Luo Lin and Xiao Lin took out their dormitory keys. Luo Lin seemed to receive a prompt and said to Xiao Lin, "All of your people need to come out first." "Oh, okay. The other two girls hurriedly came out of the room. Being close to Su Lang made the two girls feel their hearts racing. Su Lang's looks were already beyond what a top-tier male celebrity could compare to, and he was completely barefaced. Whoosh tilde. The jack of clubs in Luo Lin's hand suddenly erupted with a burst of black splendor, then shot into the two dormitory keys. Immediately after, the door of dorm 199 suddenly closed and trembled slightly. A moment later, the number on the key in Luo Lin's hand became 199, and the number on the key in Xiao Lin's hand became 186. Open the door and take a look. Su Lang lifted his chin toward the door. Luo Lin took a deep breath, raised her hand, and opened the door. She saw that the interior layout had completely transformed. It was nothing like the original appearance of Xiao Lin's dorm. Success, Wang Yajai said with a light smile. Luo Lin responded, her awe for the dorm survival game deepening in her heart. During these days, she had never gone out, silently observing all along. She had mostly figured out the player ecosystem of the Mad King dormitory building, and simultaneously understood just how incredible the dorm survival game was. You can live here if you have any needs, just tell me. If there's nothing important, don't go out randomly, Su Lang warned. Okay, Luo Lin nodded, hesitated for a moment, then said, would you like to come in and sit? Judging by her conflicted expression, she clearly didn't want others to go in and disturb them. No, Su Lang shook his head. Wang Yajai took out 2 bags of potato chips and handed them to Tao Tao, who hadn't spoken the whole time. Tao Tao, this is a little gift from your sister. Quick, take it. Luo Lin gave Wang Yajai a slight smile, then said to Tao Tao. Tao Tao took the potato chips, swallowed a tiny gulp, and said sweetly, thank you, sister. Wang Yajai immediately felt healed, smiling as she said, if you get bored in the future, you can send me a private message. Okay, Tao Tao nodded vigorously, her pale little face tightening slightly, looking very serious. Then we won't disturb you anymore, have a good rest. Su Lang bid farewell, watched as Luo Lin closed the door and frowned slightly. Just now he had his perception fully active. Although he didn't detect any malice from Luo Lin and her daughter, he still felt there was something peculiar about Tao Tao. But he couldn't quite put his finger on what exactly was peculiar. When I have nightmare coins, I can upgrade 6th sense again. Thinking this, Su Lang planned to head back, but just then his player panel sent a sensation, so he opened the private message. Zhang Dahai. Lang Ji, are you interested in that blood bat nest? I have a sky bat blood here. Su Lang was startled inwardly. This guy actually managed to obtain sky bat blood. He knew very well that sky bat blood was the only creation material for the blood bat nest that wasn't sold in the supermarket. Everything else was available. The blood bat nest design blueprint cost 700,000 copper coins, while all the other raw materials combined only totaled about 500,000 copper coins. Spending 1.2 million copper coins for an overpowered turret was absolutely worth it. If he had to spend 1.5 million copper coins to buy the black fish scale armor, that would be absolutely impossible, but for a turret. Definitely possible, absolutely possible. After all, the blood grudge was still on him. With this level 7 turret, perhaps he could accumulate a batch of nightmare coins in the next round of the game and fiercely upgrade his nightmare bed again. So damn satisfying, Zhu Lang, what are you going to give it to me? Zhang Dahai Lang Ji, you're joking. I'm so poor, how could you have the heart not to pay? Zhu Lang, you actually managed to get it. Zhang Dahai. Yeah, found it in the bunker. Didn't know it was the core material for the blood bat nest, sky bat blood back then. Zhang Dahai hadn't gone to the facility area initially, but after learning about the blood bat nest information, he was so excited he couldn't sleep all night, wanting to get Yifan a level 7 turret too, solving the problem once and for all. Then he sadly discovered that he couldn't use this thing himself. He couldn't even afford the blueprint cost, let alone the material expenses later. Su Lang focused his will and opened the item information in the private message. Skybat blood. Type raw materials. Level 7. Upgrade condition 1200 nightmare coins. Introduction, a rare raw material that can be used to construct blood bat nest, blood bat automatic drink machine, sky bat battle suit. Perfect, Lang struck his palm with his fist. Su Lang, what's wrong with you? Cao Yaxun's expression turned serious as she asked. Wang Yajai and the other women were fully alert, vigilantly watching their surroundings. Su Lang looked like he was chatting with someone via private message. I'll tell you in a moment, Su Lang said quickly, then opened the door and entered the room. The women followed him inside. After returning home, Su Lang didn't drag things out and immediately started asking about the price. Zhu Lang. How much are you planning to sell it for? Zhang Dahai. I estimate normal level 8 raw materials would only cost about 100,000 copper coins, so I'll sell it to you for 100,000 Lang Ji. With Zhang Dahai's intelligence, of course he wouldn't take advantage of the situation. And currently in the entire Mad King dormitory building besides Su Lang, no one else could afford to use Sky Bat blood. Zhu Lang, okay. Zhang Dahai, Lang Ji, you should know that this blood bat nest is very special. Be careful it's not a scam turret. If you don't want it, I can still sell it to new residents who come later. Scam turrets referred to those that looked powerful, but actually provided little help in killing monsters. These turrets were usually very extreme and had single functions. For example, the 1000-Jun dragon hunting crossbow without other turrets supporting it. With that super slow attack speed, it probably couldn't even pass the Fierce Ghost's return level. Zhu Lang, no problem, I have money. Zhang Dahai was rendered speechless. Everyone knew Su Lang had money, but no one knew exactly how much money Su Lang had. Now he had witnessed it, 1,000,000 copper coins was like sprinkling water. The two quickly completed the transaction. Zhang Dahai made a small profit of 100,000 copper coins and was in high spirits. Having earned so much money, he could go home and rest for a while, eat hot pot with Yifan or something, and properly relax. Do you all remember the blood bat nest? Zhang Dahai managed to get Sky Bat blood. After completing the transaction, Su Lang spoke while walking toward the miscellaneous items pile. Huh. Did he trade it to you? Wang Yajai immediately asked. Su Lang nodded. I'm going out now to buy the design blueprint. Wait for me at home. While speaking, he rummaged around and found a black hooded cloak to put on. This was a new piece of clothing that appeared in the supermarket level 5, capable of blocking other players from detecting information. He had bought it at the time thinking it was interesting. Now when going out, it was just right to wear it. The fewer people who knew about buying the Blood Bat Nest design blueprint, the better. Later, there would be new residents coming to the Mad King dormitory building. Perhaps he could ambush some people. Su Lang instructed the women a few words, gathered all the copper coins on himself, then quickly left the room. Under the crimson moonlight, a cloaked figure leaped out from the 10th floor corridor, twisted his body midair and ran downward, stepping on the wall. Su Lang's figure was swift as lightning, reaching the supermarket in 2 to 3 minutes. After buying all the raw materials, he came to the facility area. The Blood Bat Nest design blueprint was displayed in an independent showcase, with a strange pattern resembling a crimson bird's nest, quietly emitting a blood-red glow. Su Lang reached forward with his large hand and purchased it instantly. A 3-cycle player, buying a premium level 7 turret blueprint in full payment, this was true capability. Su Lang was radiant and didn't feel like he was being ripped off. So what if it was overpriced? As long as he killed enough monsters next round, he could earn all the money back. This was just like playing games. Some poor players like to save money in small dungeons, not realizing that quickly farming monsters to level up and entering large dungeons would have earned the money back long ago. One step ahead, every step ahead. Now that I have a level 7 turret, maybe I should stack 5 more layers of blood grudge. Su Lang licked his lips, his eyes sparkling with light. Just then a shocked cry came. What did you do? You actually bought the blood bat nest. A male player pointed at Su Lang, exclaiming in shock. Su Lang glanced at him, then his figure flashed as he rapidly left the supermarket. Not long after, news spread that someone had purchased the blood bat nest, and most players speculated it was Su Lang who bought it. After all, only he had that many copper coins. However, Su Lang never admitted it, so the matter eventually faded away. After leaving the supermarket, Su Lang didn't immediately return to his dorm, but wandered around the campus instead. Staying at home all the time made him feel somewhat stifled, so this was a good opportunity to get some fresh air. Copper coins are back to 0 again. It really proves that saying in the dorm survival game, no one has enough money. Su Lang's gaze swept around as he casually searched for supplies while muttering to himself. If he sold the frost set and then sold the blood crystals, his copper coins should reach 2 million. I'll keep these 2 million as backup energy. After all, facilities and such also need copper coins. If other players knew about Su Lang's calculations, they'd probably be so shocked they'd forget their own mother's name. 2 million copper coins, backup energy, how were these two phrases connected? Was this human language? One could only say that the world of the rich was unimaginable to the poor. I'm still too poor, can only pick up trash like this. Su Lang saw a treasure chest in the flower bed, paused his steps, walked over and casually opened it. The next second, the treasure chest cracked open with a snap, and a hideous fishman with bared claws appeared, holding a steel trident ready to give Su Lang a vicious strike. Su Lang's sixth sense told him this guy wasn't much of a threat, so without even checking its information, he kicked out. Wild elephant stomping hooves, leg defense temporarily tripled. Divine dragon swings tail, unleashing a leg strike far exceeding his own strength. The fishman was like a bicycle hit by the 100-ton king, spinning as it flew out, splatting against the wall. A crimson wall painting was instantly created. Because the impact force was too great, the fishman's head even shook off and flew out. Su Lang raised an eyebrow, walked over, and automatically collected 1,000 copper coins, then also obtained a level 3 steel trident. Is this what all players are doing? Pretty interesting. Su Lang twirled the steel trident in his hand, then suddenly looked at the three players about 50 or 60 meters away and said in a strange, exaggerated tone, "You wanna buy it? I'll sell it to you cheap." The moment Su Lang's gaze landed on those three players, their hair practically stood on end. The leading crew cut player's throat bobbed, but he couldn't bring himself to say the words, "This area is under my control." He just stammered, We just came to take a look." Yeah, boss, we're just looking, you go ahead." Another player immediately chimed in. Seeing Su Lang didn't respond, the leading player turned and ran, crap. Ran into a wild humanoid boss right out the door. They had just stepped out of their dorm when they saw this wild boss kick a fishman to death, utterly brutal. What's the difference between that and running into Su Lang himself? And this wild boss seemed to have decent intelligence too. Way too damn scary, bro. Need to report this to the floor leader ASAP. Normal players shouldn't kill in the wild either, right? Why are these guys running so fast? Su Lang frowned, never imagining the black cloak would cause such a misunderstanding. In the end, unable to make sense of it, Su Lang could only mutter to himself, the infighting among players is still too severe. They flee at the first sign of someone stronger. But it didn't matter. The civil anti-black group director would regularly patrol the dormitory buildings to ensure proper conduct and discipline. Root out bad habits, clamp down on evil vibes, uphold the proper order. After Su Lang left, a large group of people arrived at the flowerbed location. Where is it? Where's the wild boss? Zheng Kai, clad in blood-red armor and wielding an oddly shaped greatsword, looked exactly like the Jia Hui from those legendary game ads. I don't know. The crew cut player scratched his head, looking around left and right. Idiot, why didn't you leave someone behind to tail him then? Zheng Kai flew into a rage. All the 8th floor players were here, even those in the bathroom had been dragged out, and you're telling me the monster's gone? The crew cut player wore a pained expression. Back then, the three of them were scared out of their wits. How could they have thought of that? Forget it, everyone search with me, we must find that boss, Zheng Kai ordered. Monsters during rest periods were generally not strong. If they could kill that super powerful boss, they'd definitely score a huge haul. After playing this game for so long, he'd learned one truth. Anything out of the ordinary is guaranteed to drop big. Under the night sky, the 8th floor players scattered, searching for that cloaked wild boss. Su Lang wandered around outside for about an hour, found it boring, and went home. In the living room of Dorm 200, Tong Chi was practicing ghost control, improving her rapport with her ghost pet. Wang Yajai was nowhere to be seen, probably cultivating the green lotus chi refining art in the secondary bedroom. Cao Yaxuan, Su Ruyan, and Su Xiaomeng were playing Du Diju. Seeing Su Lang enter, Cao Yaxuan, who wore a miserable expression, immediately said, "I quit." "No way, you haven't finished your hand," Su Ruyan hurriedly objected. Su Lang walked over, glanced at the snack chips on the table used as betting tokens, and asked with a smile, "Who's winning, who's losing?" "I'm losing," Cao Yaxuan pouted, on the verge of tears from frustration. Among the three, both she and Su Xiaomeng weren't very good, while Su Ruyan was slaughtering them single-handedly. Su Lang laughed heartily. "It's fine, your losses are on me. After I finish cultivating later, we'll play a 2-deck game." Deal. Cao Yaxuan's frustration instantly vanished. She stood up and planted a kiss on Su Lang's cheek. Her red lips were cool to the touch, carrying a hint of icy fragrance. Cao Yaxuan wrapped her arms around Su Lang's neck and said in a sweet, clinging tone, "Brother Su Lang, where's the blood bat design blueprint?" "In the backpack." "No rush to use it," Su Lang shook his head. "Let me see it." "What's so interesting about a blueprint?" "This is a level 7 blueprint, it's different." Su Lang handed the blueprint to Cao Yaxuan and then went to cultivate. 2 hours later, Su Lang walked out of the study to find the three still playing cards, though they had switched to a different game. Tong Chi had joined in as well. The atmosphere was much better than before. Everyone was all smiles, with no obvious loser in sight. Seeing this scene, Su Lang shook his head and headed straight for the bathroom. Today, Cao Yaxuan and the others had staggered their shower times, so the bathroom wasn't crowded. Su Lang dried himself off, wrapped himself in a bathrobe, and as he was about to leave the bathroom, he caught sight of himself in the mirror and frowned. It seemed like he had forgotten something, right? The tattered cloth fragments. Thinking of this, he immediately rushed out of the bathroom and into the study to search. Back then, he thought these items of unknown level were special, so he had stored them away carefully. A moment later, Su Lang held the two tattered cloth fragments in his hand, feeling that their material was indeed very similar. Just then, the two cloth fragments actually began to merge. In an instant, they transformed into a larger piece of cloth. The old, faded appearance vanished, revealing its true form, Mad King Dormitory Building Map 2/18. Type map. Level unknowns. Description. One of the floor leader's tokens, please collect them all. Seeing the description, Su Lang's pupils contracted sharply. Floor leader. Last time when they discussed the station director, Rainy Night Blade had said the station director was a floor leader. Floor leaders were different from ordinary players. They existed above dorm owners. Damn it! Didn't Rainy Night Blade say matters involving floor leaders wouldn't appear until after 10 cycles? How come I'm encountering this now? Su Lang was shocked, feeling both happy and troubled. If he had to describe his current mood, it was like a small-time landlord happily lounging around, only to suddenly discover a ton of gold in his house, not knowing how to deal with it. Su Lang took a deep breath and focused his gaze on the map itself. He was astonished to find it meticulously detailed everything around the teaching building, including treasure chests and players. At this very moment, there was a gleaming bronze-colored treasure chest marked on the map. He was familiar with this thing, he had just opened one not long ago. Holy crap. Does the complete map let you monitor the entire Mad King dormitory building? No wonder Rainy Night Blade held the station director in such high regard. This floor leader position is definitely not ordinary. I wonder if, after assembling the complete map, I'll be able to see the areas of the campus obscured by the red mist. Su Lang was utterly shocked. After observing it for a while, he decided this was something only he could know. Human nature couldn't withstand testing. What if testing it actually caused problems? What would he do then? Use a side account to flirt with your own wife, cuckold yourself, is that it? Su Lang calmed his emotions, directly stored the Mad King dormitory building map in his backpack, then had a thought and took out another item. The True Ancestors manuscript. This thing was emitting a red glow and had actually undergone a strange transformation as well. True Ancestors manuscript Spirit Awakened. Type book. Level 8. Effect. Generates new knowledge daily. Special effect Spirit Awakening Invisible. Only fellow vampires can comprehend the secret language within. Upgrade condition 3,500 nightmare coins. Introduction. The casual work of a certain great existence. His tilde this is also a Spirit Awakened item. It seems because I have a blood contract skill, I met the hidden condition for Spirit Awakening. Su Lang's eyes flashed, his heart filled with shock. A casual work by a certain great existence could be a level 8 Spirit Awakened item. That was truly great indeed. Su Lang eagerly flipped open the pages, immediately discovering that the characters on them writhed and twisted, forming lines of text he could understand. True Ancestors manuscript. This young lady will start keeping a diary from today. I'll set the viewing condition so only clansmen can understand it, since I might write some vampire secrets. The higher the rank, the more content one can see, hahaha. I truly am a forever 16-year-old genius girl. What should I write about today? I'll write the Angel King Orn is a cunning, greedy, despicable, evil idiot who actually dared to ambush my blood castle, that damn bug. That was all the text. And then, Su Lang was utterly bewildered. He hurriedly flipped through a few more pages, only to find text on the first page alone, and it strongly resembled the ramblings of a teenage girl with no practical use whatsoever. Holy crap, no way, True Ancestors manuscript, are you messing with me? Su Lang's expression turned ugly. The manuscript's content seemed incredibly badass, but it had nothing to do with him, it offered zero practical effect. Even if you claimed you could punch and obliterate the entire universe, it was just words on a page. How was this any different from a novel? Could the so-called endless stream of knowledge just be the diary owner's ramblings? It seems its only use is broadening my horizons. Su Lang's brow furrowed into a deep crease. He studied it for another 10 minutes or so, but still came up empty-handed. The True Ancestors manuscript couldn't be called useless, but its usefulness was vastly different from what he had imagined. It had a feeling of being an empty promise. Guess I'll have to wait until my blood contract skill improves, then see if it has any new changes. Su Lang sighed inwardly, put away the True Ancestors manuscript, and silently walked out of the room, looking towards Cao Yakshuan and the others. He was feeling a bit down today, so he might as well start grinding points early. Pals, time to get to work. Base Nightmare Coins 80, conversion rate 762%, A Tower total production 689 Nightmare Coins. Total Nightmare Coins 2861. Damn it, just 200 Nightmare Coins short. On the nightmare bed, Su Lang sat bolt upright, an unbearable itch gnawing at his heart. It was pure torture, folks. Next upgrade, I'll have 3,500 nightmare coins. Su Lang took a deep breath, pondered for a moment, and upgraded the advanced meditation skill. For cultivation-type skills, upgrading during rest time was the optimal choice. Cultivation skills were similar to economic facilities, both used to build a snowball effect. Nightmare coins minus 300. Please choose one of the following upgrade paths and make your selection within 1 minute. 1. Tei Golden Flower Secret Record. Increases spiritual energy during cultivation. Cultivates both body and spirit, not confined by form or location, not falling into stubborn emptiness or dead void, profoundly mysterious. 2. Profound Primordial Golden Inquiry Technique. Increases spiritual energy during cultivation, condenses a wisp of soul's golden nature, greatly strengthens mental resistance. 3. Earth Fire Melts Heart Visualization Method. Increases spiritual energy during cultivation, increases fire affinity, can mobilize fire elements between heaven and earth. Why does upgrading meditation to level 4 give me a feeling of high quality? Su Lang raised an eyebrow. The reason he said this was mainly because of option 1, the Tei Golden Flower Secret Record. The Tei Golden Flower purpose, this ancient text was extremely famous, hailed as the secret essence of the Zhonglu Golden Elixir Path, said to contain the key to achieving immortality. Moreover, this upgrade description was also unclear. That made it even more intriguing. No reason not to choose the Tei Golden Flower Secret Record. Even if it's a huge trap, I just won't upgrade it further. But if it's a treasure, then it lays the foundation for meditation's upgrade path. Between a potential huge gain and a small loss, there's no need for much hesitation. Once Su Lang's mind was set, the other two options in his vision vanished. The Tei Golden Flower Secret Record option gradually solidified, finally transforming into a beam of golden light that settled completely. Tei Golden Flower Secret Record. Type Passive Active Skill. Level 4. Effect 1 Inner Light/Passive. Introspect the Self increases Spirit Attribute. Effect 2 Light follows Event/Passive. Automatically cultivates 24 hours a day. Effect 3 Heavenly Heart/Active. Using Inner Light additionally generates Tei True Chi. This True Chi can enhance Spirit-type skills. Currently stored. 0 portions of Tei True Chi. Effect 4 Cultivate Body and Spirit Passive. When Physique Attribute reaches 50 points, Spirit Attribute reaches 50 points, and Tei True Chi reaches 50 portions, the body nurtures Golden Flower, obtaining half immortal body. Upgrade conditions. 1,000 Nightmare Coins. Introduction cultivates both body and spirit, not falling into dualistic methods. It increases the spirit attribute through cultivation, comes with enhancement effects, and it's fully automatic cultivation. Su Lang was ecstatic. Whether the cultivation effect was important or not didn't matter. The main thing was this automatic cultivation was too sweet. Even if the cultivation effect wasn't as good as other methods, it was still 24-hour cultivation. He loved that, the ultimate slacker's divine skill, and also, what is a half-immortal body? Su Lang tried to probe the term half-immortal body with his thoughts, but the feedback he received was very vague. Instead, when he focused his intent on Tei True Chi, he received a lot of information and practical combat imagery. After the Mad King dormitory building was optimized, many details were added. Viewing detailed content within descriptions was one of them. Phew, this half-immortal body is a bit mysterious. A level 4 skill upgrade already costs 1,000 nightmare coins. The Tei Golden Flower Secret Record is definitely not ordinary. A level 4 skill with 4 effects is just too damn sweet. Su Lang suddenly remembered something Rainy Night Blade had said. Truly overpowered good items aren't sold in supermarkets, you can only get them by luck. Su Lang took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and focused on sensing. He discovered he had gained an extra sense of control over his body, as if his head was constantly emitting sonar detection waves. This feeling was very subtle. If you didn't pay attention to it, it didn't exist. Once you focused on it, the feeling would reappear. Su Lang, aren't you going to cultivate yet? Cao Yaxuan opened her bright, big eyes. She had been watching Su Lang for quite a while. Although Su Lang, the great demon king, could be fierce sometimes, she still admired his perseverance in training. Before, when Su Lang woke up, he wouldn't stay in bed too long but would seize the time to cultivate. Su Lang glanced at Cao Yaxuan, who was curled up under the covers, and slid in himself. No rush on a rest day. I'm going to lounge a bit today too. Cao Yaxuan's expression turned strange. If you're lounging, why are you lounging on top of me? Feeling happy today, Su Lang decided to reward Cao Yaxuan once. Several hours passed and Su Lang was still lying in bed. Previously, all his sleep had been utilitarian, either toiling away or dreaming. Today, he finally experienced the wonderful sensation of the luxurious nightmare bed properly. It was just too comfortable. He completely didn't want to get up. If only the extreme training method could be like the Tei Golden Flower secret record, wouldn't that be great? Everyone cultivating their mind and body, what's the point of all that intense, fiery exertion? There were too many supplies at home, piled into the master bedroom and the secondary bedroom, so the nightmare bed was still placed in the living room. This was actually quite convenient. Wang Yajai was practicing her swordplay in the room. Her swordsmanship was exquisite and peerless, the play of light and shadows like swirling wind and flowing snow, both dazzling and deadly. Watching such brilliant swordsmanship, Su Lang secretly gave a thumbs up. Is this what being Cao Yakshan feels like? Others work hard while you lie around. Why does that feel a bit awesome? Hey, wait, it seems like I've been living this kind of life all along. Cao Yakshuan came out of the bathroom, and seeing Su Lang still lazing in bed, couldn't help but feel a twitch at the corner of her eye. How did Su Lang become lazier than her? Su Lang, it seems like new residents have moved into the dorm building, Cao Yakshuan said while drying her hair. Oh, they came. Well, they were bound to come sooner or later, Su Lang replied. Cao Yakshuan put her hands on her hips. HMPH, Su Lang, how can you not care at all? Didn't you used to love analyzing everything back and forth? Doesn't matter. When it's time to see the real deal, we'll naturally see it. Su Lang shook his head, looking utterly lazy. Cao Yakshuan started grumbling and muttering. Su Lang narrowed his eyes. This girl just can't stand seeing others slack off. If this continues, won't she turn into a pressure monster? Who's the dorm owner here, you or me? Yakshuan, come here. Let me tell you what we should do next. Su Lang suddenly beckoned to Cao Yakshuan. Cao Yakshuan's brows and eyes instantly smoothed out and she trotted over. Without another word, Su Lang grabbed Cao Yakshuan's snow-white arm and began a public execution. I won't dare anymore. I really won't dare anymore. Spare me. Sometimes it's better not to think of Cao Yakshuan as a goddess. Think of her as a bratty little imp, and many of her behaviors suddenly make sense. Formless reflection, not falling into stubborn emptiness or dead void. In the study, Su Lang exercised while pondering the profound meanings within the Tei Golden Flower secret record. The more he contemplated, the more interesting it became, as if the physical fatigue had lessened considerably. Completely slacking off was impossible. He wasn't at that stage yet. Even in a game like TFT, you need to block others' cards to get a 3-star 5-cost unit. In this dorm survival game, one absolutely cannot let their guard down. At some point, Su Lang entered a state of unity between heaven and man, completely forgetting himself. The inner light observed his own body, transmitting every minute physical feedback to his brain, making each adjustment in his movements more perfect than the last. Only when he collapsed limply onto the floor, utterly drained of strength, did he withdraw from this state. Several minutes later, his exhausted mind recovered, and he suddenly realized something terrifying. Holy crap, did I just gain 3 points of constitution at once? Su Lang checked his own information, utterly dumbfounded. This Tei Golden Flower secret record seemed even more incredible than he had thought. He quickly devoured a bunch of high-value food to restore his stamina, then walked over to the floor-length mirror. The man in the mirror had a standard, streamlined physique. His muscle lines were masculine and powerful, his facial features sharp and profound, the complete image of a tough guy, utterly different from the melancholic, stylish man he appeared when dressed. Hufatilde. Su Lang exhaled a heavy breath of hot air. His right hand slowly clenched into a fist. The muscles in his arm seemed to twist together like strands of steel wire, brimming with immense, burgeoning power. The lines of his abdominal muscles also deepened further. His entire body resembled a tightly drawn great bow. Tisk, what a shame. Little zombies have too low defense, they just shatter no matter how you hit them. Now I don't even have a punching bag, Su Lang sighed and released his fist. Having strength makes you want to hit something. It's like having a hammer in your hand and wanting to drive nails. Su Lang suddenly walked over to a level 3 armor placed in the corner and threw a punch that smashed right through it. Crack, thud. His fist pierced through the level 3 armor and finally struck the wall behind it with a dull thud. The blood pelican blade can shatter armor and my fist isn't bad either, Su Lang grinned, withdrawing his fist. Hurried footsteps sounded from outside the door. Sherry opened it. Lang, what happened? Nothing, just testing my strength, Su Lang replied. Sherry glanced at the pierced armor and was immediately shocked. Back then, Su Lang had said this armor's defense was pretty good, which was why he kept it as a collectible. Now it was destroyed, and destroyed by a single strike. Lang, you're amazing. After the initial shock, Sherry felt a surge of intense admiration. Su Lang smiled. You go out first. I need to continue cultivating. That state of unity between heaven and man just now was somewhat marvelous. He wanted to see if he could enter it again. If he could, it would be no less powerful than an original super skill. Okay, Sherry agreed verbally, but then she quietly closed the door and threw Su Lang a charming, alluring glance. Lang, I think you're so manly right now. Her eyes shimmered like two pools of autumn water, sweeping up and down over Su Lang's waist, abdomen, and chest. This mixed-race teacher's cheeks were flushed red as if she had a fever. Su Lang's breathing grew heavy. He walked over and picked Sherry up. Sherry didn't mind Su Lang's sweat at all. In fact, she seemed somewhat fascinated by it. The two were soon locked in a passionate kiss. Whether he could re-enter that state of unity between heaven and man during cultivation, Su Lang didn't know. But he definitely couldn't while scoring points. His mind was full of distracting thoughts. 10 minutes after Sherry left the study, Su Lang began practicing the extreme training method again. His breathing and muscle fibers slowly fell into rhythm, and he soon entered the state. He didn't know how much time passed before he collapsed on the floor again, utterly exhausted. Dozens of seconds later, his eyelids trembled, and he abruptly opened his eyes, a sharp gleam shining within them. That state of unity between heaven and man, he could enter it again. However, it was only possible near the very end of the training session. But that was already enough. The most crucial part of the extreme training method is that final push. The state of unity between heaven and man could let him push twice, 3 times, 4 times. Let's call this state the heavenly man state from now on, if only I could control it at will. The heavenly man state combined with bullet time. Su Lang took a deep breath. The next second, bullet time activate, stamina and spiritual energy instantly began depleting rapidly. Su Lang made a slight adjustment, making it consume only spiritual energy, and then attempted to layer the heavenly man state on top of bullet time. This wildly imaginative idea naturally failed. Bullet time made his thoughts operate at super speed, while entering the heavenly man state required complete single-minded focus. But Su Lang didn't give up. Anyway, he had plenty of spiritual energy. Leaving it idle served no purpose. He had a premonition that if he could layer these two states, the gains would be immense. Slack off, slack off again, then train again. A whole day passed in the blink of an eye. All told, Su Lang could still earn nightmare coins 4 more times. This also meant his nightmare coins had already surpassed 3,000. He could upgrade the nightmare bed. Base nightmare coins 80, conversion rate 762%, A tower total production 689 nightmare coins. Total nightmare coins 3250. Finally passed 3,000. Su Lang sat up, glanced at Cao Yaxuan and the others, and got out of bed to wash up in the bathroom. Everything seemed just like before. At 6 in the afternoon, Su Ruyan went to sweep the floors of the laboratory building. Tong Qi and Su Xiaomeng went to the entrance to tease the ghost child. Faint laughter from Tao Tao could still be heard. And Sherry and Cao Yaxuan were hunched over a pilfered ancient book. Perfect timing, Su Lang casually walked over to the nightmare bed, his eyes flickering. If it were before, he definitely would have waited until bedtime to upgrade, since there were constantly new tenants moving in and the Mad King dormitory building was chaotic. But this time he did not. This time he would upgrade the nightmare bed to level 3, maybe it would trigger some special effect. Su Lang looked at the luxurious nightmare bed and chose to upgrade. Nightmare coins minus 3,000. Please choose the following nightmare trait. Make your selection within 1 minute. 1. Fusion. 2. Simulation. 3. Curse of Resentment. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 locked. How am I supposed to choose? Su Lang's brow furrowed deeply. He tried to touch the options with his mind, but the only feedback was confirm or cancel, with no further information. He also noticed a difference. The nightmare bed said to choose a trait, not to choose an upgrade direction. Does this mean all these traits could eventually be chosen? Taking a deep breath, Su Lang cleared his thoughts and pushed his sixth sense to full power. In the end, he chose fusion on instinct. It matched what he wanted. Curse of Resentment sounded outright creepy, practically growing red hair with malice. Simulation seemed like some life simulation mode, which wasn't his style. Blood Grudge players didn't need trial and error, just mindlessly stacking strength worked. Luxurious nightmare bed permanently bound. Type facility. Level 3. Durabilities. Comfort level 60, can increase nightmare coin conversion rate by 60%. Effect 1 sleep. The Nightmare Lord gains 15 nightmare coins for every full hour slept, up to 8 hours per day. Effect 2 adaptive. The bed self-cleans and adjusts temperature according to the user's body heat, creating the optimal sleep temperature for each person. Effect 3 permanent. Cannot be dismantled or detected. If damaged, the Nightmare Lord can summon it again. Nightmare Trait Fusion. Merge all things within dreams, grants one fusion chance every 24 hours. Exclusive upgrade requirement. 10,000 Nightmare Coins. Description: in this survival game full of hidden dangers, a luxurious bed that can merge all things, surely a perfect sleep experience. Merge all things inside dreams. Su Lang found the trait intriguing and forced himself to lie down on the bed. He hadn't been lying there 2 minutes when Cao Yaxuan excitedly ran over. Su Lang, why did you upgrade the bed? I want to sleep too. Aren't you two ratings? How's it going? Hee, nothing interesting so far. Soon Sherry came over as well, and the three of them shared a big bed for the same sleep. After the upgrade, although the Nightmare Bed's name hadn't changed, its craftsmanship and size were noticeably improved. Su Lang drifted into a drowsy sleep and entered a hazy, chaotic realm. The scenery looked like a kaleidoscope, everything dissolving and reforming, marvelously strange. A line of text appeared before his eyes. Owned. Skills, items, facilities. Su Lang focused his mind on skills. The other categories immediately faded, while the skills text dissolved and formed a long list of skills. Skills. Blood Contract Pureblood Vampire, Polar Night Domain, Tei Golden Flower Secret Record, Sixth Sense, Dragon Elephant Combat Method, Extreme Training Method, Fire Dragon Technique, Gun Fu. Does this mean these skills can all be fused together? A flicker of doubt crossed Su Lang's mind, then he instantly received feedback. Each fusion can combine up to 2 skills. If the 2 traits differ greatly, effects will be compatible and strength will decrease. If the 2 traits are similar, effects will be enhanced. This is great. The Nightmare Lord's main ability is still upgrading skills with Nightmare Coins. And this secondary ability is not ordinary. Best of all, it's free. Su Lang immediately began pondering fusion strategies. Fusion wasn't limited by level, which meant huge flexibility, but it also risked fusion failure. Starting by fusing core skills like Blood Contract Pureblood Vampire and Tei Golden Flower Secret Record would be unwise. No fusion experience could easily backfire. Dragon Elephant Combat Method and Extreme Training Method seem like a good match. Both are physique-focused cultivation techniques, and Dragon Elephant Combat Method was already partly degraded, perfect for testing. Extreme Training Method produced very significant effects when entering the Heavenly Man state, but one must be willing to take risks. Cultivation techniques demand competitive progress. Su Lang trusted the Nightmare Lord sequence wouldn't screw him. With his decision made, he pulled the 2 skills from his skill list and fused them, watching them dissolve and intertwine. During the process, his consciousness suddenly sank. An irresistible drowsiness overtook him and he blacked out. He woke up after an unknown period, checked the time, and realized he had only slept for half an hour, then opened his skill list. It was time to reveal the blind box. Hidden Dragon Chi Technique. Type Passive Active Skill. Level 4. Effect 1 Hidden Dragon, Constitution plus 20. Effect 2 Hidden Reserve. Each day, face the sunrise and inhale and exhale for 3 minutes to open the body's hidden reserve, increasing Constitution with no upper limit. Effect 3 Life Energy. Life Energy converts into true Chi, can be externalized, used for body protection or to suppress and kill evil spirits, with a paralytic effect. Upgrade requirement 900 Nightmare Coins. Description: grant me boundless Chi, wield for boundless power. Seeing the skill description, Su Lang trembled inwardly, then felt a rush of ecstatic joy. Hidden Dragon replaced Dragon Elephant Armor and directly added 7 more Constitution points. The only pity was that Dragon Elephant Armor's original effects were not retained. But that might be for the best. If one day he fused a Blood Contract skill, having residual effects from the previous Blood Contract could cause chaos. Either way, he trusted the Nightmare Lord sequence wouldn't betray him. 1 fusion and I gained 7 Constitution points. This probably isn't even the limit for a level 4 skill. If I can find another trait similar skill to fuse, Hidden Dragon Chi Technique might even become a super god skill like Tei Golden Flower Secret Record. And Tei Golden Flower Secret Record might not be the ultimate of level 4 skills either. Hidden Dragon Chi Technique's effects were stronger than ordinary level 5 skills, and it required fewer Nightmare Coins to upgrade. Su Lang's eyes gleamed as a bold plan formed in his mind. He would fuse all his current skills into God Tier 1s. Besides one-way fusion, there should be a second playstyle. That is fusing the best effects of different equipment to create a fused God Armor set, though that method doesn't suit skills. The fusion ability was extremely powerful, truly full of potential. Just this single ability made Su Lang feel it might even surpass the ghost controller profession in might. At the supermarket entrance, the crowd surged. Did they go? Did they really go? Holy crap. This is the first time I've ever seen someone go into exploration mode. The big shot is awesome. Just moments ago, a team of players who were new to the Mad King dormitory building entered the Fierce Ghosts Return exploration mode. This was an 11-member exploration squad formed by 2 dormitories, led by 2 veteran players who were both 6-cycle players. Brothers, the betting pool is open. How many people from Xingli's exploration team will make it back alive? A man wearing ancient-style martial attire shouted loudly. His name was Wu Tong, the newly appointed floor leader of the first floor, also a 6-cycle veteran player. When he first arrived at the Mad King dormitory building, he led his team to beat the other first-floor players into submission. This was the operational style of veteran players, simple and brutal. Brother Wu, what are the rules for the bet? A player egged him on. He wore a wizard's robe and his own abilities didn't seem ordinary either. The Mad King dormitory building had 200 dorm rooms and 150 were already occupied now. Moreover, the players generally had considerable experience, so all sorts of colorful characters had also increased. Wu Tong's brows relaxed, a sly glint in his eyes as he said, "There are 11 people in total, so we open 11 betting pools. For the survival count, betting on all 11 surviving means the copper coins multiply 11-fold. Damn, Brother Wu, your winning odds are way too high then, a guaranteed profit. Heh, a little gambling is just for fun. Don't play too big. Besides, aside from me, probably no one else can open this betting pool." That's true too. Aside from that guy on the top floor, Brother Wu should be the richest. I feel Brother Wu is richer than that blood grudge player. That Su Lang is only a 3-cycle player after all. The influx of new residents did not overshadow Su Lang's prominence. The blood grudge playstyle had shocked even the veteran players. They had seen people seeking death, but never to this extent. Most importantly, Su Lang had succeeded, monopolizing the resources of 3 floors. Calculated fully, it was equivalent to taking on the monster resources and dangers of 60 households of players all by himself. A full 60-fold leverage. To be this crazy, he was truly one of a kind. Damn, don't you guys try to stir up trouble for me. Seeing the players egging him on, Wu Tong laughed and cursed. Although he was a powerful newcomer, he didn't want to clash with the established local powerhouse. One was on the 1st floor, the other on the 10th floor. There was simply no need. Right at that moment, a group of players exclaimed in surprise, quickly making way, their gazes swiveling in unison towards one direction. A handsome, upright figure walked over. His eyes were slightly lowered, and his expressionless face carried an innate air of melancholy and cold sharpness. Name: Su Lang. Experience: 3-cycle. Dorm number 200 dorm owners. A brilliant light flashed in Wu Tong's eyes. This 3-time champion, who was as elusive as a dragon, had actually appeared. This was his first time seeing Su Lang. As expected, an extraordinary person must have an extraordinary appearance. At this moment, Wu Tong was no different from the other players. His gaze fixed on Su Lang as he backed away further. For the sake of survival, it wasn't shameful. He felt that eventually, someone would step up to test the depths of this 3-time champion. He didn't need to stick his neck out. The very next second after he had this thought, a brave soul blocked Su Lang's path. Something good to watch. This thought popped into everyone's mind. Names: Dragon Blood Venerable. Experience: 5-cycle. Dorm number 76 dorm owner. Looking at the burly man blocking his path, a trace of peculiarity flashed in Su Lang's eyes. He had long heard that name change cards could appear in supermarkets or treasure chests, but he never imagined someone would use one to choose such a Chunabiu name. Dragon Blood Venerable crossed his arms. His hands, as large as cattail leaf fans, were covered with bristle-like hair. His eyes, large as copper bells, stared directly at Su Lang. I heard you're the strongest among the natives of the Mad King dormitory building. Interested in cooperating with me? Not interested, Su Lang shook his head. Dragon Blood Venerable's brows instantly furrowed. He hadn't even said how they would cooperate. Hess, Dragon Blood Venerable's ape-like lips curled upward. I know your background. Li Xuan and his group were also in the crowd, watching from afar. Knowing Su Lang's temperament, they understood a conflict was probably unavoidable. Dragon Blood Venerable looked at Su Lang and continued, "Your turret should be a level 6 turret. That's why you had the guts to stack Blood Grudge. But this also exposes a problem. Invested most of your resources into your dormitory, so your personal combat strength is extremely weak. Moreover, if your dormitory wasn't lacking in combat power, you wouldn't have chosen a high-level dormitory. This is the best proof that your strength is poor." So now I'm giving you a chance. Give me the dorm owner key and I can lead you to victory. Dragon Blood Venerable sneered repeatedly. He had completely seen through Su Lang, this paper tiger, so young after all, to actually go out without his roommates coming out alone. Wasn't this giving others an opportunity? Dragon Blood Venerable had moved to the Mad King dormitory building a day ago. After learning about its special characteristics, he had decided to put down roots here. The shared glory and shame trait was just too sweet. The Mad King dormitory building was a top-tier dormitory building. Are you robbing me? Su Lang took a step back. You can understand it that way, Dragon Blood Venerable replied, taking a step forward. In the next instant, a sudden change occurred. A terrifying force, roaring like dragons and tigers, gathered in Su Lang's fist, stirring up billowing clouds of mist. Swinging his arm and shaking his shoulder, his fist viciously blasted towards Dragon Blood Venerable's chest. Su Lang had actually taken action without another word. What a heavy killing intent. Wu Tong's pupils contracted. The moment he saw Su Lang move, his figure retreated another distance. Watching the fight was to see if there was a chance to profit, not to get blood splattered on himself. A look of shock froze on Dragon Blood Venerable's face, followed immediately by him being sent flying backward, his bones cracking and popping. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Su Lang took a long stride, planting his foot on Dragon Blood Venerable's chest. However, his gaze didn't linger on the defeated man beneath his foot. Instead, he swept it over the surrounding jackals and calmly said, I heard from Ruyan that some players have been to the laboratory building recently. I don't want there to be a next time for something like that. Everyone also knows my playstyle. I don't want to hide anything either. If anyone wants to wipe out my household, you can step forward now. I accept challenges from anyone. The moment his words fell, with a asterisk crack asterisk, Dragon Blood Venerable's armor durability hit 0, becoming visible. As the armor shattered, his chest was also stomped into a bloody pulp. Dragon Blood Venerable died with his eyes wide open, his hands still clutching Su Lang's calf. Everyone saw clearly. After being stomped to the ground, Dragon Blood Venerable had been using both hands to try to stop Su Lang from pressing down. But in the end, his chest was still crushed. How many points does Su Lang's constitution have? The players were terrified, this question arising simultaneously in their hearts. Players with rich practical combat experience like Li Xuan and Wu Tong saw even more information. Su Lang being able to crush Dragon Blood Venerable absolutely didn't rely solely on constitution. There was also a skill system focused on close combat, and the skill combination was incredibly perfect and powerful. Otherwise, he couldn't have achieved such a stunning effect. This is his 16th layer of blood grudge. Wu Tong took a deep breath, as if hearing countless vengeful spirits roaring. In the next round, they would tear Su Lang to shreds. Su Lang turned his back to all the players and walked straight towards the supermarket. The Horse King has 3 eyes, but Su Lang had eyes all around him, completely unafraid of sneak attacks. Bro, has your 3-time champion always been this fierce? A player who had just arrived at the Mad King dormitory building today asked Zhao Shuang. Zhao Shuang was an original student of Clear Sky University and had watched Su Lang's rise all the way. Hearing the player's question, he nodded without hesitation. Lang Ji has always been this fierce. He's been fierce since the first cycle, dominating every round. This was the common impression everyone had of Su Lang. As for Su Lang's self-perception of being a cautious player, what cautious player would dare mess with blood grudge like this? So in everyone's eyes, Su Lang just didn't like going out, much like a final boss. His tilde the chosen one of the survival game, the player immediately sucked in a sharp breath of cold air. Right, also not a single person who opposed Lang Ji has survived. Keep that in mind and don't spout nonsense in the chat room, Zhao Shuang warned. I really want to buy all the skills. Su Lang looked at the skill scrolls in the display case, his eyes sparkling with unusual brilliance. There were about 100 types of skills for sale in the supermarket, and even those previously insignificant low-level skills had now caught his eye. They were all excellent treasures for fusion. Fire skills count as one series. Weapon combat skills count as one series. Bullet time is also very useful. I could buy some perception-type skills that could count as a series too. Maybe not. The most pronounced effect of bullet time is on the eyes, so let's treat that as an eye technique series. The perception series will focus on sixth sense. Soul fleeing beyond the heavens, this kind of mental attack skill, could also have its own separate page on the family tree. The fusion ability gave Su Lang far too much room for operation. He hadn't even fully figured it out yet, and there were already so many ways to play with it. Once he did, equipment fusion plans and facility fusion plans would also be put on the agenda. Su Lang searched around and finally bought all the fire element skill scrolls in the supermarket, 4 types in total. The highest level was the level 5 skilled Tri-Flame Seal, which could apply flame seals to enemies or objects and then detonate them. As for the other skill scrolls, Su Lang didn't buy any more. After all, the number of fusions per attempt was limited and buying too many wouldn't help. But Su Lang didn't leave either. Instead, he skimmed through all the skill scrolls, pondering how to best match skills. Being in the skill section, inspiration kept coming to him. Just as he was lost in thought, a figure walked over with clear purpose. Su Lang didn't turn around, instead staring intently at a crowd control type skill scroll in front of him. Brother, are you looking to buy fire skills? Wu Tong cleared his throat twice and asked. Su Lang turned to look and saw a young man with a slender, handsome build, accompanied by several well-dressed tenants. The newly appointed floor leader of the first floor, Wu Tong, room number 14, possessing 4 level 5 turrets and 4 powerful tenants. Su Lang had heard a little about him. Do you have a lead? Su Lang asked. In the last instance, I obtained a ground-erupting fire lotus. Its level isn't high, but its lethality is decent. Wu Tong took out a crimson skill scroll and said with a light smile, I'll sell it to you at cost price just to make a friend. Ground-erupting fire lotus. Type, active skill. Level 6. Effect, consumes spiritual energy to trigger underground firepower, annihilating the target. Upgrade condition, 1350 nightmare coins. Introduction. Watch your feet. When Su Lang saw this scroll, specific effects of it surfaced in his mind. It was an area of effect skill, not easy to hit players with, but very effective against monsters. Such skills typically sold for a high price on the trading network. How much? Su Lang nodded. For fire skills, he wasn't that picky. Whether area or single target, he'd fuse them all. 80,000, Wu Tong replied with a smile. Compared to facilities and equipment, skill prices were much lower. Deal, Su Lang nodded and completed the transaction with Wu Tong. After the deal, Wu Tong gave Su Lang a nod and smile, didn't linger further and turned to leave. This action wasn't for anything else but to have a face-to-face meeting with Su Lang. Don't underestimate such an inconspicuous action. If Su Lang truly survived the next round of the game and accumulated blood grudge the round after that, then the players of Room 14 could be excluded from his targets. As long as Su Lang wasn't a deranged psychopath, he wouldn't attack a familiar acquaintance with whom he had done a mutually beneficial exchange. These were all survival experiences. Wait, Su Lang suddenly called out to stop Wu Tong. In an instant, Wu Tong turned back, his face full of smiles. Something to ask of him, he was happy to oblige. Do you want to know the secret of why I'm so strong? Su Lang said calmly. Upon hearing this, the breathing of Wu Tong and his 4 tenants halted. The other players also looked shocked. Brother Lang, keep your voice down. Such matters shouldn't be spoken of carelessly. Wu Tong hurriedly raised an index finger, lowering his voice. The other players in the skill area all walked over in unison, wanting to hear more clearly. A secret, an earth-shattering secret. Although they didn't know why Su Lang was going crazy since he wanted to talk, the other players naturally wanted to hear even if they had to pay. It's fine, Su Lang said with a serious face. Don't forget the trait of our dormitory building, shared glory and shame. Wu Tong's expression immediately turned serious as well. This is great love, for the dormitory building to have such great love and for Brother Lang to have such great love. Brother Lang must be the destined one for the Mad King dormitory building. Su Lang shook his head lightly, neither confirming nor denying. I hope so. One of Wu Tong's teammates, seeing Su Lang beating around the bush, couldn't help but ask impatiently, what exactly is the reason for your rapid development? Can you tell us now? All the players pricked up their ears. Some players even posted this news in the chat room, attracting more players. Su Lang smiled. Do you know about blood contract skills? The crowd instantly erupted with gasps of surprise. Blood contract skills. Lang Ji, are you talking about the top-tier blood contract skills that rank above all others? Could it be that you obtained a blood contract skill, which is why you've been dominating? What are these blood contract skills you're talking about? Brothers, you don't know. Skills also have ranks. Wu Tong's pupils contracted. He clearly knew what blood contract skills were. Staring at Su Lang in surprise, he said, so that's how it was. Having a blood contract skill could indeed help one snowball, allowing them to obtain rare resources continuously, thereby forming the blood grudge playstyle. But are blood contract skills really that strong? It's because I have a blood contract skill that I'm this strong, and the reason I'm willing to share this information is simple. Su Lang spoke calmly, pausing mid-sentence before his voice suddenly dropped low. I have a method to let everyone obtain a blood contract skill. The impact of these words was no less than a C4 explosive, blasting everyone present until their heads spun. For a moment, the players even forgot Su Lang's fearsome reputation. They all rushed over, their fanatical cries seeming capable of lifting the supermarket ceiling. Impossible. How could anyone be so kind as to let us get blood contract skills? Not necessarily. The dorm survival game has all types of players. Maybe Lang Ji is the great love type. He is a great love player. We are saved. Lang Ji, you are my biological father. Please tell us quickly, how exactly can we obtain a blood contract skill? Su Lang felt secretly satisfied, but on his face, he wore a troubled expression. If you want a blood contract skill, you need a specific item, and I have a limited quantity here. I can't let all of you have one. Alright, how about this? Later, when I return to my dorm, I'll upload it to the auction house. Those of you with quick hands can buy it yourselves. This is the fairest way. Everyone has a chance to buy one. Fair, still fucking fair. Su Lang actually didn't say highest bidder wins. Instead, he gave every player a chance. Wolf howls immediately erupted on the spot. This was no exaggeration. Some players were so excited they genuinely howled. The equation was simple. Having a blood contract skill, Su Lang equals 3-time champion equals slaughtering everything with ease. Lang Ji, can you confirm the time? Exactly what time? Maybe 2 minutes, maybe 3. I'll list it on the trading network the moment I get back to my dorm. Su Lang didn't want to drag out the anticipation for too long, as the players' purchasing enthusiasm might wane. Amidst the respectful send-off from the players, Su Lang returned to the dormitory building at a steady pace. The news had already spread. Everyone was waiting for Su Lang to return to his dorm, simultaneously opening the trading network, their eyes glued to the screen, refusing to blink even when they ached. Su Lang's sixth sense detected someone in the stairwell, so he stepped onto the wall and ascended, making his way back to the 10th floor. This scene startled the players, who hurriedly opened the trading network. Wu Tong and his teammates were also staring at the trading network. Before this, they had already discussed it. They could buy if the price was under 200,000 copper coins. Soon, he saw Su Lang list an item priced at 100,000 copper coins. He was just about to check the item information when the item vanished. Holy shit, gone in a second. I only just saw the icon, Wu Tong cursed loudly. Who bought it? Find out who it was for me. He wasn't the only one cursing loudly. Many people present were instantly red with anger. This had shattered their dream of becoming a 3-time champion. Just which bastard did it? At that moment, a dark-skinned player exclaimed in surprise, Su Lang has listed a low-level blood crystal again. Wu Tong quickly opened the trading network. Where's? It's gone, the dark-skinned player replied. The dark-skinned player was utterly broke, otherwise he would have bought it earlier instead of notifying others. Damn it, Wu Tong cursed again, his mentality starting to crack. The dark-skinned player cried out in alarm, quick, look at the trading network. Su Lang just listed 8 low-level blood crystals at once. Wu Tong felt like vomiting blood. He hurriedly summoned the trading network again and swiftly purchased 1 low-level blood crystal. The level is a bit low. Wu Tong frowned, then immediately chose to use it. He hoped Su Lang wasn't scamming people. Otherwise, that would be too damn evil, playing with trust like it was a money-printing machine. 100,000 copper coins. He even felt a tiny bit of heartache, considering an ordinary level 4 skill only cost 20,000. Wu Tong called out to his tenant and left the supermarket, heading to an open area to test the blood contract skill. And the effect was unexpectedly good. Wu Tong felt his own explosive power had increased by at least a quarter. Low-level blood crystals are absolutely worth this price. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Wu Tong's mouth as he looked at a man with a robust physique. Sorry, Anyu, I only managed to buy 1 low-level blood crystal. In his dormitory, both he and Anyu favored close combat styles. It's fine, Anyuo's expression was deep. Halfway through his sentence, his pupils contracted slightly. Anyway, Su Lang will sell more tomorrow. Wu Tong's heart jolted. He quickly opened the chat room. Su Lang. Tomorrow at 7 a.m., I will list another batch of low-level blood crystals. Making money is as easy as breathing. In dorm 200, Su Lang lay on the sofa while Cao Yakshuan massaged his shoulders. While shopping at the supermarket, he had seen a massage skill scroll and bought it on a whim. Lang Ji, you're truly a marketing master, Su Xiaomeng said with admiration. Heh, low-level blood crystals are inherently worth that price, Su Lang replied with a smile. In the past, players were poor, so he didn't want to exploit them. Now that players have become more affluent, the timing is just right. Su Ruyan said with a light smile. After the dormitory building iteration, the trading network's auction mode was perfected. If you were willing to cut deeper, you could actually earn a bit more. If all the money ends up with me, it would definitely be used to buy top-tier goods. and that would only warp the dormitory building's monetary ecosystem. That's something no one wants to see, Su Lang shook his head. Su Ruyan was taken aback. This was the first time she had personally experienced this kind of big-picture thinking. Before, she hadn't stood at this height and hadn't considered this aspect. But now that Su Lang mentioned it, she immediately understood and even thought of more implications. Su Lang hasn't been wealthy for long, yet he already has this kind of mindset. Su Ruyan felt gratified that she had followed the right person. During the late Ming dynasty, wealthy families preferred burying gold and silver in the ground rather than funding the state. Human greed is very hard to restrain. Tusk, players these days are really rich, Cao Yakshuan suddenly sighed. Veteran players brought in a batch of money. Now that the map has expanded, there are also more supply points. With good luck, a single copper coin treasure chest can yield tens of thousands of copper coins. Heh, that's just how survival games are, Su Ruyan said with a laugh. Inflation in the dorm survival game is severe. There's a saying among players, top-tier goods in the first cycle are exclusive to high-level players in the second cycle, become standard for ordinary players in the third cycle, and by the fourth cycle, even dogs wouldn't want them. And this price difference isn't driven by the players themselves. It's inherent to the dorm survival game. Items of the same level in the supermarket see a significant price drop by the second cycle. This actually also gives the lowest level players a bit of breathing room. Furthermore, differences between dormitory buildings must also be considered. In some dormitory buildings, having a level 5 door by the 5th game cycle is considered pretty good. But in a place like the Mad King dormitory building, having a level 4 door by the 3rd cycle isn't even safe. There are no absolute laws for dormitory buildings. Apart from the 3 iron laws, any other patterns can only be treated as experiential advice. Su Lang, I heard you bought a lot of skills. Cao Yakshuan continued massaging his shoulders, her eyes sparkling. None of them suit you guys. They're just for collection, Su Lang shook his head. Apart from passive skills, having too many skills isn't necessarily a good thing. It can lead to confusion during combat. Playing a virtual game, you can't even chain 4 skills smoothly. Real combat is complex and ever-changing. If you truly have too many skills, your brain is bound to overload. Time flew by and it was already the next morning. While listening to the radio, Su Lang casually listed 10 low-level blood crystals. They were gone in seconds again. The later the cycle, the richer the players become. Basic Nightmare Coins 120, conversion rate 782%, A Tower total production 1058 Nightmare Coins. Total Nightmare Coins 1308. Sleeping for one night yields 1,000 Nightmare Coins. That counts as a small breakthrough. At 5:30 p.m., Su Lang got up, his eyebrows dancing with joy, secretly suppressing the urge to laugh out loud. With nothing major to do today, he browsed the trading network. He wanted to buy 2 completed facilities to test out what facility fusion was all about. After all, with 16 layers of blood grudge on him, the pressure was still somewhat significant. Upgrading facilities for safety's sake was a priority. In the past, Su Lang suffered from choice paralysis. Ordering takeout could take half an hour. But the truth proved that wasn't choice paralysis, it was the disease of poverty. With a huge sum of money on hand, Su Lang bought 2 completed turrets in under 3 minutes, then went straight back to sleep. In his dream, Su Lang once again arrived in that world where everything seemed to be dissolving. Skill fusion, item fusion, facility fusion, Su Lang chose facility fusion. Type I facilities, surveillance camera, radio, lucky star piggy. Type II facilities. Golden pillar jade toad door, void splitter, 1000 Jun dragon hunting crossbow, golden eagle wing crossbow water dispenser. Type III facilities. Bloodbat nest, man-eating flower, crazy flying needle launcher. Type I facilities are the core facilities. Type II facilities are those already installed in the dorm. Type III facilities are those not yet installed. In an instant, Su Lang understood, grasping the relationships involved. At the same time, a stream of information flowed to him. Facilities of the same type can fuse with each other and with higher-tier facilities. Higher-tier facilities cannot fuse with lower-tier facilities. During fusion, one main facility and one auxiliary facility must be selected. One aspect of the auxiliary facility's level or effect will be transferred to the main facility. After pondering for a moment, Su Lang began to operate. Let's test the waters first with the man-eating flower and the blood bat nest. 2 connected black squares, one above the other, materialized in front of him. The blood bat nest slowly coalesced in the upper square, and the man-eating flower coalesced in the lower one. Level transfer / effect transfer. Effect transfer the next second. The man-eating flower exploded into fragments of light, surging into the blood bat nest. Instantly, the crimson hue of the blood bat nest intensified as if blood could drip from it. Blood bat nest. Type attack facility. Level 7. Lethality special. Attack speed special. Attack range 10 meters. Durability 800/800. Effect 1 swarm of blood bats. Produces 30 level 4 blood bats every 10 minutes. Maximum of 60 blood bats can exist simultaneously. When injured and without an attack target, blood bats automatically return to the nest to heal. Effect 2 King. Blood bats can absorb enemy blood to evolve, transforming into level 7 King-class blood bats. Deconstruction yield. Sky Bat Blood X1, Witch's Veil X3, Nightstar Sand X15, Man-Eating Flowers Tier X1. Upgrade conditions. 3,700 Nightmare Coins. Introduction, Let the King Appear. Congratulations, Nightmare Lord. The compatibility between the man-eating flower and the blood bat nest is excellent. The blood bat nest attributes have been slightly enhanced, and it has gained a brand new effect. Fuse not fuse. Refusing fusion will turn the man-eating flower into 4 portions of nightmare essence, settling within the pleasant dream. Su Lang focused his consciousness, trying to probe what use nightmare essence had, but received very little feedback. Nightmare essence seemed to be something used in the later stages of the Nightmare Lord sequence. Since that was the case, Su Lang straightforwardly chose to fuse. Waking up, Su Lang opened his backpack, saw the optimized blood bat nest inside, and a slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. There are still 3 days before the game starts. I can still fuse 3 more times. Let's dedicate all 3 fusion chances to facilities. Skill and equipment fusion can be postponed. Next, Su Lang got out of bed, washed up, and after eating, called out to the women and went out for floor sweeping. Whether they actually swept floors or not was unimportant. The main point was to mingle with the people, feel the atmosphere. About an hour later, Su Lang and the others returned. Passing by dorm 199, Su Lang knocked on the door. A moment later, Luo Lin opened the door with Tao Tao standing beside her, her face full of anticipation. Do you have 2 empty slots in your backpack? I have 2 things for you, Su Lang said to Luo Lin with a smile. MHM, Luo Lin nodded and initiated a trade request. Looking at the 2 items appearing in the other party's trade window, a flash of shock passed through Luo Lin's eyes. She murmured, "Are you really giving these to us?" "It's not for free, you'll have to work to pay me back later," Su Lang replied. "Even so, thank you," Luo Lin said gratefully, her gaze refocusing on reality. 2 facilities had appeared in her backpack. One was the level 5 attack facility, Crazy Flying Needle Launcher. The other was the level 5 door, Frigid Iron Guard. The former could prevent Luo Lin from being eliminated for not gaining enough points. The latter could prevent her door from being broken down by monsters. Luo Lin might become the first Creation Path player in the Mad King dormitory building, and she deserved protection. "Tao Tao, this is a gift sister brought for you." Tong Chi squatted down and handed 3 bags of potato chips to Tao Tao. "Thank you, Sister Tong Chi." Tao Tao's voice was sweet and her eyes lit up when she saw the chips. "This is what I brought for you." Su Xiaoming took out a frog plush toy, her eyes curving into crescents as she smiled and said, "Did Tao Tao listen to mommy today? Eat well and not run around." Tao Tao was very likable. Her cute appearance was one thing, but another was that she was the only child in the Mad King dormitory building. Seeing the frog plush, Tao Tao didn't reach out immediately. Instead, she looked at Luo Lin, biting her finger and saying, "Tao Tao was very good. I ate 3 bowls of rice at lunch today." "Take it," Luo Lin said, a genuine smile appearing on her face. Next, everyone chatted with Luo Lin and her daughter for a while longer before returning to dorm 200. Nothing major happened today. The only thing worth mentioning was Rust Lake Park. Tang Zi had taken over Rust Lake Park for several days now and had been trying various methods to deal with the monster at the bottom of the lake, but the results were astonishing. All players who entered Rust Lake had died. Many speculated that there was a mechanic monster at the bottom of the lake, and anyone who entered would be instantly killed. That seemed to be the only possibility. It couldn't be that there was a level 100 world-ending monster under Rust Lake, could it? Thus, the matter of dealing with Rust Lake was temporarily put on hold. During the morning gathering of the Blood Mist Mutual Aid Society, Su Lang took a moment to mention this matter. Rainy Night Blade and the others didn't have any special insights on it either, and so the day passed. Early morning, when players were full of energy, was considered the golden time for floor sweeping. Meanwhile, Su Lang, utterly exhausted, had just fallen asleep. In a certain respect, the Mad King dormitory building was very merciful, because there was no need to pay taxes. A social ecosystem that didn't require paying taxes was clearly abnormal. Su Lang viewed the Mad King dormitory building as his territory and felt he should shoulder the duty of tax collector. Upon taking office, he immediately launched a major investigation. Cao Yakshuan and the others had been in the Mad King dormitory building for over a month and had evaded quite a bit of tax. Su Ruyan had been there even longer, and her tax evasion was terrifyingly extensive. If not for Su Lang's righteous law enforcement, they might have gotten away with it using shady contracts to escape this reckoning. Basic Nightmare Coins 120, conversion rate 782%, a tower total output 1058 Nightmare Coins. Total Nightmare Coins 2366. Su Lang woke up, glanced at last night's gains from his hard work, and then went back to sleep. In the hazy fusion dream, he continued to choose facility fusion. This time, however, he didn't choose effect transfer but level transfer. Level transfer didn't have compatibility or rejection compensation to obtain essences, and it could only transfer from a higher level to a lower level. Golden Eagle Wing Crossbow. Type Attack Facility. Level 6. Lethality 200. Attack speed very fast. Crossbow bolt, when each bolt costs 450 copper coins. Durabilities 225/225. Decomposition yields Gold X20, Refined Iron X20, Golden Demon Breaking Arrow X1. Upgrade condition 1600 Nightmare Coins. Introduction. A high-tier hybrid damage turret, demons and monsters shall perish, ghosts and spirits shall retreat. Tisk, it really just went up in level, no other effects at all. Although Su Lang had long anticipated this outcome, he was still a bit disappointed when he actually saw the result. Forget it, forget it. Anyway, the Golden Eagle Wing Crossbow's own hybrid damage attribute is special enough. The foundation is decent. Yesterday's Man-Eating Flower and Crazy Flying Needle Launcher were both level 5, and today he specifically bought a level 6 turret just to boost the somewhat outdated Golden Eagle Wing Crossbow's attributes. This current outcome is barely acceptable. Tomorrow, I'll boost the dormitory doors level 2. Tusk a level 6 door. Money really flows like waters. There were only 2 days left until the rest period ended. The players swept the floors using every ounce of strength they had. If they didn't work hard now, when the next round of the game arrived, they might become the first batch of casualties. Su Lang held the line on the 3rd floor, but the players on the lower floors could only rely on themselves. As the players entered a state of frantic effort, the disagreements between floor leaders grew larger and larger. Several fights had already broken out over territory disputes. This was also an unavoidable matter. Where there are people, there is conflict. It was also on this day that the team that had entered the Fierce Ghosts Return Exploration mode returned. Only one person survived. A 6-cycle veteran player, Jai Ren. The moment he returned, he headed straight for the equipment area, wanting to buy the level 7 set he had been dreaming of, the Blackfish Scale armor. Then he was dumbfounded. "Where's my stuff?" Jai Ren was 2 meters tall, wearing a tactical vest resembling a small mountain. His face was also of the resolute and rugged type, yet his current dumbfounded expression looked somewhat comical. The Blackfish Scale armor had long been bought by Su Lang. He wasn't short on money anyway. This thing was pretty good to keep as a backup fodder item. "Brother Jai, that thing was bought by Su Lang," a short player reminded him. Jai Ren turned his head, saw this person was a player from the same floor. His expression softened a bit, and he frowned, saying, "That 3-time champion." The short player nodded, his eyes shining as he asked, "Brother Jai, what did you get in the exploration mode?" "Some legacies." Jai Ren waved his large fan-like hand and opened the chat room. 162 Huang Beishan. Damn, someone really came back from the exploration mode. 40 Zhao Shuang. This exploration mode is so terrifying, the casualty rate is this high. 25 Wu Wenbo. More than terrifying, it's downright horrifying and dreadful. 22 Zhao Liang. The exploration mode is very sinister. Sometimes bottom-tier players go in to try their luck and can manage to survive. Sometimes even if all floor leaders go in, they still die. 49 Le Xiuwen. It mainly depends on the playstyle. Some teams don't pursue too great a harvest, so they can retreat unscathed. 159 Zheng Kai. At Jai Ren, bro, what was your situation? Did you directly take down the final boss? 14 Wu Tong. At Jai Ren, wow bro, with so many deaths, how much did you gain? You must have made a killing. 77 Kaian Ming. At Jai Ren, big shot, come out and talk. 66 Jai Ren. At Su Lang, friend, can you sell me the Blackfish Scale armor? After much calling, he finally appeared. However, Jai Ren didn't pay attention to the other players and directly Su Lang. The commotion caused by Jai Ren's return was huge, and everyone in Dorm 200 was paying attention. Seeing Zhai Ren at him, Su Lang directly replied, 200 Su Lang not selling. 66 Zhai Ren, good stuff is listed on the trading network, buy it yourself. Inside the supermarket, having been rejected, Zhai Ren listed several items from his bag on the trading network. The people watching nearby were green with envy. Damn it, good stuff is carried in bags, is his backpack already full? He hurriedly opened the trading network and discovered Zhai Ren had actually listed 3 level 6 items. He's way too loaded. After listing the items, Zhai Ren didn't close the trading network but instead browsed the defensive equipment listed on it. For experienced veteran players with a discerning eye, buying supplies directly from the supermarket wasn't a good choice, because players selling things would usually set prices slightly cheaper than the supermarket to make a sale. However, after searching for a while, his frown deepened. The Mad King dormitory building's level was too low, there were too few level 6 defensive items, and he happened to be in great need of defensive equipment. Now he could only buy from the supermarket. After shopping, Zhai Ren walked out of the supermarket alone. On his way back to his dorm, he was blocked by a group of people. The leader was the newly appointed 4th floor leader, Li Hu. Welcome back, Zhai. Spit it out if you have something to say. Before Li Hu could finish, he was interrupted by Zhai Ren. The visitors harbored ill intentions, and Zhai Ren didn't want to engage in hypocritical pleasantries either. Fine, decisive enough. A trace of anger flashed across Li Hu's face, but he clapped his hands in praise, saying, put down the package in your hand, then take out 10 items from your backpack and we'll let you leave. Zhai Ren was a 4th floor player. No one from other floors would help him. People from the same group are the best at bullying their own. History has always been like this. The players Li Hu brought spread out, surrounding Zhai Ren in a circle. You think you're worthy? Zhai Ren snorted coldly and flung the package towards Li Hu. Although Li Hu was no ordinary person, his attention was still diverted for a split second. Seizing this opportunity, Zhai Ren charged forward like a mad tiger. His large foot stamped the ground, causing the concrete to crack. He covered a distance of 7 or 8 meters in a flash, driving his knee towards Li Hu's chest. Li Hu let out a loud shout, drew his blade, and slashed. The surrounding players also unleashed their skills, attacking Zhai Ren. However, Zhai Ren didn't dodge or evade. His face was filled with ferocity as he forcefully met Li Hu's blade with his knee. The impact was like a concrete mixer truck hitting a small plane. The effect was utterly explosive. Everyone saw Li Hu instantly knocked down, his body pinned under Zhai Ren's knee, being plowed through the concrete floor, carving out a trench. At the brink of death, a jade pendant on Li Hu's chest shattered, restoring a sliver of his health. Then that sliver of health was scattered by a slap from Zhai Ren. Boom. Zhai Ren punched Li Hu's head into a pulp, stood up tall, covered in blood, and declared to the surrounding people, from now on, I am the 4th floor leader. Does anyone have a problem with that? In the distance, Wu Tong reluctantly withdrew his gaze. On the 3rd floor corridor, Li Xuan gave Li Wenwen a few words of advice. The latter's gaze towards Zhai Ren immediately became solemn. At the same time, numerous gazes were withdrawn from Zhai Ren's figure. This Zhai Ren really has some skill. He acts decisively and isn't afraid of incurring blood grudge, Su Ruyan said gravely from the 10th floor corridor. Su Lang leaned against the dragon-hunting crossbow, his gaze meeting Zhai Ren's from afar. Although Zhai Ren had just killed someone, his state of mind seemed quite calm, with only placidity in his tiger-like eyes. Su Lang raised a hand and gave him a casual wave, a simple greeting. A flicker of surprise crossed the other man's face, and he actually nodded in acknowledgement towards Su Lang. His judgment is quite good. Daring to go head-to-head just now, he probably has some kind of prediction-type skill, with absolute confidence in his own attacks. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risked breaking a leg to kill Lei Hu. Su Lang withdrew his gaze and explained to Cao Yaxuan and the others. Then, brother Su Lang, who's more powerful, you or him? Su Xiaomeng asked a somewhat naive question. Don't know, Su Lang shook his head. Zhai Ren seems to be that type of physical build player, his close combat ability isn't poor. Brother Su Lang is probably still a bit stronger. Su Xiaomeng nodded, thinking to herself. Su Lang's group turned and headed back to their room. Sherry scratched her head and said, wouldn't it be better if we gave him the black fish scale armor? Instantly, everyone's eyes turned to her. Su Lang ruffled Sherry's smooth hair and said, you still haven't fully integrated into the atmosphere of our dorm, huh? Not giving Zhai Ren the equipment earlier, and now giving it to him after he's already purchased his own gear and demonstrated his strength. Wouldn't that make us look like complete clowns? Furthermore, if Zhai Ren really wanted to pick a fight, would Su Lang be afraid of him? What a joke. Su Ruyan stared at Sherry and said seriously, letting Zhai Ren wear the black fish scale armor would be too much of a blow to Su Lang's face. Blow to his face? This reason sounds laughable, something only brainless villains in TV dramas would say. Yet this is the reality. If Su Lang backed down, his authority would fall behind Zhai Ren's. In other words, his words wouldn't carry as much weight as Zhai Ren's. The most direct difference would be, when players get good items they can't use themselves, who would they give them to first? Definitely Zhai Ren, not Su Lang. Ordinary folks wouldn't understand why important figures are so concerned about saving face. Because it's a genuine struggle for tangible benefits. Oh, Tilda, I think I get it a little now, Sherry said, suddenly enlightened. In her mind, holding onto the blackfish scale armor was useless, and the golden pillar jade-toed door required copper coins to repair its durability. Wouldn't it be better to sell it to Zhai Ren to recoup some losses? Save copper coins while also reducing a potential enemy. But she hadn't considered, if Zhai Ren really had designs against Su Lang, wouldn't this be aiding the enemy? Time slipped by. Zhai Ren had clearly become the number 2 figure under Su Lang, his influence subtly surpassing even Li Xuan's. After all, Li Xuan was only a 5-cycle player. Besides his own strength, Zhai Ren's dorm wasn't ordinary either. It was a level 5 dorm, meaning he had placed in the top 10 5 times. However, his dorm configuration was relatively poor, seeming to confirm Su Lang's guess that he was a physical build player. The hot pot bubbled with steam. Su Lang glanced at the chat room. Chat room 188/200. The Mad King dormitory building was only 12 households away from being full. The situation among players probably wouldn't change too drastically. The candidates for the 10-floor leaders were basically all decided. 10th floor, Wu Huihui, 9th floor, Yun Yun, 8th floor, Zheng Kai, 7th floor, Nikong. 6th floor, Zhou Shen, 5th floor, Tang Zi, 4th floor, Zhai Ren, 3rd floor, Li Xuan, 2nd floor, Zhao Liang, 1st floor, Wu Tong. Apart from the 7th, 4th, and 1st floors, the other 7 floors all had their old floor leaders. After all, they were established powers with the first-mover advantage of having many interpersonal connections. Su Lang frowned, pondering for a moment, and then discovered a problem. It seems that among these nearly 200 people, very few are beautiful. The only one with a 94 comfort level is someone else's wife. The living conditions of 5 or 6-cycle veteran players were a bit better than those of bottom-tier players. More people wore nice clothes and the overall quality was rising. However, very few met Su Lang's standards. A moment later, Su Lang shook his head. Thinking about this problem now was a bit premature. Although he had the Nightmare Lord sequence, he couldn't just mess around recklessly. The most important thing right now was to figure out how to coast through the next game cycle. Based on the types of items players had found, the next game cycle would involve a lot of supernatural elements. Signature items included a level 6 pumpkin head, a level 6 witch's broom, and a level 6 substitute strawman. It was worth mentioning that the level 6 substitute strawman was currently in Su Lang's possession. Substitute strawman. Type item. Level 6. Effect exempts user from 1 fatal injury. Upgrade conditions. 1,000 nightmare coins. Description: hehehe, this is a Halloween gift for the little ones, the Fear Strawman. A second-floor player had found this. Wanting to maximize profit but afraid of provoking Zhao Liang, he directly sent Su Lang a private message. Su Lang didn't shortchange him either, offering a price much higher than the market rate. Su Lang, I feel the next game cycle will probably have a Halloween theme, Cao Yaxuan said casually, picking up a slice of parboiled beef and placing it in Su Lang's bowl. I think so too, Tong Chi chimed in, biting her chopsticks. Someone in the chat room just summarized the top 10 Halloween taboos. I think it's crucial. Su Lang nodded. Everyone should take a look. As he spoke, he took out the True Ancestors manuscript. The content of this book updated daily. Su Lang, like a reader following a serial, took it out to read every day and discussed it with Cao Yaxuan and the others. Tragedy, tragedy, tragedy. 3 of my favorite giant blood slaves ran away today. Heavens, in this blood-mist world, how will they survive without me? It's truly heartbreaking. Come back, my brave and fearless blood servant giants. Su Lang and Sherry leaned in to look, then relayed the content to Cao Yaxuan and the others. This true ancestor's mental state is, as always, not quite normal. Wang Yazhai's cool face showed a flicker of strangeness. Vampires are probably all crazy, Cao Yaxuan nodded repeatedly. I think she's a bit chunabu. Probably a cute vampire girl on the outside, and she keeps saying she's 16, but she might actually be 1,000 years old, Tong Chi said very seriously. Hey, do you think giant monsters might attack our dormitory building in the future? Sherry suddenly had a wild thought. Teacher Sherry, don't jinx it, Tong Chi said fearfully. Everyone started discussing the matter. Amidst the chatter and laughter, they finished the hot pot. If your life was relaxed and comfortable enough, then the Mad King dormitory building wasn't boring at all. The type of the next game cycle was always an evergreen topic of discussion. Floor leaders and powerful players also served as substitutes for celebrities, providing fodder for conversation after meals. Moreover, there were many violent conflicts here. There were more juicy scandals than one could possibly keep up with. In the early morning, Su Lang stepped out of his room and practiced breathing exercises facing the rising sun. Although the sky was shrouded in the blood mist, the dawn still managed to filter through. Otherwise, there would be no distinction between day and night. The 10th floor players were used to seeing Su Lang do sun-breathing exercises by now. Some had even timed him. Su Lang only ever did the breathing for exactly 3 minutes, no more, no less. 3 minutes later, a brilliant streak of rosy clouds entered Su Lang's mouth and nose and then sank into his lungs, fundamentally transforming his body. A constitution cultivated this way would remain even if the hidden dragon chi technique were ever lost. His physical attributes would not decline. Sun-eating clouds again, condensing golden essence also again, I'm practically an excellent seed for the Saint sequence, Su Lang said with a slight laugh as he opened his personal info panel for a glance. Just then Wu Huihui walked over and asked curiously, Su Lang, what did you say, sequence? Su Lang nodded when he saw Wu Huihui. What is a sequence? Can you tell me about it? Wu Huihui had heard the word before, but only in fragments. You can think of a sequence like a game profession with 4 stages. Ignorant, awakening, true spirit, and enlightenment, Su Lang said casually. Information about sequences wasn't top secret, veteran players knew bits and pieces. Knowing Wu Huihui, Su Lang realized she would soon spread such important game info around, to everyone's benefit. Overall improvement in the Mad King dormitory building's player quality was something Su Lang was happy to see. He just didn't want to be the one to make it happen. Wu Huihui listened with rapt interest, nodding repeatedly. When Su Lang finished, Nai Xiaoju's eyes shone and she said, Lang Ji, you know so much and you don't hoard secrets like other veteran players. Last time I asked Uncle when what a sequence was, he wouldn't tell me. Li Xuan was already quite someone who shared, so if even he kept secrets, that showed how precious the information was. Heh, it's nothing major, just poking through a thin veil, Su Lang said with a smirk. Besides, I feel a sequence might appear this round of the game, so put in some effort. Hearing that, Wu Huihui's face instantly turned sour. Compete with Su Lang? There was no way she could do that. Su Lang, how about I trade my stuff for your sequence? Wu Huihui said with a pained expression. Su Lang. He hadn't felt like running away on the spot in a long time. Wu Huihui's words were basically a boss unleashing a special move. Su Lang's mouth twitched as he said to the trio led by Wu Huihui, let's not. Sequence acquisition is obscure, it's not necessarily the strongest who gets it. I'm rooting for you. Okay, thank you Lang Ji, Wang Tingting replied. Su Lang was about to turn back into his room when Wu Huihui suddenly called out, wait, Su Lang, I actually came to see you about something. Su Lang turned his head puzzled. Su Lang, if our 10th floor goes into exploration mode, will you come? Wu Huihui asked. Su Lang shook his head decisively. Isn't living well enough. Why take such a risky thing? All right then. Wu Huihui saw Su Lang had no interest and let the idea go. She didn't really want to go into exploration mode anyway. She had just wanted an excuse to chat with Su Lang. Watching Su Lang go back into his room, Wu Huihui looked genuinely reluctant. Nai Xiaoju and the others were now in dorm 180. The number of tenants there had risen to 5, though the iron triangle remained Wu Huihui, Wang Tingting, and Nai Xiaoju. Su Lang had once thought about changing dorms but couldn't let go of his core facilities, and now that the advanced apartment blueprint existed, he was even less likely to move. With the advanced apartment blueprint in place, the next dorm upgrade would likely allow more tenants. 1 stone, 2 birds, deliciously satisfying. Back in his dorm, Su Lang turned on the radio. Not long after, Su Ruyan returned from outside, bringing back a large haul of supplies. After Su Lang had cowed both new and veteran players, no one dared to go to the laboratory building. Whether Su Lang was fearsome or not was secondary, the key was he was ruthless. If someone really got caught, even the floor leader couldn't save them. Base Nightmare Coins 120, conversion rate 782%, a tower total output 1058 Nightmare Coins. Total Nightmare Coins 3424. At 5:30 p.m., Su Lang woke exactly on time, checked his haul, and then prepared to go back to sleep. Before that, he glanced at the chat room. That single glance wiped the sleep from his eyes. He sat bolt upright. The black market merchant Kirby has arrived. 10 minutes earlier, a strange creature under 1 meter 20 tall had appeared at the Mad King dormitory building. Her skin was ink jade in color, she had a pair of fuzzy pointed ears, 2 gem-like eyes that were very large and watery, and she carried a bundle 3 times bigger than herself, looking both adorably dumb and unreal, like something straight out of a virtual world. Some players who saw her emerging from the blood mist immediately sounded an alarm in the chat room. By the time she reached the dormitory plaza, a crowd had already surrounded her from a distance. Mad King Dormitory Building, what a great name. Kirby glanced at the dormitory plaque, squat-legged, set down her big bundle, looked over the players, placed a small hand over her chest, and proudly declared, "I'm a big merchant walking the blood mist world, Kirby. This time I've come to your dormitory to trade." Because of Kirby's arrival, 99% of the Mad King Dormitory Building's players had gathered in the plaza. Veteran players had already explained the definition of a black market merchant. It was said the black market merchants had contracts with the dorm survival game, so they could sell goods between dormitory buildings. Moreover, black market merchants weren't just vendors. They were the only channel for players to obtain outside world intelligence. When Su Lang and Cao Yakshuan and the others came downstairs, they saw a sea of players, all jostling and on the verge of fighting. Everyone wanted the right to trade with Kirby. Kirby had already opened her huge bundle, which was full of dazzling, shiny goods, some even reached level 10. A shield protected Kirby and her merchandise. Players couldn't force their way in. Kirby only traded with one party at a time, and each person had only 3 minutes per transaction. At the moment, the player squatting in front of Kirby was Zhai Ren and his group. "Isn't this Overlord Tong armor way too expensive? It's only level 9 but costs 10 million copper coins," Zhai Ren said with a sullen face. Kirby crossed her arms, one big eye closed while the other glanced sideways at Zhai Ren, her tone a little arrogant. "If you don't have copper coins, bartering is fine, as long as the value is equal. This isn't about whether we have copper coins or not. No one has that much money," Zhai Ren frowned. "If you all pool your resources, you can definitely scrape it together," Kirby said with a little upturn of her mouth, exposing shiny little fangs. "It's just that you don't have the ability." Zhai Ren scowled. "Then why are these items above level 6 also so expensive?" Inside the protective shield, outside noise became faint and conversation was easy. Kirby smiled and said, "You're only a 3-cycle dormitory. Items above level 6 are already overmodel, so naturally there's a premium. Breaking the game balance is possible, but first you must be able to pay the price. Don't think I'm raising prices to target you or your dormitory. I'm acting by the dormitory's rules. If there were no such limits and players above 6 cycles could move in freely, you'd have been finished already." "Time's up," Kirby tapped her shabby little watch. Zhai Ren took a deep breath and asked in a low voice, "How long will you stay here?" "I'll leave before the game starts," Kirby replied. "Good." Zhai Ren turned and walked away like he'd made a firm decision. When he stepped out of the shield and saw the scene outside, his expression showed a flicker of surprise. Earlier, the players had been noisy and clamoring, but now they were all quiet, parting automatically to leave a passageway. All the players from Dorm 200 had gathered and were walking down the passage. Zhai Ren swept his gaze over Su Lang and his group, and there was no melodramatic, "I'll avoid his path" moment. He simply retreated calmly to the side. Inside the Mad King Dormitory Building, no one dared to underestimate Su Lang. That was the plain truth. 10+ layers of blood grudge were simply terrifying. "So imposing." Su Ruyan looked at Zhai Ren, a trace of astonishment flashing in her eyes. At 2 meters tall with a burly frame and clad in heavy armor, Zhai Ren naturally exuded authority. No one knew what his base attributes were, though. Su Lang's gaze swept over Zhai Ren, then settled on Kirby. Yordle. That was Su Lang's first thought. His second thought was, "Let me check your comfort level, name Kirby." "Roll. Merchant. Comfort level 70. Ah, blame me, I'm not into plush or lowlies. 70 points of comfort level must be from cute factor bonuses. There's no way Kirby is actually that adorable." While Su Lang was lost in thought, Kirby was staring at his group with a smile. "Heh heh, I smell money." "Bring out all your good stuff," Cao Yakshuan said, eyes sparkling. They had heard Kirby's name mentioned many times by Rainy Nightblade and others. Seeing her in person felt like encountering an old acquaintance. "If you can afford any item on the ground, that's already impressive," Kirby scoffed. Everyone's eyes fell on the blanket, everyone except Tong Chi. "What are you staring at me for?" Kirby asked, puzzled, looking at Tong Chi whose eyes were shining. Weren't these players supposed to be interested in goods? So cute. Tong Chi thought silently, restraining herself from saying something rude, and instead asked, "Are you black market merchants a single clan?" "Something like that," Kirby nodded proudly. "Only our clan can safely travel through the blood mist." "Can you take others with you?" Tong Chi asked. "No," Kirby replied decisively. "If you want to go into the blood mist, go by yourself, don't blame us. But I can help deliver messages to other dormitory buildings." While saying this, she rubbed her fingers together, showing small fangs, looking like a little greedmonger. Have you been to many dormitory buildings? Tong Chi propped her chin with her palm and asked again. The more she looked at Kirby, the cuter Kirby seemed. I haven't been to that many. Do you want me to deliver a message? Kirby twisted uncomfortably as if unsure. This woman's eyes were like laser beams. Kirby was so diligent, still hustling her business at a time like this. Tong Chi touched her nose to make sure she wasn't bleeding, then said, I'll give you 1,000 copper coins. Can I touch your face? In an instant, Kirby's slightly chubby cheeks flushed bright. Why you what is a player like you talking about? Didn't you say black market merchants will agree to anything if the price is high enough? Tong Chi said with a smile. Kirby instantly felt her business integrity under attack. Yes, that's how it was said, but letting someone touch her face was still too embarrassing. At that moment, Su Lang pointed at a finished main gate and asked, Can this be cheaper? It was a level 7 finished gate, nothing flashy in effect, but at least the level was high. 4 million copper coins, fair to all. Kirby jumped back and slapped her chest. Seeing Kirby jump back, Tong Chi's gaze cooled and she scanned the ground goods for any shady items she might like. That's an unreasonable price. Su Lang felt Kirby was just making up numbers. Then don't buy it, Kirby huffed. Kirby had all kinds of sundries from level 1 up to level 10, arranged in order from low to high. Kirby, you're being rash again, Su Lang spread his hands. You sell low-end goods and high-end goods, you just want to make more money. I don't have that many copper coins. Think about what you lack, we'll trade goods for goods. Maybe I can find what you need. What do I lack? Kirby's eyes brightened, her little hand suddenly slipped behind her back. She cleared her throat. Do you have any items with unknown levels? Show me, or some seasonings. When I walk the wilds, I like to cook my own food. Little Kirby, you're that exposed and still pretending with me. Su Lang's mouth tilted, and he suddenly leaned close to Kirby. Kirby, other players told me you like chili peppers, right? Cut to the chase. How do you know? Kirby's face immediately showed panic, glancing left and right. Fortunately, there was a shield, so others couldn't hear the conversation, or her secret silent chili scavenging would be exposed. Hearing this, Cao Yakshuan and the others stopped looking at goods and circled closer. Kirby felt like she was surrounded by 7 big scary uncles, her face squeezed up. Don't ask how I know. Kirby, you don't want your love of spicy food to be exposed, right? Su Lang said with a faint smile. What do you want? Kirby's brows knitted as if on the verge of tears. Give me that level 7 gate, Su Lang pointed at the level 7 finished gate. Kirby's dark little face went white with anger. Asking for a level 7 gate outright, how shameless are you? No way. Just broadcast the info so they raise the price. Then Kirby won't be able to buy chilies, Kirby said, suddenly teary-eyed. The thought of others hiking the price of chilies and gouging her hurt worse than being killed. Su Lang looked at Kirby intently. The heavy armor maniac and the others were right. Kirby's obsession with chili peppers ran deep. There was surely something hidden in it, but he had no desire to pry. I'm not taking it for free. I'll trade you a level 6 finished gate. Su Lang produced a level 6 finished gate. He was going to use it to fuse with the Golden Pillar Jade Toad Door. But that would violate the dorm survival game rules. Kirby looked conflicted. Then I'll add 200,000 copper coins. Su Lang smiled. Kirby's mouth twitched. At least 2 million. 2 million it is, Su Lang agreed gladly. Kirby suddenly felt shortchanged. In her flustered moment, she had offered the lowest number. Su Lang had sixth sense. He could read Kirby's emotional shifts perfectly. Kirby, don't feel cheated. Isn't this being cheated? Not profiting is a loss, a huge one. Kirby was about to retort when she saw Su Lang pull out a shriveled red chili. I have your favorite big chili here. Kirby's big eyes instantly went wide, staring fixedly at the chili pepper. Super Red Devil. Type food. Level 7. Effect, just smelling it can set your lungs on fire. Upgrade condition, 1,000 nightmare coins. Introduction, not spicy at all. Where did you get this treasure? Kirby's short little legs scurried quickly, bringing her in front of Su Lang. She stared longingly at the Super Red Devil, drool flowing wildly, quickly soaking her dusty little breastplate. Acquired by chance, Su Lang said with a slight smile. This is a pure flavor level 7 item, extremely rare. Among the upgrade paths there were many other options, but Su Lang had excluded them all. There was only spicier, not the spiciest. This Super Red Devil had cost him nearly 1,000 nightmare coins, but he believed it was worth it. Heavy Armor Maniac had traded a level 6 chili pepper for a level 8 turret design blueprint. His level 7 pure spicy chili pepper could at least be exchanged for a level 8 item. Kirby's cute little nose twitched as she frantically swallowed saliva, practically writing, I'm going to shower you with gold coins all over her face. Cao Yakshuan and the others couldn't help but laugh. This Kirby seemed a bit naive. What do you want? Kirby asked. This, Su Lang pointed at a level 10 finished turret. Kirby was shocked, hurriedly stuffing the 2-meter-tall turret into her palm-sized little pants pocket. This is not for sale. Then I want this little pants pocket of yours, Su Lang's eyes lit up. Also not for sale. Then the plate armor on your bodies. Not for sale. This level 9 gate. Not for sale. After a round of haggling, Su Lang frowned. Anything level 8 or above was not for sale. Kirby's attitude was firm, leaving no room for negotiation. These are all displayed for you to see. If I mess around, I'll be banned from coming to the Mad King dormitory building again. You don't want to never see me again, do you? Kirby said pitifully. Then what did you tell Zhai Ren? He's currently saving up money to buy a level 9 combat armor, Wang Yazhai, afraid Su Lang would get scammed, interjected. Kirby blinked her big eyes, revealing her secret plan. If he wants to gather 10 million, he can only rob other players. That way he'll offend a lot of people. When he comes here to buy the armor, I'll raise the price. The money will all be on him, he can't possibly return it to others, so he'll have to spend it. And the supermarket's good stock is limited. In the end, he'll still have to spend the money with me. He has no choice but to consume. Everyone gasped upon hearing this. Zhai Ren had started publicly shouting to borrow money. Now it seemed he looked like a clown. Everyone thought Kirby had official backing, making her much more trustworthy, at most just selling items a bit more expensively. However, everyone seemed to have forgotten one problem. That was the dorm survival game itself wasn't exactly a good guy either. When the store itself isn't good, how good can the middleman be? Kirby, you're too shady, Tong Chi exclaimed in shock. Kirby's move was both vicious and cunning. I never said I was a good person, Kirby scratched her head looking embarrassed. And now you're getting shy? The girls were speechless. Su Lang said calmly at this moment, since that's the case, let's forget it. I'm not interested in things below level 8. As he spoke, he turned to leave, his movements decisive, and he also put the super red devil back into his backpack. Kirby instantly panicked, her little hand grabbing Su Lang's sleeve. No, you can't leave. No can do, Kirby, you don't have anything here that can keep us, Tong Chi said with a smile, pinching Kirby's little cheek. You're not a qualified merchant. Kirby suffered a critical hit, her merchant's heart shattered. Su Xiaomeng chuckled to herself. Sister Tong Chi could be quite mean sometimes. Seeing Su Lang and his group about to leave, Kirby suddenly shouted loudly, you'll definitely be interested in this thing. Su Lang didn't even turn his head until Kirby shouted the next sentence. You know about sequences, right? Su Lang and the others stopped in their tracks, turning in unison to look at Kirby. What level is your sequence? Su Lang asked. Kirby clutched her head in pain. Oh my god, this man is so greedy. Having a sequence isn't enough, he even asks what level it is. I only have one sequence here, but it's perfect for you. The moment I saw you, I was thinking about how to sell this sequence to you, Kirby sighed. Su Lang's lips curled into a smile. When Kirby said this, her emotions were very flat. This little creature was lying again, but this didn't affect the subsequent transaction. Let's hear it. What is this sequence you're talking about? Su Lang said with a laugh. Don't think about tricking me, I have a deep understanding of sequences. Hearing this, Kirby waved her fist indignantly. Would I lie to you? As she spoke, she pulled out a book from her little pants pocket. The cover clearly read Sequence Encyclopedia. Su Lang's eyes focused sharply for an instant, then quickly shifted elsewhere. The sequence I'm giving you is a super dangerous combat sequence. With it, I guarantee you'll be invincible, no one will dare provoke you. Kirby placed the book on the ground, chattering incessantly. Su Lang gave the girls a look, then walked over with a look of indifference. The girls followed, their expressions also calm. Kirby's Sequence Encyclopedia had 5 tiers from A to E, and the sequence information had gaps, not being complete. After flipping through it for a while, Kirby stopped on page C27. The encyclopedia had a brief record of this sequence. C27 Butcher. A growth through killing type sequence with immense potential. The initial sequence level was E77. After being elevated by several sequence holders, it grew to C rank. The sequence object is the Heart of Slaughter. The sequence employment conditions are: 1 Spirit Awakened Butcher's Cleaver, personally kill 10 people, be on the brink of death 3 times consecutively. Constitution 50. Seeing the information description, Su Lang felt a strange sensation rise in his heart. Could this be tailor-made for him? I'll trade this Heart of Slaughter for your chili pepper. That should be acceptable, right? Seeing Su Lang was absorbed in looking, Kirby coughed lightly and took out a scarlet red heart emitting a terrifying bloody aura. This was the Heart of Slaughter, the sequence object of the butcher. Deal, Su Lang nodded. This way he was indeed making a profit, and a huge one at that. The butcher's sequence level was even higher than the ghost controller's, definitely fierce enough. Since that was the case, there was no point in haggling further. The transaction method between black market merchants and players was no different from that between players themselves. Both initiated trades through the panel, as if the black market merchants were also players, just a bit more unconventional. Great, Langji, you're a sequence holder too now, Tong Chi was overjoyed. Cao Yakshuan and the others also showed smiles. Haha, who said that? Kirby also laughed, and it was a big laugh, her eyes flashing with a cunning light as she flipped her hand and pulled out a huge blood-red cleaver. Look at this. What is this? The employment conditions for any sequence are extremely difficult. Without my Spirit Awakened Butcher's Cleaver, even if you get the Heart of Slaughter, it's useless. I'm not asking for much. This level 6 Spirit Awakened Butcher's Cleaver only costs 5 million copper coins, not 1 copper coin less. Kirby wore an expression of barely concealed arrogance. Truth be told, the value of one Super Red Devil was actually lower than that of the Heart of Slaughter. The reason she had exchanged it with Su Lang was precisely for this follow-up move. Trying to scam her. Trying to collude with others to inflate the price of chili peppers. They really weren't taking her, Kirby, seriously at all. Who do you think I, black market merchant Kirby, am? Kirby, aren't you afraid we'll tell everyone about your love for chili peppers? Tong Chi asked. HMPH, Kirby snorted, her little nose tilting upward, her eyes gleaming with shrewd intelligence. I haven't given you the level 7 door either. Playing us like this, we might just go back on our word, take the door and not fulfill our promise. Tong Chi squatted down and poked Kirby's cheek with her finger. Kirby bared her teeth, swatting away Tong Chi's finger, then pulled a parchment scroll from her trouser pocket. Just sign this contract scroll. Contract of wealth. Type item. Level. Effect. Both parties sign a contract concerning money. The party who breaks the contract will suffer the curse of wealth, reducing their fortune luck by 99% for 1 week. Description. You should know that power isn't open to those at the bottom, but money is. Would you rather hang from a lamppost or work in a factory? Seeing this scroll, Su Lang's eyes lit up again. Kirby really had so many good things. He had been about to leave, but seeing Kirby with all these treasures made his heart itch again. Kirby, you're so cute, Tong Chi said bluntly. Kirby stood there, cleaver in her left hand, scroll in her right, her little belly puffed out, nearly making Tong Chi melt from the cuteness. Don't say that about me, hurry up, hand over all the money. Kirby growled in a menacing tone. Kirby, look what this is. Su Lang suddenly produced a brilliantly crimson long blade, chuckling softly. Kirby's gaze shifted, fixing on the blood pelican blade. A spirit awakened named Blade, how do you have something like this? She exclaimed in shock. Su Lang smiled. He brought the Heart of Slaughter and the blood pelican blade together, and the former immediately fused into the latter. Sequence employment conditions. 1 spirit awakened butcher's cleaver satisfied, personally slay 10 people satisfied. Experience near death 3 times in a row not satisfied. Constitution 50 satisfied. It seems we don't need your spirit awakened butcher's cleaver anymore. Kirby's plan to scam him out of his money had fallen through. Moreover, Su Lang felt this was a scam within a scam because Kirby had deliberately concealed information about the cleaver, not revealing it. That cleaver either had very low durability or its effect was very abstract. Kirby's little face fell. Her throat hitched with a sob. She tried to hold it in but ultimately couldn't. 2 large teardrops like peas rolled from the corners of her eyes. Wow, Kirby is such a failure. A failed merchant like me will be expelled when I return to my clan, she cried, covering her face. A flicker of surprise passed through Su Lang's eyes. Kirby's sadness and fear at this moment were actually genuine. But well, that was Kirby's own problem. Those who scam others will always be scammed in return. Kirby, don't cry. Look on the bright side, you still have the weakness of loving spicy food in our hands now, Cao Yakshuan said with a kind smile. The original agreement was to trade 200,000 copper coins and a level 6 door for the level 7 door. Now that Kirby had offended them, they certainly couldn't stick to the original terms. Wow, Kirby sat on the ground and wailed. She had been scammed to tears. Tusk, is this what a salesperson driven mad by performance targets looks like? So pathetic. Su Lang sighed inwardly, then stared at Kirby and said, if you sell me that cleaver cheaply, I might consider buying it. And don't think about raising the price. In the entire Mad King dormitory building, I'm probably the only one who can afford your Spirit Awakened Butcher's cleaver. Kirby instantly stopped crying, scrambling to her feet. Are you serious? Yes, Su Lang nodded, pointing at the sequence encyclopedia. But you have to make a copy of this encyclopedia for me. Kirby was dumbfounded. Wasn't this still taking advantage of her? Su Lang and his group left Kirby's little stall feeling quite satisfied. After the earlier bargaining, the 7 members of Dorm 200 later bought some other items at fair prices. Tong Chi and Su Ruyan both made decent gains. When Zhai Ren had come out earlier, some people had asked Brother Zhai what he had bought. Now, when Su Lang came out, there were only whispers. Not a single player came up to strike up a conversation. In the past, when Su Lang walked around, people from the original Clear Sky University would still exchange greetings. But now it was as if a lamentably thick barrier had sprung up between Su Lang and them. It couldn't be helped. At a class reunion, someone arrives in a Ferrari surrounded by an entourage while you arrive on a shared bike. And that person is also a murderer. If you still dared to go up and talk to them, your mental fortitude must be incredibly strong. Returning home, Su Lang just flopped onto his bed. The matter of becoming a butcher could be handled later. For now, he needed to fuse the facilities first to avoid wasting the cooldown time. Golden Pillar Jade Toad Door. Type Facility. Level 7. Defense 400. Durabilities 750-750. Effect 1 Wealth Energy. Gold, silver, and copper coins can repair durability. Effect 2 Treasure Return. Automatically collects gold, silver, and copper coins in front of the door. Effect 3 Treasure Light Shield. The Jade Toad generates 1 protective shield every 10 seconds, capable of blocking 1 attack. Decomposition Yield. Jade X70, Gold Thread X70, Gilded Treasure Lacquer X10, Jade Spirit X1. Upgrade Conditions. 8,000 Nightmare Coins. Description: Why envy 1,000 measures of grain in a jade tower when a single toad's croak fills the silver river? After the fusion and upgrade, the Golden Pillar Jade Toad Door only saw an improvement in its basic attributes. It seemed like a small loss, but that wasn't really the case. In the early stages, obtaining an economically focused door like this was something Su Lang definitely wouldn't replace. As long as he upgraded it once, the Golden Pillar Jade Toad Door's effects corresponding to that level would appear. To be honest, Su Lang was already starting to feel somewhat overwhelmed. Money was completely insufficient. There were too many fusion mechanics. What gave him some relief was that facilities of the same type couldn't undergo level fusion. Otherwise, the problems he'd face would be, should he upgrade Lucky Star Piggy 2? Should he also upgrade the surveillance camera and radio? With the core facilities levels all raised, should he fuse for new effects? Just thinking about these questions made his head hurt. I should buy fewer overpriced items from now on. Using Nightmare Coins to upgrade is a bit more cost-effective than buying overpriced items. Su Lang sat on his bed, thinking silently. Langji, come quick, Tongqi exclaimed in surprise. Su Lang got off the bed. What's wrong? Zhang Dahai and the others found a lot of level 6 items. Cao Yaxuan chimed in. Su Lang's heart tightened. Any level 7 ones? In the dormitory building's evaluation standards, during the 3rd cycle, level 6 items were top tier, while level 7 items exceeded the standard. If level 7 items appeared, then monsters exceeding the standard would surely follow later. Not yet, Su Ruyan's choice of words was clever. Not yet implied they might very well appear later. Only 1 day of rest time remained. Never mind that, we just need to improve ourselves. Su Lang looked at Su Ruyan. Have you cleared the laboratory building? Not yet, Su Ruyan shook her head. Su Lang said gravely, after I become a butcher, I'll go with you. That'll be safer. The closer the games start, the more frenzied the players become. Players were already fighting and competing with each other. Now, with the Mad King dormitory building having a last-place elimination system, the conflicts between players during the game itself were bound to become even fiercer. Su Lang was only 1 condition away from becoming a butcher. That condition was being on the brink of death 3 times. In any other environment, this would be extremely difficult, with a single misstep leading to actual death. However, this was the dorm survival game. Su Lang could absolutely take a shortcut. Fooled you, didn't I? I have healing items. Butcher ignorant. Sequence level C27. Sequence ability 1 Heart of Slaughter. When the desire to kill arises, the killing desire surges dramatically and is immune to control by mental type skills. Sequence ability 2 Blood Soul. The wielder's primary weapon gains all attributes of the Blood Soul, with all attributes increased by 12%. Sequence ability 3 Killing Karma. Every time a living creature is slain, that creature's killing karma is converted into the sharpness of the Blood Soul, currently increased by 10 sharpness. Sequence ability 4 Bloodthirst. Bleeding effects caused by the primary weapon are increased by 50%. Sequence ability 5 Blood Nightmare 3/3. When receiving fatal damage, forcibly retain the last point of life status. Stores 1 Blood Nightmare effect per hour, with a maximum storage of 3. Sequence evaluation, you shall return like a nightmare. Now I have 3 lives. In the study, Su Lang held the Blood Pelican blade, his eyes crimson red. At this moment, he was incomparably calm, as if nothing in the world could stir ripples in his heart. A strange bloody aura swirled around his right hand, clinging to the blood pelican blade, causing the blade's body to be enveloped in a layer of bloody mist. Control immunity, enhancement, growth, lethality, lifelock. 5 basic abilities, each with its own strengths, each one top tier. Su Lang walked to the floor-length mirror, looked at his reflection, and suddenly swung his blade to slash. The blade edge stopped just 3 centimeters from the mirror in the reflection. Crack. The mirror surface shattered, crystalline fragments scattering everywhere. This was the effect of the sharpness. If Su Lang didn't hold back a bit, he would very easily injure his own people in the future. Damn it, this butcher sequence is a bit sinister. Seeing myself makes me want to slash. Su Lang took a deep breath, suppressing the surging killing intent in his heart. That's right, the butcher is immune to control by other mental-type skills, but that's because it's overridden by his own killing desire. This bleeding effect is also a bit strange. I haven't seen any skill with this kind of effect before, otherwise I could stack it. Su Lang looked down at the blade wound on his arm and murmured. He had just tested the blade on himself. The cut wasn't deep or long, but it kept bleeding continuously. Even using a 3rd-tier healing item was useless. Looking at his bleeding arm, Su Lang took out a 6th-tier bandage and wrapped it, only then feeling the burning pain gradually lessen. I wonder how much sharpness I could increase if I killed everyone in the dorm. As the saying goes, when you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail. Now that Su Lang had the butcher sequence, he couldn't help but fantasize like this. Finally, he summarized it this way. My neighbors are still too kind, their killing karma is too little. Mad King Dormitory Building, I hope you migrate a few more maniacs to the Mad King Dormitory Building in the next round, otherwise you're just not living up to your name. Don't let me look down on you. Useless piece of crap. Su Lang even wanted to slash the Mad King Dormitory Building. When Cao Yakshuan and the others saw Su Lang come out, they immediately wanted to go greet him. However, when they saw Su Lang's eyes, their hearts suddenly skipped a beat and they stopped in their tracks. Su Lang, what did you do in the study? Cao Yakshuan exclaimed in shock. Su Lang subconsciously glanced at Cao Yakshuan's delicate neck and said, didn't do much. Just became a butcher sequence, that's all. Cao Yakshuan felt a chill run down her neck and said, I feel like you're thinking about something bad. What does killing desire surges dramatically mean? It means when Su Lang thinks about killing someone, various bloody scenes appear in his mind. Beheadings, dismemberment, crushing to pieces. And these images don't make him feel fear, instead they excite him. Su Lang had just experienced the effect of killing desire. Now, looking at Cao Yakshuan and the others, related images involuntarily surfaced in his mind, and his gaze naturally became strange, as if looking at vegetables on a chopping board. Fresh, tender, juicy chives laid out on the cutting board, how many people wouldn't have the desire to chop them all at once? Drop the feel like, I really am thinking about bad things, Su Lang laughed. Cao Yakshuan took a step back. Demon Su Lang, give us back the lewd Su Lang. Kirby had warned that people who possess the butcher sequence tend to be a bit mentally unstable. Is it that scary? Su Lang subconsciously made a gripping motion as if holding a blade. This time even Su Ruyan couldn't hold back. Explain what's going on with your sequence, Su Ruyan demanded repeatedly. Su Lang shrugged indifferently, walked over, sat down on the sofa, and explained 99% of his sequence abilities. He mentioned Blood Nightmare too, but only said it had one layer of undying effect. The Heart of Slaughter provides psychological impulse, the Blood Soul provides material gain impulse. No wonder this sequence is so notorious. Wang Yajai frowned with worry, her delicate brows knitted. Whether to vent anger or something else, Kirby had said many bad things about the butcher sequence. It doesn't matter. I wasn't a good person to begin with. This is like a turtle seeing a mung bean, a perfect match. Su Lang smiled, trying to comfort them. Tong Chi giggled. Lang Ji, you're still joking at a time like this. Sherry spoke up. I think it's a good thing for you to have this sequence, Lang. In this game, a madman is 10,000 times better than a coward. Su Lang looked surprised, staring at Sherry, somewhat shocked by this mixed-race teacher's cleverness. Teacher Sherry is right, Su Ruyan nodded slowly. In this game, immediate combat power is most important, future consequences, well, they're just like that. In the dorm survival game, everyone is drinking poison to quench thirst and draining the pond to catch fish. That's why Su Ruyan was so shocked back then when she saw Su Lang had a grander vision. Ah, it's not all good news, now I'm a bit hesitant to spar with you all. Su Lang suddenly sighed. Cao Yakshuan's mouth twitched. Actually, we're not that eager to spar with you either. You hit people so hard it hurts. Su Lang used to love taking advantage of his high attributes to crash into her ice shield, hitting the mark every time. Hurt. True, you do scream pretty loudly every time. Su Lang, what are you saying? Cao Yaxuan bit her red lips, feigning a mix of light anger and coquettishness. She was already an experienced driver now, instantly understanding Su Lang's meaning. I'm not saying anything, I'm going to do something. Hurry up and use your ultimate frost energy to cool me down. Cao Yaxuan let out a surprised cry as she was pushed down onto the sofa, feeling both angry and anxious inside. Don't think she didn't know, the ultimate frost energy only made Su Lang feel even better. Every time he said he needed to cool down, but he never actually calmed down. An hour later, Su Lang had cooled down and went with Su Ruyan to sweep the floors. Su Lang, I've been teaching little Meng recently how to monitor the chat room. She's almost got the hang of it. Su Ruyan walked beside Su Lang and said, her honeyed hips swayed gently, her steps a little strange. Back in the dorm, she hadn't been spared from the impact either, one of her leather pants had been torn. After receiving nourishment, Su Ruyan's cheeks held an unfading blush, extremely alluring. Looking at her, Su Lang actually felt improper thoughts rising in his heart again. Ever since cultivating the Tei Golden Flower secret record and the hidden Dragon Chi technique, he felt his yang energy was particularly abundant. If he kept leveling up, would the cultivate body and spirit from the Tei Golden Flower secret record evolve into some kind of dual cultivation? Why did he feel a bit of anticipation about that, Su Lang? Oh, that's good. We can leave the monitoring work to little Meng from now on, let Yajai and Tong Chi focus on cultivation properly.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.